think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Come on, you ape! You want to live forever?
Hey everybody, this is Dean Cain, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I.
Wednesday, August 9th, guys, welcome to the show. We're doing a great one tonight, Rapid Fire. Why did it put all three of us on the screen when I just clicked my own face? I don't know how to use the StreamYard thing to do that thing. At the end of the opening video, I don't know how I muck that up every time. I will eventually get it right. Maybe I'm doing it on purpose. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Welcome to the panel. It's my great friends, the amazing Shanth and Jetty, Jericho Green. How you doing, gentlemen?
Well, I'm doing wonderful.
All right.
As am I, but I do appreciate the length of our intro because I was able to go in the house, fill my water cup, say something gross to my wife, and nice. Grab the portable AC unit. Yes, of course. You got to leave them wanting more.
We're coming right. We're shooting it right out of the cannon. You want to talk about being gross and funny around the house with the wife. Are you, gentlemen, I'm just going to say it right here. Are you a spanker?
If necessary.
Listen, I didn't choose spanking. It chose me.
Right.
Now, when I was made, I was given 10.5-inch hands. It would actually be a crime against humanity for me to not squat an ample rear end. You know, it would be wrong of me. Why waste these fucking catcher's mitts that I got?
You probably break the sound barrier bringing those things in.
Right.
Pow!
Like the crack of a bullwhip because I have a 7-foot wingspan and I got these 10.5-inch hands.
That's what you gotta do, man. I have a nice shirt too. I was there when you got it.
Oh, you were there with me when I bought this. Yes.
Oh, dude, love that.
Yeah.
Both of those. Creature.
A creature, famous monsters of filmland.
Love it, man.
So
I had to get the portable AC because I got swampish.
Now, okay, you're a spanker. Sean, spanker, yes, no? That's a yes. That's a yes.
Amendment.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
yes.
you know. So here's a quick question, right? Here's a quick question. and this unrelated to our previous conversation. Unrelated. So full stop. Do you guys consider waterboarding torture? No.
It depends.
Okay.
I do not.
Consensual. I'm not a monster. For God's sake.
No, actually, in real life, like I don't care if they waterboard our enemies. I do not care. Get the information however you can.
What if you're left out though? Think about it that way. Like you could have been. No.
I'll always find a way to get waterboarded. I will always find a way to get waterboarded, Sean. Don't you worry.
That's right.
Don't you worry.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
It was a strict high school, is all I'm saying.
A little too strict.
Little
One
too
of my
strict.
beautiful
Yeah,
bearded brothers, Legal Alien.
that's right.
That's right, man.
The Ferg to
We're
spank
here.
and not spank. Nope, it's not a question, Ferg. It's to always spank.
Always.
That's right.
Waterboarding is more brutal than they make it. I wouldn't know. Don't want to know.
I'm sure it's terrible, but if it's our enemies, who cares?
Now, Teflon Ron, the chatty boss himself, Shantan Jetty, the chatty boss from Tennessee, he ran into trouble because he told me when he was a lad, his safe word was harder. That
That's
did not
right.
work
Yeah.
out.
And
Is that a
Teflon
safe
Ron,
word?
it's always great to see in the chat. Spank you very much.
Wait a
I
minute.
mean,
None of
thank
my
you.
Thank you, Linda.
This is why I love America, because we are innovators. We are the leader, the thought leaders.
right.
And none of miser, he's invented paddleboarding now as
Yeah.
something you can do.
Uh-oh. None of miser. Hey.
Look,
Too
let's not bring
soon.
water sports
Yeah.
into this. That's gross.
Be careful if Big Mike and Barack invite you to go paddleboarding. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Dude, he turned the corner and he saw. Bow.
Yeah.
He's like, ah.
At my school, we had
Get
a
him-
we
get him
actually had
outta
a
here.
paddle called the Board of Education. I'm not
They had
kidding.
that at my elementary school.
Yeah.
Behind
That's
the
how you get
secretary
things
desk.
done.
All right.
Oof.
Oh, goodness. Goodness. Well, now that we've gotten that out,
That's
Yeah,
that.
we've gotten that out.
what has been
We've got
going
another
on?
7 hours. So
Yeah, don't worry.
strap
We'll bring
in,
it back.
guys.
We got a 7-hour rock block coming up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Woo. Ooh.
We got the 7-hour smokehouse on 102.3.
Get ready to get your brisket smoked.
Low and slow. You always have to have the woman in the background right after that. You know who did it the best? Shout out to TV when it was great. The early 2000s, they had Talk Soup on
Yes.
with Joel McHale. And then after they do the talk stew and you have all the talk show host heads going in the pot and they stir it. And then right after the music stopped, the voice would go, so meaty. And that made it hilarious. Early 2000s. When you're ready to come get
Bless
me,
America.
I'm ready to
They
come
used
get
to
you.
be okay admitting that men liked beautiful women in public. That
Remember
used
the
to
Man
be-
Show?
Now
I
look
do.
at Jimmy Kimmel. Now look at
I wasn't going to say it, but you said it, so here it
They
is.
had women jumping on trampolines. Come on, man.
Yes.
Oh, when we could be men.
Oh,
What a good day. What a good time that was.
Weapon X saying a
Tragic.
double quarter pounder looks like a lunchable size snack in Gabe's hand. I'm a fan of the double quarter pounder. I usually order at McDonald's. Double quarter pounder with the diced onions, the Big Mac onions.
Dyson.
I don't want the big onions because I don't know. I like the little ones. No bun. I eat it keto. That's how I keep it trim, guys. I don't eat the bread. I just eat the meat and the cheese and all that with a fork. It's actually kind of good. So there you go. Meat smoothies, disgusting.
Ew.
Talk Soup gave us Ryan Seacrest. Unfortunately, yes.
But we were all better back then.
Right.
We were
Uh,
all
see if I
better
can
back
find
then.
this here. We were
Back
better.
when he
I'm
used-
going to send you something, Gabe.
Send it.
I'm sending it now for you to upload into StreamYard because I just remembered when he said the old radio voices. Now, this is not going to get us in copyright trouble because it's the audio in it that I have added artfully is copyright free. It's like old radio UK kind of stuff. But it's
Bring the boys home.
The boys
That's right.
are coming home.
We'll make it a reward for super chatters, and we'll
4
give
out
them
of
a
5
taste.
doctors recommend Richfield cigarettes. They're good for your T-zone. That was an old Jay Moore joke.
I listened to those 4 out of 5 doctors. That was the problem. So it should be in your inbox shortly,
Oh, you emailed
and
me
then you'll
something.
be able to download it. and-
All Ninja, of course.
That's
Look
right.
It's in your
Look who you're
box.
talking to. Real quick, there's a super chat, and then I'll answer your email. And he's got the Fist of the North Star avatar. +5.
Mhm.
Thank you, friend. Fat chicks have their spot, but not as April. Oh yeah, the black girl.
I was like, come on,
dude. Whatever, bro. Whatever, dude.
Just leave it. Leave it.
Danka for the super chat. Here you go, friend. Let's see here. Nicholas Hart. Is he saying hard dick or is that a real name? I don't mean to make fun of your name.
I think it's Hardyick.
Okay, I'm sorry, dude. If that's your real name.
But if it isn't, right on, man.
I apologize, dude. I just thought you were being funny. You guys would be a Predator too. Surprised nobody mentioned Gallagher when you imagined the lead as a grifter. As a grifter comic? Oh no, I don't know what we're talking about. Mentioned Gallagher. Is that the comedian that was Smash Watermelons?
Yeah, I like that dude.
When the Predator was doing vaudeville jokes. The only thing my wife makes for dinner is reservations. You know. Right. Thank
Holy
you.
shit.
And here you go, Mr. Nicholas. Thank you. Whenever you send a super chat.
Hey, vaudeville Predator, man.
And I will get to your thing, Chuck, but I see.
Uh-oh.
Guess if you want to finish that sentence.
He didn't want to finish that sentence yet. There he is. He's back.
There we go. You're back.
Wow.
Damn.
Now, you gotta know, Brandon is my boy. Brandon, he's a super fan of Isom, and I guess now a super fan of me. I sent him some T-Jaw comics yesterday, and he had a brother that wasn't doing good, but we took care of him and got his brother some art and some nice things and wished him well and prayed for him, and the brother's recovering. So that's doing good. And he said when the brother was in recovery, reading Isom brightened his day. So it's really amazing to make fun, uplifting, action-packed stuff that men mostly, but women too can enjoy. And then you see, wow, it has a real-life effect. I promise you this is true. I will not say names. A customer of Truth, Justice, American Way called me on my Google number. I don't give out my real number. I give out a Google number for business.
Guess I didn't want to finish that either. That's messed up.
He's mad at us now.
What a good story. Come on, Gabe.
Gabe.
Come on.
Come on, baby.
Come on.
You can do it. Oh, no. Gabe, you're frozen. $50 shocked our system. That's what it was, Brandon. And God bless you. I'm glad to hear your brother is doing better, man. That's why we do so much of what we do. I just got Isom issue 2. I'm getting ready to go to print with my comic book. I just got some test proofs here that I'd love to. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold them up real quick while we wait. But these are the some of the test prints of the comic right here, and we're just going over some color stuff. We're going to see what we can do. So yeah, we're making it great for you, as a wise business once said.
Arun Faye, what's up? Yeah, she said Big Baby probably got her.
That's right. Big Baby just foot came down.
You slow with that bottle, that's what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
am I here? Am I here? Can
yes,
I talk?
You're here.
Is that okay with everyone if I talk?
Please.
Yeah, that's right. $50 super chat, man. You get back to it.
Effing channel. I got to put it back up. What is the last thing you heard? What was I saying?
That his brother was reading it. And then somebody called you on your Google.
Right.
Number.
So yesterday, a guy from Pennsylvania, won't say anything else, was a customer of Truth, Justice, American Way. He called me to thank me for sending it to him and how great it was, and then how happy he was, and this and that, and how happy he was with me, and I don't know, it's just really that someone would call me. That never happened when I worked at DC Comics. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So what we're doing here makes a difference, and you guys make it possible, and that is effing amazing. So Brandon, thank you for the very generous donation, and there you go.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
Sorry to cut you off, Jared. $50 deserved a little extra.
Yeah, you get that double bubble.
Right.
I was just saying, thanks, fucker.
Here, Diesel. Fucking
fuck.
About son of a gun. Hey, fool. I heard the Broncos aren't gonna win a fucking game all year. Said.
Yeah, well, preseason, that shit don't count. But Raider fans got to take their wins when they can get them. If they can, that's where they get most of their wins.
Right,
is in the preseason.
Hey, we're undefeated in the preseason, vato.
Hey, you can't touch us in fucking August.
Look at this. He goes after me, and then he goes right after you, Jericho. The San Francisco Flamers. 0-17.
Yeah, right, fool.
They were too busy having a pride parade, vato.
Nah, we got Brock Purdy back, so you guys.
Oh, it's
can all just-
his tendon in the elbows.
yeah, they put a kangaroo tendon in there. He's gonna be throwing harder
an
than ever.
absolute beast. And
Yep.
the Eagles took his elbow and put it on his neck or something.
But we got the guy who hit him, the defensive lineman. We picked his ass up. So
Oh, he's on the 49ers now?
yeah, he's a Niner now.
Hey, I could just see when they meet, like in the lunch line or the training room. So, sorry about knocking you out of
Yeah,
the
my bad, fool.
Super Bowl,
My bad.
man.
Yeah. Sorry for fucking your season up. But, that's okay. Actually, the Niners play the Raiders this Sunday. So,
All right.
Yo.
that'll be fun.
Nicholas with a real name, Hardiak. Go Lions. Go
Amen.
Lions and take the Tigers with you. Get out of here.
Let me tell you. Well, first of all, I'm okay with your Lions love, Nicholas. When I was growing up, for a short spell outside of Detroit, I was a Tigers fan up until during the World Series time. So you've got Alan Trammell, Kirk Gibson, hell of a team. God bless you. And of course, the Lions have produced the greatest jacket of all time, worn by Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop 2. And if
True.
that's the only thing you've ever done, it's
And
worthy.
wait,
And
hold on. And
Yep.
the greatest running back ever.
Right, Barry Sanders.
I don't want to hear none of that Jim Brown. I don't want to hear none of that Walter Payton,
Mm,
Gale Sayers. All great.
damn that jacket.
But Barry Sanders didn't have an offensive line for his whole career. It was him and the quarterback. And the quarterback would say hike, and he would turn around and give the ball to Barry Sanders, and then Barry Sanders would just have to make something happen.
Right.
That's just how it
I
was.
like how Megatron, Calvin Johnson, and Barry Sanders both just retired after 9 years.
Said,
with
I
the
can't.
Lions. He said,
I'm
"Look, I'm too good. They're going nowhere."
They
Uh,
truly
Lucas-
OD'd.
Lucas Hardy, Alshon is missing. Is a Raiders lead, vato.
Fuck that, eh?
Underneath this. Well,
Hey,
no, it's not.
Jericho, is this true? Brock Purdy came out as pansexual.
Oh.
And he's still going to beat the Raiders' ass.
Oh wow!
Even though he's pansexual, he's still going to
Getting
beat them.
bad.
Of course
Wow.
he didn't. That man's too focused on the game right now.
That's hilarious.
Hey, fuck you,
That's
Diesel.
right.
I heard the 49ers hired RuPaul as a cowboy. Wow.
Ew.
Oh.
Yeah, but Diesel, that's only because the Raiders fired him for being too straight for the Raiders.
Yeah, they're like, no, man, you need to sweeten it up a little bit. He went to the Niners because the Raiders offered him the job, and he was like, ew, no. You guys are fucking losers. I don't want to be here. Fucking
Man.
losers.
Boom. Muted.
Sorry, I was clearing my throat.
Yeah,
Just got my signed ISOM number 2, Gabe.
Hey.
Got mine over there.
All-American and Nospero.
That's right.
All right. Well, here you go.
That's
I'm
right.
going to go booty first and then an elbow second.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
We were
Thank
talking
you.
about it.
Thank you,
Earlier,
my
but-
lady.
This is the Nosfero test prints right here. These are what I'm looking over. So we're getting everything ready to get those printed up for you. And for those of you guys who are a fan of Gabe's Predator comedy, I've shared a video there that hopefully will play with sound for you, Gabe.
Let me
Write
go
down-
grab it. You emailed it to me?
Oh no, well, there's one I emailed, but there's one that's in the chat down there. Should
in our
be shared with
Private
you.
chat or?
I hope. No, it's in StreamYard, so it should be right below you. One of the windows you can share. There's the guests,
Oh.
and then it
Terrible
should be-
sleep at this hotel
Oh,
last night. There was a woman knocking on my door.
Hold on. Let me back it up. Now, you guys all remember that the Predator, he came to Earth to tell vaudeville-style one-liners.
Yeah, and he was
And he
good.
got mixed up with Danny Glover to turn into a whole thing. But really, he was just here for the open mic at the Laugh Factory on Sunset there in Los Angeles. And Danny Glover had to start bothering his burgeoning comic career. So let's see one of his early jokes from the Predator.
Got terrible sleep at this hotel last night. There was a woman knocking on my door all night long. So I eventually let her out.
Ew.
Oh!
Not bad for his first time doing comedy on Earth.
Yeah.
That was good.
Beautiful.
That was good, man.
Beautiful.
And that's the beauty of this show. We show you the
Yeah.
different angles of the same characters. You thought, meaning myself as well, the Predator, Heat, Conflict, Killer, infrared and the shoulder laser, but he's more than that.
Right.
Because comedians, they're observers of life,
They are.
and they trim the fat and they package it so we can absorb it and enjoy it and laugh. And
Yeah, you're right, man.
I'll be the
Comedians
first to
are
apologize.
skinners of life.
Yeah.
They're skinners of life. They skin it. They hang it upside
Hang it
down.
upside-
They
Right.
wear it sometimes.
I want to be the first to
Sometimes,
apologize for
Hey,
thinking
sometimes-
that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I want to apologize for pigeonholing Predator into just being an intergalactic killer.
I would, if I was advising the Predator, I would say your name is throwing people off, dude.
Not that
Yeah.
he needs it, though. Not that he needs it.
Like,
Just
I know you want to,
Yeah.
comedians say when you do good on stage, you kill, but you call yourself the Predator. You got a monster mouth. You have a laser cannon. So when people say you're
Yeah.
killing, they think you actually want to kill. So I would rethink the whole Predator name might not be the best choice.
and
So,
stop killing the crowd after you perform. That would
right,
help too.
right.
Yeah.
Did you have to pull that guy's spine out by pulling his head off? Did you have to?
Yep.
I know you
He
wanted
killed
to.
though.
And I'm not saying you had to or not had to. I want you to decide. Did you have to do that?
I think he knows the answer.
We both
he knows.
Yeah.
One
Right.
item of business, guys. There's a link at the top of the chat that's telling you to go get something amazing. Can you hear it?
What the?
Can you hear that? I hear something amazing. I do. Let me adjust something, and not my shorts. Let me adjust my camera so I can show you this. I got this.
Snap.
The great Uncle Billy Tucci, the great Comicsgate King Billy Tucci, sent two gentlemen over to my table during Comic-Con, and they run a company out of Arizona that does hollow foil, hologram, all the crazy covers. So if you have ordered the foil Dean King cover, I was originally just going to do the logo in foil. I'm going to upgrade you like Beyonce in 2005 for the NFL Network. I'm going to upgrade you. The whole cover is foil, and this camera is not doing it justice. This thing is insane. One, I can't really show you on camera, but I took a picture of this afternoon. You guys have to tell me, do you want this? This is the James Bond style cover that we're doing, and it does not actually look like this. What it actually looks like when you put a little Barry White on and you turn the lights down low, this is what this one looks like. Okay, and this is a real picture from this morning in my garage. It's glow in the dark cover, boys and girls.
Oh, that's sick. Somebody's going to get pregnant because of that
So,
cover.
yeah, that's right. So I haven't ordered this one yet, but the foil ones, those are already for sale, and they are selling. And these are not cheap to produce. So they do cost a premium, and they're very limited. I'm only doing 500 foil, and if I do these glow in the dark, I might only do 100, maybe 200 at most, maybe 50 only, because the glow in the dark costs way more than the foil to make. But if
That's
people
sick,
want
though.
them, they gotta let me know. I posted it into like an email thing. I sent to a bunch of current customers, and I posted social media. And so far, the response has been great for all of it. You guys here in the chat, let me do a little A/B test and tell me, would you pay a premium for a limited thing like this? I'm making them very limited on purpose. That way, they have resale value and collectability and all that.
Well, you're not selling them as well as you could, because you told me if you turn out the lights and you show that cover to yourself in a mirror, that Dean Cain appears behind you.
Right.
Is what you told me. So, ladies,
He appears behind you. He gives you a back rub.
Ew.
If you need a nice drink, if he can get you any chocolate or anything like that. I told him I had enough.
just saying. Just saying.
Oh, look at this, Tony C. with a picture of her and Dean Cain right there.
Love
There it is.
Covers be available like at San Diego Comic-Con. I'm sure I'll have some. I'll obviously over order, but on the limited stuff, I got to keep that limited to what I tell fans. So right now, the foil cover, I only have 500, and if I do the glow in the dark, I don't know how many it'll be. But they're on the website that is in the link there if you want to go check them out. But the glow, it doesn't exist yet. I haven't put it up because I don't know if people want it or not. So I got to see. So let me know, everyone. Let me know. Stop
Very
playing
cool.
games. Just tell me the truth, guys. I can take it. Tell me, yes, Gabe, I want to give you and Dean a ton of money for these things. Tell me that. I know.
Take my
Listen.
cash.
I'm good at hearing the brutal truth like that.
Yeah, take my fucking cash.
Yeah, but we're having the time of our lives on this thing. That illustrator, Akeon, I showed Jericho and Sean the illustrations before the show. I'll leak a little bit out at a time. I won't spoil the story. But boys, as they said back in the 60s and 70s, these things are boss, right?
I think they said it more recently than that.
Oh,
Or they brought it back.
oh, did they?
I've heard people say that.
Wait, can something be boss
non-ironically.
now?
Yeah.
I thought it had to be like in 1967 or something to be boss.
No, I've heard that used unironically.
So if I
Very
went to
reasonable.
Mr. Frosty's and I got the fudge Anna, I could say, dude, that's totally boss.
That's
You could.
boss, bro. Yeah, but make sure you order the right flavor because you don't want to fucking blow it.
Oh.
Dude, that's my go-to.
Mark,
Good, dude.
he wants these scratch and sniff. We'll get one that smells like Dean. Dean smells like pine, a little bit of like a musky, manly scent, like he's been hunting or something like that.
Yeah,
And,
cedar.
surprisingly,
cedar.
cinnamon. Surprisingly, a lot of cinnamon too. So I would say it's great. He smells fantastic. John, do it or we send Big Baby after you.
Uh-oh.
That's rough.
Don't even say that. Why did you put that in the
Get
episode?
around like that, dude.
Don't even fuck around like that, dude.
Come on. We just repaired everything at the studio because of what
That's
Big
right.
Baby was doing. And
We've seen it.
it's I don't know, man. It's oh shit.
See?
Well,
That's not even our fault.
I gotta move.
Watch out.
Hey, did I just hear my name while I was napping, or was that a beautiful dream?
You better hope.
Oh, hey there, big baby. It's great to see you. No, you didn't hear your
you
name.
look
We were
great.
talking about some other smaller big baby.
Well, if it isn't my favorite Puerto Rican, Indian, Hungarian painter, Shanthan Jetty, how you doing?
I'm doing terrific, big baby. You look wonderful, grand, and fantastic.
I do look great, don't I?
Oh, yes.
How's the weather down there?
It's great, big baby. No need to walk around here.
Yeah.
What's your excuse, Jericho Green? Just sitting there smiling like an idiot?
Well, this is how I am when I'm nervous. I'm one of those nervous laughers.
Why am I making you nervous?
Because you're 75 feet tall, big baby.
That's normal for a baby my age.
Can we be honest about some things? You're quite intimidating.
I
big
only
baby.
want you to be honest about things.
You're a big baby, and that's fine, but it does take some getting used to. You're a bit shocking in the beginning, but nothing personal. You're an intelligent, precious baby, adorable.
That's right.
But the 75 feet, it takes some getting used to.
I want to thank you for saying that, Jericho.
Hey, don't cry.
You're one of the first people to tell me the honest truth about being a giant, powerful baby.
So powerful.
I'm not going to step on your building. My mama just made me a new baba, so I got to go.
Yeah, priorities. Thanks for
All right.
stopping by.
All
Love
right.
and respect.
I'm going to go night-night and then maybe change my diaper later. I'll see you boys.
No, have somebody else do it.
Oh, I didn't mean I would change it. Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah.
I dirty them. I don't change them.
Yeah. Okay. Good night.
All right. Goodbye, everyone. Buy my grandpa's comics. It's in the link.
Or else.
That's right.
Oh,
And then,
goodness.
whew,
Goodness
dodge another bullet.
gracious.
We came close, man. She was gonna make a trip. She was gonna
rough.
make a trip to the East Coast, but you handled that well.
Well,
That's right. Yep.
I don't
Yeah,
know what we're gonna do. Like, she's here to stay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you gonna tell her to leave? I
but
would.
here's my concern. She's 8 months old, and she's 75 feet when she grows.
Yep.
What happens when she's 2 or 3? How big does Big
Yeah.
Baby get?
Yep.
You might have to start looking at more of a rural setting, more of the
Yeah.
country ranch style. So no matter how
Acreage.
big she
You're saying I
gets,
need acreage.
Yeah.
you need to get
Uh,
out
yeah,
there
like
on the
A
outskirts.
farm
of town.
or a national park. Something.
some Yellowstone, something.
Yellowstone.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Very interesting. Well, at least she's on my side. At least she's endorsing the book I'm doing with Dean.
That's right.
Well, she's appreciative.
Yeah.
She knows that she's loved. She knows who takes care of her, and the least she can do is shout out the business.
Oh,
The thing is, no matter how big she's gotten, she's never forgotten the little people. That's one thing you can absolutely say about Big Baby.
Yep.
hold on. Big Baby with the plug. Thank you, Big.
That's
Yeah,
right,
thank you,
drop
Big
one.
Baby. Oh, listen, she's my kin, so she's part Arab. We're always selling. We're
Always. Even after she steps on your town. Hey, don't forget.
Hey, I do home repair. Number 1 deal for you, baby. I fix your house. I smash your house. I fix your house.
I crash, rebuild. That's
I
what that
crash.
means.
You come back when you want to make good deal, baby. I be here.
She has the whole thing sewn up. She
That's
smashes stuff and then owns a construction business
Right.
to rebuild. Sounds like America.
It's mafia tactics, man.
That's right.
My homie Ellie Munoz. That's a
Right
sweet
on,
call.
Ellie.
Can we stop everything and discuss Champagne Jetty? What is this? What is
Not
Champagne
sure, but I'm
Jetty?
with it.
This sounds like
Champagne?
you living the high life, like in Vegas or something, going around in limos.
I do.
And bimbos.
Yeah,
or
of course. Yeah, living the high life as always.
something. All right, Champagne Jetty. I guess we'll find out.
That's right. Boom.
Yeah. When
Boom.
the time is right.
When the
Always
time
be.
is right.
That's right. That's right. Coffee is for closers. What a great movie. Could we do Glenn Ross on here? It's such a, I don't know what else to say, a verbal movie. The dialogue in that is outstanding. But it's much more like a stage play than a movie, you know?
It is.
It's amazing. David Mamet is a genius. So.
Yeah, it's well done.
Oh, Big Baby said it. Did she say
Yeah, that's
Champagne
right.
Jetty? She might have.
Look, I mean, I'm never going to correct Big Baby on anything.
Yeah.
If Big Baby wants to
She
change
said it.
my name, then I'm legally changing it. Like I'm
Right.
going to go.
Yeah,
That
she
extra
said it.
mile.
She said it. You know,
Yeah.
she in that sense, she reminds me. I don't think you guys have ever seen this. I think I mentioned it before. It's called Slammin' Salmon, and it's by the same guys who did Super Troopers. And it was Michael Clark Duncan's last movie, and he played this punch drunk champ who he would say colloquialisms wrong. That was his thing, and it was hilarious. But the staff was too afraid to correct him, and when they did, he went off. But
I've seen the Slammin' Salmon years ago.
Yeah, it reminded me of that. She might say things wrong, change a name, but I'm not saying it.
My friend in college wanted to watch all those Broken Lizard movies, like Super Troopers and Beer Fest.
Yeah, Beer Fest was hilarious.
Beer Fest is hilarious.
Yep.
And I always tell you guys, I usually don't like comedies, but those are very funny. There was the one where they were like on an island and everyone was getting murdered or something.
Club Dread.
Okay, Club Dread.
That's like 99. That's going way back.
Yeah, we saw all those. Yeah.
Yeah. They did good, except for Super Troopers 2. I'm not sure why they did that. Maybe pressure from the studio. Maybe some of them had some financial obligations and they felt they had to get back in the game. But that was an atrocity. But everything before that, man, put it in the time capsule that we open 100 years from now for great movies.
That's right.
Slammin' Salmon and Beer Fest are too damn funny.
Yeah. The greatest beer in Seville.
In Seville.
They're drinking out of that giant boot.
He said, why are you drinking goat piss? Because if you can drink goat piss, you can drink anything.
That's right. That's the way it rolls.
Michael Coulter, breaking news. Got some good news. The View. Is that you talking about the show with those horrible old women? Is off the air.
That cackling brood of who
I hope so. I hope so, because they just spread evil with their stupid opinions.
Disgusting.
Goodness. Let's see. You don't like comedies? You didn't like The Marine? Okay, I like unintentional comedies.
Oh, well, we're going to get to this. We need to get to this at some point.
John Trike.
The Marine is not his worst movie.
What?
What?
Nope.
What?
How?
No, it
That's
is
not
not
only-
his worst movie.
That's one of the worst movies ever made, like for anybody in Hollywood. So how is it not his
first
worst?
of all, it had one of the most chef's kiss, beautiful semi-hot wives. All right, we got to start there. That's a major aspect of it. But here's the other thing. Cats and kittens. My wife was perusing Netflix and said, "Isn't this that guy that you guys were laughing about?" And I said,
No.
"Who do you mean?" And
We laugh about a lot of
she
people.
showed it. Yeah, we laugh at a lot of people. And she called up a movie with him and Jackie Chan. That might have been called, that was, I believe, called Hidden Strike, and it's on Netflix.
But that's a new one, though, right?
It's a new one, and it
saw that.
snatched my soul.
Did you watch it?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
And it's worse than The Marine.
You guys have to understand the depths of depravity in that movie. I'm just saying.
Well, we've all been to the no holds barred mountaintop. So we know
We
bad.
have been.
But listen. I love No Holds Barred. It is so entertainingly bad. It is.
Yes.
Horrible.
Dookie.
Any movie where they work in Dookie into
That's like half the dialogue.
It's beautiful.
half the script was just GRRRRR. GRRRR.
He's all interior. Hogan
It was
faces off
something.
with Zeus. Hogan grunts. Zeus grunts.
The unibrow.
The crowd grunts.
Holy cow.
The limousine. Just the limousine scene is all you need to know about No Holds Barred.
Yep. Physics
From-
changes for that flip.
From him forcing it to careen across
Yep.
lanes to his exit from the limousine inside the warehouse. But okay, if you say, Sean, we've built the trust here, and if you say that this new movie with Jackie Chan and John Cena
No, you
is
don't even
worse-
understand.
is worse than The Marine, and
My
I love
beard-
that movie.
Was jet black when I started watching it. Jet black, and then just
Like when you watch that movie, you look like a president after 2 terms. You're just like,
you do.
that
You look
dude
like a
looks-
president after 9 terms who's been dead for 40 years. That's it.
I'm gonna watch that movie tonight, Sean.
I
Like,
mean,
you
it
get a
burned
text
my
message from
eyebrows
me.
off. They've just grown back. I mean, it was like putting an M40 into a barbecue and just hoping things worked out. And they didn't. They didn't work out. It was scary.
Now, Netflix has a history. It's a recent history, once they started producing all these movies, of having some big budget films that are absolute dog shit. They have set that precedent.
They have.
And it's a shame because they look so good. Like that, what was it? Six Underground or something with Ryan Reynolds and this team. That movie sucked. They did one with Mark Wahlberg, some kind of like, some grizzled detective. He's down on his luck. That shit. He was like a private investigator. That shit was trash.
Yeah.
And then they did a Bulletproof 2. Remember that movie with Damon Wayans and Adam Sandler? They did a remake, but the star was a comedian named Faison Love. And Faison Love he's about 350 pounds, and he's playing
Chinese fella, right?
Yeah, well, no, Southeast Asian. He's Vietnamese, but close.
Well, with a name like Faison, you just got it.
Yeah,
right?
Faison, Asian.
Chattanooga.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's more like it, actually, Chattanooga. But these movies have big budgets, and they suck. So this one with John Cena and Jackie Chan, I'll be watching this tonight, and I'm expecting not to be able to make it through it. I just have to turn it off.
Somebody Green brings up some. I like this comment. We're thinking about comedy since Gabe mentioned it the other day, and clean comedy. It's the inverse. Just thinking down Periscope and tell don't show. Now they show the vomit humor. Yeah, that's one of the big problems I have with comedy is when it's just like filth for the sake of filth. To me, that's like, what are we in 6th grade? That isn't funny. It's just dumb. It's like the Howard Stern level of comedy. I don't care what anyone thinks. Sean, Jericho, that whole audience. I fucking hate Howard Stern. Hate him with.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. For
He
sure.
seems like a piece of shit human being. I don't think it's
huge fan. No, sorry. I'm kidding.
Hey, be a huge fan. Don't care. Don't care. But I've always, like, I heard of that guy when I was 12 or 13. I heard of him, saw him, or heard him. Like, that's an asshole. That's a fucking asshole. That guy.
Yeah, now he's a bitch. He was one of those. If you don't get the Pope, you shouldn't come out in public, and you shouldn't get this.
What are you telling me? He was a narcissist who wanted everything his way, or else he wanted to ruin everyone's life? I am shocked. I tell you.
So yeah, if the powers that be told us that we had to stick a 12-inch double ender in our butthole at 6 o'clock, he'd be lining up. Well, this is what we're supposed to do, and if you don't do this, he's a piece of shit. I don't like Howard Stern, but like he was saying, the down Periscope, McHale's Navy, Naked Gun, those are some clean, clean humors that are too damn funny. Leslie Nielsen, R.I.P.
Right. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about comedies is when they're filthy beyond filth. That's what I don't like. When they're just funny. Like, I think Blues Brothers, it's a musical, but it's definitely a comedy.
Oh, it's hilarious.
But it's not filthy. It's just funny.
Do you see the light? Yes.
Do you see the light?
And God bless the United States of America. Oh man.
My Uncle Dave, rest in peace, Uncle Dave. He was an attorney in Denver, Colorado. He got to the World Series of Poker. He always loved poker, and he made it all the way into the World Series of Poker, like 2006. Passed away in 2008. My Uncle Dave is a dead ringer for Jim Belushi. Looks exactly like. I'll find a picture of Uncle Dave someday and show you. He looks like if you put on the hat and glasses, he's Jake Blues.
Dude,
Like looked exactly like him. So
what a great movie.
See here's one. Spaceballs. Yeah, mostly not dirty. You can watch comedy like that. It's mostly not dirty. Random comment. What's up, Gabe? Rambo. Oh, because I have the bandana. Okay, it makes sense. I was like, yeah, I like Rambo. Guys, our next POS movie will be this movie. Because I've been talking about it for like a year. This movie.
That's fine.
This movie beats No Holds Barred in insanity.
There you go.
I got I trust you, Gabe.
The ghost of Bruce Lee trains the boy in the red tank top in a basement. They did not have permission for Bruce Lee's family to do that in the story, and the guy doesn't even look like him. He's just also Chinese.
But
they spent the money to get the ghost of Bruce Lee for this movie, and you don't like it? That's all I heard.
His ghost is hard to book. Playing devil's advocate, he's really hard to nail down.
Good
but
Lord.
Gabe, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, 75% of the script for No Holds Barred was all right. That is
okay. Part of the plot of No Retreat, No Surrender is the Philadelphia Italian mob is going to take over dojos in Los Angeles and Seattle to like do money laundering. How much money are they going to make from 12-year-olds doing kendo?
Who do you fear more than the Philadelphia Mafia?
Right.
Nobody.
There's a line in the movie where one of the mafia henchmen, they get off the plane, he's got the overcoat and the cane, he's the old Italian guy, and one of his henchmen is telling him, just 3 more dojos and Philadelphia will be ours, or something like that. What?
That's just good advice.
What?
But,
that's good advice.
No Holds Barred, the plot of that movie is some tyrannical network owner wants to get a jock ass on his station. Gabe, I'm all for doing this movie. I love a turd of a movie, but when you start saying that things are worse than No Holds Barred, it gets my attention.
Oh well, this is just as funny as No Holds Barred. And let's see, is Rapid Fire worth watching? Rapid Fire is an excellent movie. Watch it as soon as you're done watching this. Go on Amazon Prime, and for $3 you can rent it tonight. It's only an hour and a half. It's tight. It's got Powers Booth. It's got action. It's got is his name Al Kabong Long? He's in every action movie. He's the Asian dude who's bald. He has a mullet and a black goatee, like a Fu Manchu. He's in Showdown Big Trouble in Little China. He's like in a million of these movies.
Guys, look though, if you do get the Shout Factory release of Big Trouble in Little China, he is interviewed on there. And until I saw that behind the scenes interview, I believed in my heart of hearts that Jericho and Gabe were making up this California guy voice.
Dude,
and dare I say,
that's Gabe.
When he speaks, dude, when he speaks, it will shatter your reality. You understand me?
Dude, those sound like some pretty gnarly stunts, bro.
So yeah, like I was like surfing, and then they gave me this call to be in an action movie, and I'm like, word, like it was like I'm just like my soul shattered.
I can't, to me, he doesn't even speak English. That guy doesn't speak English.
You want to believe it, but he's a surfer for sure.
We're gonna get to rapid fire in 1 second, but TBG animation. Something is wrong with this poster conversation. I just say it. I'm a very good designer. My actual degree from college is in graphic design. When I go to restaurants, hotels, I look at menus, I look at old signs. Oh, I shake my fist in rage when I see bad design. We even have a joke for it that I made up in college called MBDT. It's called My Brother Did This. It's when people need to design a logo or a menu or whatever, and they just hire their brother for $40 who happens to have a bootleg Photoshop on his computer. No, hire real graphic designers. There is no excuse for this. You said it's bad. There is no fucking excuse for this fucking guy to be peekaboo down here. Look at this shit. What is that guy doing down there? And this guy, you got a chin down here. Like, if you're designing this, get the airbrush out and the healing brush in Photoshop and just spray paint that black.
And move Van Damme. You only need one Van Damme.
Well, that's true too. That's bizarre. If you're gonna have him double stacked like that, then have the guys
it's
in the
bold
back.
strategy. Let's see if it works out for
what you could do if you have him twice. You can't have a guy twice on the poster, but color hold the guys in the back or the one in the front. I would color hold the Van Damme in the front, so him and those ring ropes, they're all like purpley blues, and then the back guys are the normal warm color. So, but the peekaboo guys at the bottom, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, that looks like a meme that somebody made. That looks bad. But even if you shrunk down the two guys and did. Actually, could you look up the Last Dragon poster?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking something like this where there's
Which
nothing
poster?
like
I'm finding different posters.
just like the movie poster.
Okay, I'm gonna
You'll
try.
see like
this.
the buildings in the background and stuff. And
This is the first thing that came up, so it doesn't have buildings. What am I looking for?
no, here, let me see if I can find it. Because it's vanities in it. There's like this almost looks like a yellow brick road. There's buildings in the background, like New York is in the background. That's the one that was on all the movie posters and stuff back in the day.
Didn't pop up for me. Oh.
Maybe Last Dragon movie poster.
Oh, okay. Here's one, and it's a crazy looking poster on Zazzle. Let me
Zazzle.
I don't know what Zazzle is, but is this
Sounds
it?
kind of fruity to me.
No. Let me see. I'll find it on him.
What
There's a lot
fucking
going on
posters
there
does this
too.
movie have?
There's a lot going on in that one too.
I don't know. Oh, here's one. This is actually pretty sweet. This is a Japanese release. The Japanese posters always have such great art direction. This one?
Nope.
Okay. Well, I'm officially done looking for it. Oh, wait. Is it the one just with like the buildings on a yellow road and almost no people? This one?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
That one right there.
Cool.
Where like everything is small. Not like the two big guys like on the No Retreat, No Surrender. You got both of those guys that are super big. Van Damme's super big. This one and like the Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom poster, where there's a lot going on, but it's nothing's like big right in the middle. Everything's small, so you can kind of take everything in. That No Retreat, No Surrender poster was fucking.
I would say this, Sean, you know this as an illustrator and a designer yourself, me as one. Composition. It's everything, guys. It's everything in an illustration or a design or a drawing. And composition can simply be understood as where are the elements in the photograph or the drawing, how do they relate to each other, and how do they lead the reader's eye across the page. That's what composition is. And nothing in a professional drawing or painting is put anywhere by accident. Everywhere you put something, you're putting it in there on purpose. So
they did that on purpose.
Yeah. So when you see little fucking Mr. Peekaboo down here looking up Van Damme's pant leg, trying to look at his fucking Belgian sausage in there.
Yeah, you Belgians got big sausages.
That's just it's unacceptable. If I was the art director and somebody brought me this, I would fire them. You can't do that. You cannot have this little cutie face smiling down there.
That guy on the right looks like, dude.
Dude, did you see his balls? They were weird.
It's like he's at a fucking New Year's party with a hat on, all drunk.
Well,
that shit's weird.
Hey, what up, fools?
What's up, fucker?
That's right.
I don't know.
Scary, man.
Anyways, are we ready?
Let's get it.
I think we're ready. Let's get it.
What a great movie, and it's so sad that Brandon Lee was taken so early in his life, because you watch this and you're like, I'm ready to watch 8 to 10 more of these.
Right.
I'm waiting to see. Wouldn't that be awesome if he was just still alive and able to do, especially in the 90s? This movie is a great 90s action movie. It has everything you want. You're not coming to this for an Oscar performance. You're just not. Shout out to Powers Booth. He brought the heat.
Yep.
Yeah.
He did.
Right.
He subsidized everybody who might have been lacking. But man, from the end, like you mentioned, Gabe, it's an hour 35. So it gets to it.
That's the perfect length. That's the perfect length for an action movie. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours. You're pushing it, man.
Yeah. But it was an hour and 35 minutes. Man, it moved quick. It was fun to watch. Next thing you know, the credits are rolling. The shit was awesome. And this right here is the classic. You have two different cultures here. Southeast Asian there in Vietnam. Well, no. Let's go back before this. The cold open is of Brandon Lee doing this, like, what do you call it? Like trailing. Like it's him, but it's like 50 of him right behind him, falling right behind him. Right. And he's sparring some guys wearing all white. It's an all black background. He's doing some cool moves and shit. And like you hear the psh, psh, and all that stuff, but it echoes just like he's trailing. The sound echoes. And it's really cool. And then it says Brandon Lee rapid fire, and it zooms in on him, and he has like one fist clenched and the other hand's out like this, like doing a pose, almost like, I come in peace, but I'll fuck you up if I have to. Like it's
right.
it's showing you that he's a nice guy. He's not an asshole.
He is.
But he's showing you I'll fuck you up, but I'm also cool too.
Right.
And then these two guys, you got the Italian guys there in the suits, and then
I like the big lug. So the guy in the hat is Serrano, the chili pepper, and the other guy is Mama Luke. I don't know his name. He's just
he is the Italian version of the Chinese guy that he's standing next to. He always plays this big Italian oath.
Right.
Hey, boss, what do you want me to do, boss? He's always plays that guy. Good for him.
Right.
He found his niche, and he lived it to the fullest, just like the Chinese dude. Right, or we don't know. Is he Chinese? We don't even know. The surfer dude.
He's Californian. Right. That's all it is. I'm sorry. I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it.
And I don't want to be in your shoes, Sean. I don't want to have to unsee that or not be able to unsee it.
You can't.
Dude, I was like, and he was like, Bush. And I was like, whoa, dude, he was radical.
No,
dude,
he said
so
that. He goes,
dude.
He's like, I'm a professional martial artist. I mean, so like, I get to set. Do my thing. That's my go-to. And I was like, no.
no. He's like, I went in there and the director's like, dude, do this. And I was like, fuck. Dude. I was like, yeah, dude. No, I don't want him. You don't need speaks no English at all. But this starts off pretty quick with the action too. They get there, blah, blah, blah. They step off the boat. 26 fucking hours, Chang. 26 fucking hours. No, Chang is his right-hand man. What's this dude's name?
Is it Tao or Toe?
Tao. Tommy Tao.
Tommy Tao.
He's like fucking 26 hours, Tommy.
To Tommy Tong. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Classic.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, he's already complaining. He's 26 hours to fucking get her. He's coming from Chicago all the way to Vietnam. And he's greeting him. Oh, calls him Mr. Serrano. Hey, no, Mr. Serrano. Call me Tony. And I think this guy, he's an Italian guy. I can't remember his name in real life, but I think he's trying to be Italian.
I think his name in real life, I think I read it was Tony Pepperoni. I'm pretty sure.
No, that can't be right, Gabe. I'm not saying you're wrong, but that can't be right. But he has an Italian name.
I'm pretty sure it's Tony Pepperoni.
And his middle name.
I'm going to side with Gabe on this.
But I think he's trying to play an Italian. I don't think he really talks like that. He's just an Italian dude who is trying to play, the stereotypical mobster. It just felt like that to me. But they go and sit down, and then there's guys fighting with sticks. So you're already getting some action, like in the first 5 minutes. You got guys fighting and shit, and then he gets disrespected by Tony Serrano and Gabe, Sean in the crowd. The guy wasn't there with the poker visor taking all the money, but there were people yelling yelling out numbers like like they were yelling to somebody. So that further proves that in these fight sequences, there's always some older Asian gentleman taking money from 50 different people.
Disorganized gambling, just wads of cash in their hands.
But it has to work. We never get to see the payout after the fight, but it has to work because that guy is always there. Always.
Well, that guy, by the way, is incredibly rich because nobody is keeping track. He's like, no, I paid out.
No, you lost. I did.
Goes home rich.
Yes, I
did. So basically what's going on in this first scene is Tony Pepperoni comes here to Thailand to tell Tao, listen, you're going to have to give me a bigger percentage of the heroin business.
I'm hurting.
And Mr. Tao says, do not ask for something you can't take. Then gets up and beats the fucking brakes off of his own guys.
2 guys.
Yeah.
2 of them. Because he's showing him, because he tells him, and he was pretty cool in the beginning, but the guy was like, hey, let's go watch the fight. Like, I don't want to talk about business right now. So that pissed off Serrano because the camera kind of hangs on him for a minute. That pissed him off. Yep. So they go and sit down, and he tells them, look, man, I need this, And he says, I already supply you with heroin. What's the problem? It's good for everybody. I make money, you make money. He's like, yeah, but I really need help. And so he keeps kind of putting him off. Like he's telling him I need help. And he's like, hey, look at that bird over there. Like that kind of shit, just discounting what he's saying. It pisses him off. So then he ends up, and you can already tell that their culture is all based on respect and, being, acting properly. So for him to get pissed off and he knocks the fucking drinks off, I don't give a fuck who sees it. So he's disrespecting this guy. All his guys are around. You just disrespected him. So not only does he have to send a message to Tony Pepperoni, but he has to send a message to his guys that don't think, I'm any different because this dude's over here acting stupid. So, and when he sit down, he tells his guys in Vietnamese, he says, keep a watchful eye. Like, this dude's acting stupid. So he gets up, he fucking grabs a stick, bows to these two guys, fucks them up real quick. Then he walks back over to Serrano, and he holds the stick right in the middle so it balances in his hand. And he holds it for a second, and then he grabs it, and then he tells him in Sicilian, blah, blah, blah. And then the big oaf goes, hey, boss, what did he just say? And he goes, it's an old Sicilian proverb. It means don't ask for what you can't take. And then Serrano, looks down and fucking spits right at his feet. Like, fuck you. So that's it. In the world of drug dealers, you fucking spit in front of some guy like that.
I got a hold of the Blu-ray, the Criterion collection, actually, and there was cut scenes. And originally, the proverb that he said was if you're gonna hang out in a Thai jungle, put some Gold Bond on your nutsack. That's what he said originally.
Yeah.
And
but it didn't test well.
No, people got confused. Like, what is he worried about swamp ass? Is that what this movie's about?
Yeah, how long has Gold Bond been around for this?
Right, was Gold Bond even around in the 90s?
I have
brought up
yeah,
more
and I
questions
also
than
have some advice. Is if you're ever going to meet a mob boss in a foreign country that likely has no extradition treaty and people who would cut you open if you swallowed a nickel, generally speaking, play it cool and don't piss them off. That's just my general understanding.
You hear that, kids?
I'm sure if he snapped
bit of
his
advice.
fingers, if he snapped his fingers, all those guys would have pulled out machetes and chopped those Italian dudes up into sizable chunks. But I guess Tony Pepperoni didn't get the memo. He came out swinging hard with the disrespect. And so this guy showed him basically, you ain't getting shit. You can't take it from me, so you can't have it. Fuck off. And then next thing, we are cut to Brandon Lee, Los Angeles. For some reason, I guess he goes to the school. He's a college student.
He's going to art school in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and he's pulling up on a motorcycle, no helmet, leather jacket. Remember I said that, guys. All the leading guys in these movies always wear leather jackets.
Right.
Every time. Every action movie, the lead guy is going to wear a leather jacket.
Right. And he's pulled up to an Asian student rally where they're talking about the Chinese stuff, the Chinese government in Tiananmen Square and all the stuff that was just recent history. It was the late 80s, and this movie came out, in 92?
92.
Yeah, it was 2 years after. 2 years after Tiananmen Square. And let's just pause there for a second, too, because this is the kind of thing, it's amazing how far the entertainment we watch has come. We're talking about the evils of a dictatorial government that more or less bankrolled John Cena's most recent film on Netflix, which is to say, during the opening, they show a People's Republic icon, essentially, as part of the funders for this movie.
Wow.
It's amazing because this movie was dealing with some pretty heavy topics for a movie that hits all of the right action notes. It's freaking great, man. Great.
But do you think they would make a movie portraying China like this?
Oh,
I don't. You look at all the new movies, and it's all what's that? The H brothers or something like it. All the new movies have Chinese backers in them. There's no fucking way they would do this.
No,
and he's part Chinese.
Right.
Yep. And American born though. That's the thing. American born Chinese, and that's a lot of people don't really understand. That aspect of these kinds of films, that nobody knows how difficult those particular places are and has as much frustration with them as people who have escaped and come to this country for a better life. And I think they know that,
Right.
And there was no sympathy for the Chinese government to balance this in this movie. It wasn't like we shit on them a little bit, but then there's no China. No, it was all shitting on China in this movie. And it doesn't take over a lot of the movie. It's in the beginning just to kind of set the stage for who his dad was.
Just to show you they killed his father.
Yeah, just so you know his dad's been brutally murdered. Yeah. And the next scene, he's watching this guy. So it's the guy from
hold on, I wanted to address Rob. I'm sorry. Just
go ahead.
I guess I've been called out by Sly because he wants his headband back for the Rambo 7 movie.
Yeah.
When you talk to him, you
I'll
just
come
tell him,
get
you can have it back when I'm done. If you want it, you come get it. So,
tell him you come have it after I'm done wiping my ass with it.
No, I mean, I'm not going to be as diplomatic as you are. You tell that jock ass. Sorry, go ahead.
Brandon Clark, thank you for the $50 earlier, friend.
God bless
Fun
you.
fact, I was named after Brandon Lee. My dad was the third.
No.
Hundo. Wow.
Dude.
Yeah, that's the style that his father created.
Wow.
My childhood hero, man.
Yeah.
Freaking
Brandon Lee is
love
a
it.
superstar on this channel. We love him.
Damn right he
Yeah.
is.
Wow.
Great.
That's awesome.
And the guy that was on stage talking was the Asian dude from 21 Jump Street.
Right.
And I'm not talking.
His name was Harry Aoki on 21 Jump Street.
Yeah, and he's actually, I think he's Vietnamese. His name's like Tan or Tran or something, his last name.
Yeah.
But he was on the original 21 Jump Street, not this Jonah Hill, Channing Tatum bullshit they put out now, like the TV show on Fox. When Fox started, they had like a handful of shows, and 21 Jump Street was one of them. Dom DeLuise, his kid was on there, Holly Ross, Johnny Depp, and this dude here. But he's up on stage and he's talking. It's a protest. It's a demonstration, and he's talking about Tiananmen Square was 2 years ago. So this starts jogging his memory. He has a flashback of when his father died at Tiananmen Square. He was there, and you can already kind of get the air that, and as he says right here, he's all politics is bullshit, but you can just tell that he's not about it. Like before it shows you what happened to his dad, you can tell, you get the sense that he thinks this is bullshit. He doesn't agree with it. And then it shows that his dad was helping some woman who was crushed by this thing that fell over.
Some scaffolding fell on her, and then a tank ran him over.
Yeah, his dad went to help her. A Chinese soldier comes up and hits him with the butt of his rifle, knocks him, disorients him, and he's laying there, and then he gets ran over by a tank. And that really happened in Tiananmen Square, didn't it? There's that famous image of that person standing in front of the tank, and they got ran over.
The Chinese government says it didn't happen, but here in America, we're allowed to say it freely. So it did happen, and it was terrible.
Let me say,
And hold on one second.
Yeah, go please.
Rambo 7, fighting time. Hey, I got a Wheel of Jeopardy's on at 7 o'clock, so let's get the fight in before that, all right?
I gotta be in bed before the wheel.
Oh my god.
Fucking so fast, man. What a good guy.
God bless.
What were you gonna say, Sean?
No, I was gonna say back then, action movies talked about American exceptionalism and took it to places like diplomatic immunity. So it's the same thing. Like we used to actually take the side of freedom and liberty in our action movie. Which is odd.
What?
You
remember like 2 years ago, the Houston Rockets general manager got fired because he shit talked the CCP. And
all he did was he said something like, "Let's pray for the people of Hong Kong," hashtag Hong Kong or something. He didn't even say anything against the government. Yeah. And then LeBronica James was saying, "Oh, you shouldn't open your mouth about things you don't understand." Then you should never open your mouth.
Then he should be mute to LeBron James because he knows nothing. He knows shit about fuck, that guy. So Brandon Clark with another great thing here. Bruce Lee trained Jimmy, trained a guy named Gary Dill, trained my dad. Wow. Brandon, are you a dangerous man yourself?
Yeah, that's right. You must have some of that too. I'm sure your pop showed you a thing or two.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't like it, especially since his father was killed. And he talks about it a little bit. Yeah, Dustin Yin, thank you.
And then the other guy from 21, can't forget Richard Grieco.
But he wasn't an original cast member. I think he came maybe in the second season or something. But yeah, definitely.
I don't like Richard Grieco. And I'll tell you why. I don't like him at all. In high school, my wife told me she thought he was cute.
Oh, yeah, you're out of here.
Right.
That's how I am with John Travolta.
Peace.
My wife's a John Travolta fan, and fucking if I ever see him. But let's
don't worry, John Travolta is almost definitely not going to come between you and your mistress.
I don't gotta worry about that.
Almost 100% certain. That's not a concern.
Are you kidding though? But your wife thinks John Travolta's hot?
Well, she was a big fan of Grease and stuff growing up. She probably don't think he's hot now. I'm not gonna ask her. I don't want to judge.
I mean, he does have like his own Boeing 737. You can't really compete with that.
Well, I'm competing. I'm not worried about competing.
Your wife somewhere. If he flew your wife somewhere, would you be furious?
Yeah.
Just flew her though. He didn't, nothing funny. He just
First
flew
of
her.
all, if he
There
flew
are plenty
Jericho's-
other airplanes. There are plenty other airplanes in
If
the
he
world.
if he flew Jericho's wife somewhere, he would be like, "Hey, can you bring Jericho along too?" Like I'm just telling you,
No, if my wife
There's
gets on a
more-
plane with John Travolta,
than meets the eye.
keep her. Both of you stay
That's
gone.
right. Mm-hmm.
I would not be
That's how
happy
it
with
happens.
that. But he talks to this guy and he's trying to tell him, "Hey man, we're having a thing tonight. Why don't you come by and just say a few words? You know, you can get there'll be some donors there." And at least he's straight up with him. He's like, "Hey man, we need some money." And he even says that to him, "Dude, we need money. Just say some shit to him." And he's like, "No, man." He's like, "I think politics are bullshit." And they're saying this in Chinese, which is another cool thing about him. You know, he did speak Chinese in real life. So you're like, oh, this dude, he's well-rounded. You know what I mean? He speaks Chinese. He can whoop a little ass. He's an art student. So he basically tells him, fuck off. And so next scene, he's in this art class and they're painting a naked lady. She's naked only moments before. Nice bush.
That was my favorite class in college. I took it over and over, and not because I'm a perv, because literally, Shunt, you know that you're an art professor, an art student. You grow like bamboo when you take that class as an artist. You walk in that class.
I love that you added as an artist at the end of that.
Yeah,
you almost
grow.
protected yourself.
You walk
Let
in
me
at 3
say this.
p.m., you leave at 5 p.m., and you're like 5% better artist in one afternoon. It's just amazing what you learn looking at the human form, where this muscle tucks in, where this bone tucks in. But what just infuriated me in this scene, she comes up, she looks at his drawing, and it's a cool drawing of her, but he drew a dragon behind her or whatever. He's like, "Hey, you want it?" You know? And he's like, "Yeah, well, let's go on a date or whatever." He uses the drawing to flirt with her, and she's really flirting with him. And he takes the charcoal nude and rolls it up.
Well, he folded it in half first.
No,
He
but
rolled
no, Jericho, you got to understand, when you put charcoal on paper, you can't touch it. It'll smear. You have to spray it. They sell like a can of spray paint, but it's called fixative, right, Sean? It's fixative, and you spray your charcoal drawings, and then you can touch them. If you roll that thing up, fucking good luck when you unroll it. It's gonna look like it'll be a complete mess when you unroll it.
Yeah, it's basically like, imagine you've got a piece of paper and a beautiful sand painting on it, and someone's like, "That's beautiful," and you go, "Here."
It will be like, just like Shantha's right, just like that, or like you have a pizza and you just roll it up and go, "Here you go."
So this pizza looks good. You want? Yeah, you want it? Here, we fold it in half and then roll it up.
You're gonna unroll it. It's gonna look like dog shit. Oh, that bothered me so much as an artist.
Since we've covered a lot of things, I have to tell you one of my favorite stories from art school. Was meeting my wife at art school, of course. And I remember I was looking back on some old artwork from early on in our relationship, and I thought to myself, "Holy crap! I can't believe that you would pose for me back then."
Oh.
I was like, "That's pretty insane." And she looked me dead in the eye. God bless her. And she goes, "I knew what I was doing."
Oh.
She was like, "You didn't know, but I knew."
Yeah, you know. She's
Why did
wily,
you make
that
boobs
one.
so big? You're welcome.
Gotcha.
That's right. I was generous.
No,
No,
if you wanna draw life drawing, that's the class. You don't have to be in college. There's these things called the atelier, like an open workshop. If you live near bigger cities, you can find them. They're not cheap, but you can. Well, they're cheap if you do like a drop in. I think if you get a subscription, it's more. But you can usually drop into an atelier for like $15 or $20 for the night, and they'll have nude models for a few hours. And I am telling you, even if you can't draw right now, go to some of those, and you will just explode as an artist. I got so much better at drawing going to this. I remember, this poor girl. She posed for us for because the way they'll do the pose is like a 15-second pose just to get the gesture, right? You're just getting that gesture. Then like a 15, 30-second, 2-minute, 10-minute pose. And then at the end of class, you'll do the hour pose or whatever. Really try and draw. Yeah. This poor girl was holding like a pose. And if you lock your knees and kind of stand too long.
Don't do it.
This poor thing, nude, collapsed. Just fucking flat. And she was on like a little pedestal that the teacher had that was like 4 feet by 4 feet, like 2 feet off the ground. And she ate it, poor thing. But my teacher, veteran artist, great guy, he runs up and throws a robe on her. Because it is kind of humiliating to be sprawled out naked on the floor.
Damn embarrassing to fall flat down on the ground.
He threw the robe on her and then like, "Are you okay?" And she like woke up and it was terrible. So
Did he get under the robe with her when he threw it
no,
on, or just?
how dare you? He's my favorite professor. We were actually friends. How dare you?
Wondering. I just
How
wanted
dare
to
you?
know,
You didn't answer the question.
I will not answer this nonsense.
Like, do you have to draw, or can you just sit in there and kind of?
You just sit in there, breathe heavily.
It's like, you know, when you're auditing a hot yoga class. Am I right?
Oh,
Terrifying.
Well, I'm glad I asked. Thanks for answering my question.
Yeah, it sounds basically when Jericho is in a life drawing class, it's a little bit like No Holds Barred in terms of dialogue.
We have
Rufe, you see what she said earlier?
What'd she say earlier?
She said 5 hours. Here we come.
That's right.
I heard.
Don't
Brandon Lee.
Don't make me get Big Baby. She'll defend Grandpa.
Brandon Lee, he's a painfully good looking dude.
Right.
He had the total package, the looks, the moves, everything. He could act. We were talking earlier before we started. He definitely got better in The Crow, but I think The Crow demanded something different, demanded something more of him. But dude, he had everything. That's what adds to the shittiness of him not being here anymore. Is he had presence. It all. You could see
presence.
He was even doing some stuff that his dad did. He almost like he was doing kind of a shout out to his dad with some of the moves that he was doing in some of these scenes. I'll mention them when we get there. But dude, he was his dad, even better. He was. I was thinking about this last night. He was his dad. It's almost like his dad hooked up with a white lady, knowing what his son was going to be and knowing that he would be more palatable, I guess, for a mainstream audience, especially going through what he went through with the Green Hornet and all that kind of shit.
Right.
So, I mean, and maybe I'm totally wrong, but it just feels just because he has everything. There's nothing that he doesn't give you in an action star.
Dude, you're a Hollywood agent or whatever, and this kid walks into your office.
Yep.
You just see money. He's got
yes.
His acting in the first few movies is not bad, but it's not great. But by the time he's in The Crow, it's like, okay, he can act. This guy.
And you're acting in front of a camera. There's this, guys. There's so much shit you have to think about. And I want to say this too. Let's not rewrite the story of the American California-born Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was facing prejudice when he was learning Wing Chun and studying martial arts because he was a quarter Dutch.
Right.
So Bruce Lee himself was not pure Chinese, which is why you cannot find actors who are pure Chinese who look exactly like Bruce Lee, because he's got this totally American kind of quality to him, all-American guy, born in Oakland. And the thing about it is that with his son, Brandon, it's like Brandon had the acting chops, he had the skill, and he had his father's screen presence, man. Yeah. And you can't grow that in a lab. It's just magic, man. He was a movie star.
I would say more so. I would say he had more presence than his dad.
Hate that he's dead, man. Yeah, he should be here with us, reminiscing about all of his movies, for fuck's sake. Anyway, go ahead.
Real quick, honestly, who would pose naked for artwork nowadays? Aren't most people freaks now? Besides, what would you get as far as a model? Well, Arumafe at the University of Northern Colorado, I had the good fortune to have a professor who put little want ads up around the campus near where we had the life drawing class. And it was like a 4-story building where I had life drawing. We were on like the 3rd floor, and the room right above us, it was the arts school, the arts college. It was the dance classes were upstairs. So we would get 19, 20, 21-year-old dancers to be our life models. So
dancers are the best.
It was very
nowadays she'd have a dick though. You'd have to draw that.
That happened one time. The model came in the class, and it was just this guy, just an average-looking guy. And I forget, he was my friend in class, but we weren't friends. Like I knew him during class. A short black guy, I can't remember his name, but he was sitting next to me that day. And he's like, "Oh God, we got a guy." And then the guy sits for his pose on like a wooden stool, and he sits legs spread right at my friend that was complaining.
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
Twig and berries right at that guy, and I just laughed at him so hard. Like, that's what you get. That's what you get.
So, going to an art school with both men and women as students. Now I think there's 7 or 8 more options, but this was old school back in the day.
Back to those
One of the
two.
things I will tell you to our women in the chat, and I'm sure our women in the chat already know this. When an attractive woman would come in to model for the men in our classroom, we might talk about it later, but we were dead quiet. We were just trying to be as professional as we could be. When a man with certain qualities would pose, the girls in the classroom had no shame in their
Fucking
discussion.
savages.
I mean, they were just like, "Whoa!" Like, and you just go, "There it is, folks.
Come on, ladies.
There
Act
it
like you've
is."
been here. Act like you've seen one before, ladies.
I know how
Yep.
that is. Being an ultra
Yep.
handsome grandfather that I am.
Exactly, same thing. Same thing.
I can tell you the amount of, I can't even just go to the grocery. I get cat called all the time.
Yep. One of those.
Didn't he do a movie with Dolph Lundgren? Rob?
He sure did.
I'm gonna let this
Yes,
slide.
he did.
He did one of the greatest 90s movies of all time. With
Of all
Dolph Lundgren.
time.
Showdown in Little Tokyo.
Fucking
God
A.
bless.
Rob, do yourself a favor. Watch both Rapid Fire and Showdown in Little Tokyo.
Oh man, you better
Love
put down a tarp.
You will love them.
Put down a tarp before you watch those back to back.
They are some of the greatest 90s action movies. They are so 90s. It's amazing.
And this lady, she turns out to be a real fucking branch.
Right.
Turns out.
So the nude model, she's flirting with him. He rolls up that charcoal. He ruins it. And she invites him to
Immediately just drew it.
Oh, he just destroyed it. Oh, my God.
And see, as someone who's not an artist or anywhere near an artist, that totally fucking went over my head.
Right.
I didn't get the
this
cringe that you guys
is me
got.
being an art nerd about this. Actually, if you're going to roll that up, you should spray it first. You got to spray it all over the place.
Spray it, stupid.
Spray it with fixative.
Say it, don't spray it.
Dude.
But
Let me say
that doesn't even occur, to someone who's not of that world. And to someone who is, that's like, chalk, drawing 101.
You cannot do that.
Do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just like when I was in the radio or working at a radio station, as a listener, when you hear dead air, it's annoying. You're like, what the fuck? I want to hear something. But in radio, that is the cardinal sin. You shall not. I think it was the 11th commandment. You shall not have dead air. That you better get on there and hum or talk. You better do something. Dead air. Whew, you're gonna get a call from your PD in about 3, 2, 1, and it's not gonna be good. So I think that would be, I guess, the equivalent to, hey, don't fold up your freaking chalk.
Oh, you can't. It's getting everywhere. It's getting everywhere if you do that.
Oh man. But yeah,
even though she lures him somewhere, I'm just saying, I mean, you gotta sort of look at the positives.
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna be lured, get lured by
you
her.
caught me. Oh no.
Oh, no. Damn it. I've been lured.
So the original gangster from Thailand, Tao, he's talking to a local gangster named Chang, who I recognize from a million action movies also.
Yeah.
And they're talking about Serrano, and now the Italian guy, Serrano, wants all of Chang's share of the heroin trade here in Chicago and blah, blah, blah. And he's just warning him about Tao is warning Chang that Serrano might be difficult to deal with coming up here.
Yeah, he says keep on the lookout for the next few weeks.
Right. And then he gives him this ancient knife for some reason. I don't know why.
Because they're doing good. He says it's gonna be ahead of schedule by like 5 days or some shit. He tells them we're ahead of schedule. He says, hey, that's what I like to hear. And so I guess since things are going so well, and I think it's also because he just came from Thailand or whatever. It's kind of bringing him a gift from him. Yeah. Like bringing him a souvenir or some shit.
Right. Little does Chang know he got this at the duty-free shop at the Chicago airport.
Yeah, he's like, oh shit, where's duty free? Yeah, you got one of those.
And if you turn it on the side, the dragon scales come off.
I had a pen like that, man. Anyway,
I want to make pens like that. Gabe, I'm sorry. My humor is all horrendous and foul. But I still love you. Love is love.
Love is love. That's what they say.
But Chang is the guy. He's the store owner from Falling Down.
Whoa, we just saw him last week. Yeah. That's right.
He's such a great actor.
So he shows up and he's like, what the fuck is this? Like, she's inviting him. It's like someone says, yeah, let's go out. Meet me here. And you show up at somebody's house and they open the door and they're having a party. That's basically
Right.
what she did to him.
Yeah.
It's, all these hoity-toity people who are like at some art gallery, and she's like, oh, sorry, like my bad. And then here comes the little dude from the fucking speech. He's like, hey man, sorry, this is the only way I can get you here. Just we need some money. Just say a few words, man. Just tell him what you saw. And he's like, man, you fucking asshole. And so Chang comes up and he's like, oh, this is one of our donors. So he introduces him. He's like, so what's in it for you, Mr. Chang? He's like, helping the people, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I got to go. So he's pissed, understandably so. Like, what the fuck? I think we're going to go out and I'm eventually going to, get my Twinkie stinky and you bring me to this fucking place. And so he asks him to say a few words. And she's like, I'm so sorry, but I'll make it up to you. And she does like this sexy little walk, to the next room where the hors d'oeuvres are and shit. And when I saw that, I was like,
I say all is forgiven.
Yeah,
Can't we bridge the divide? Can't we heal wrongs?
He was like, babe, water under the fucking bridge. We are good. And when I saw that, I was like, that's great. And it's a shame that when we see these things, this is what we think about. But it was so great to see a woman using her femininity. She gave him the little walk with the hips. He don't even remember what she did. He don't remember.
As a wise man once said, a wiggle in her walk and a giggle in her talk.
That's it.
Right.
Ladies, were you wondering the way to a man's heart? He just gave it to you.
Right.
Bask in your femininity. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Can you
Show
imagine? Because I believe in technical knowledge over epistemological knowledge, and the difference is epistemological is book learning. It's just something.
Because I've never heard that word before.
And technical knowledge is like experience. Like I did it, therefore I know it because I know it from my experience. And as men, Jericho, Shunt, you are men. We will never know what it's like to just wiggle your butt at someone and then get what you want.
Never.
That's so easy. That's such an easier way.
Not Van Damme.
Yeah, there's only one man who can.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your
Dude, panties just turn to steam when he does that. But as you know, we've all been married for years and years. It doesn't matter, new relationship, been married for years. If your wife does that, you can't even it's that scene from Saving Private Ryan where they storm the beach and the dude, he's looking for his arm and shit. You can't even hear. You don't even know what's going on. You're just following that woman down the hallway. And It was so cool to see a woman enjoying her femininity, not like, why are you objectifying me? You're a woman. You're beautiful. Let's see that sway in those hips. And all is forgiven. Not only was what she did forgiven, anything in the future is forgiven.
Yeah, sure, she threw some hot grease on me, but shit's gonna happen when you're in love. Right. No, listen, this is the thing, guys. This is what it is. When I see this kind of thing, beauty is amazing, and the idea that there is something negative about a man noticing an attractive woman is the single stupidest concept that you have to do a high level of mental gymnastics to think that the guy is in control in that situation. Like, that is ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? That is like watching, I don't know, prime Arnold Schwarzenegger beating the shit out of a tiny guy in the middle of a parking lot and go, look at how what he's doing to Arnold. It's that level of fucking insanity.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Shut it.
No, it starts when you're, I don't know, very young. Some
In
boys.
utero.
Middle
Sorry,
school, you notice girls finally, like you notice them. And I hear from the older fellas, it never ends. Never ends.
And it's great because I love it. To be an admirer of the female form is something you don't ever want.
Now, here's how powerful it is. I heard a pastor saying this the other day. He said, this is how powerful the sexuality with women is towards men and making men stupid. In the Bible, it says, resist the devil and he will flee you. And then it says, if a woman is tempting you, you are to flee her. Think about that for a minute. like you got to get away. And another verse about being tempted by women, it says, can you take hot coals into your lap and not be burned?
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
Dude,
so,
I cracked my wife up today because she was scanning in some artwork for a coworker who's dabbling in art, and there was a nude figure in this collage of some, sexy woman. and she's like, "Oh God, don't let your don't let your kids see this." Now my kids are older teenagers, but my wife goes, like my husband, paints the nude female figure in his work quite often, so I don't think it's going to shock my kids. And I go, did you tell him how I paint them? And she goes, what do you mean? I go, with a roller. And she just started cackling. So I married the right woman, folks. That's the lesson
right.
there. Amen.
Man.
I don't get it. I love being an admirer of the female form. It's a beautiful thing.
Simply Green, better to live on the corner of a roof than share a house with a corpse. That is also in the Bible. It's literally a verse in the Bible. God himself telling you that if a woman is acting not nice, get away.
How terrible would that be to have this, to have the kind of woman where you're taking extra laps around the neighborhood before you fucking come home?
Oh my gosh! Right? Your home is in a respite because you have this uppity, defiant bitch at home. Oh
fuck!
Okay, but there's an exception to that on one level though, because sometimes I'm just lost. I getting
no way. My wife
taking laps around the neighborhood. They all look the same.
My wife's the greatest wife of all time. She is like a great first mate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're the captain and she's the first mate, and it's amazing.
But she's a pleasure to come home to. That's how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like before you turn that key and you got to gear yourself up for a battle or for a bitch session, man. Fuck no. No. Either that changes or my address does. Period.
I want to know those guys that are married to an old battle axe.
Fuck that.
How did you not see this when you were dating? How are you so stupid that you married this? I don't know.
I don't know how that doesn't end in an immediate.
Yeah, it should just filter right out. It should just filter them right out.
Like, what the fuck? No.
You got to have that conversation, where she's the one. In my wife's case, we knew we would get along because she looked me dead in the eye and she said, "You're like me, babe." And I was like, my God, like she's so right. And what is all this memorabilia?
You're like
you have in this basement.
Like, dude, what's all this Nazi memorabilia?
And what's this egg salad sandwich you have in this briefcase?
Man, why are we headed to the courthouse right now to fucking exchange nuptials, girl? You're the one.
It's kind of scary.
You're the one.
I mean, I guess the guys that got unlucky and married these horrible women and got divorced, the women probably, if I had to guess, just tricked them. They played all nice and sweetie, and then the ring went on, and then the lights all turned black, and then the red light came up from below, and they were just cackling and laughing.
But how long were they together? How long does she hold that facade up? Like, if you're together for a few years, the bitch is gonna come through. No matter what. Like, was there some shotgun shit? Like, you met her and a month later you're with her, you're married to her? Like, how long? How do you get fooled into that? The bitch is going to come through no matter what. After a certain amount of time, we're all, in that honeymoon period in the beginning, but eventually you're going to see that. And man, I got friends who deal with that shit. I'm just like, you're a fucking idiot.
Those kind of guys saying, "Oh, my wife won't let me." Like,
what?
Are you a little boy? Like,
man.
Oof.
Your wife is supposed to be a pleasure.
Face. She's just telling the truth. They overlook it because of sex.
What kind of sex are we talking here? Is she sucking it from the back or what? What's going on here? What the fuck? Like, that's just, man.
Oh, look at Legal Alien is giving his own testimony. Went from light to dark. Right? See, that's what I told you. It was all roses. He put the ring on, and then all the lights went out, and it started raining, and there was lightning. He's all, "What's going on?"
Dude.
And flipped on.
God.
Flipped on.
And then that was intentional. Then that must have been her plan to do that, to intentionally hide that until that happened. But that is so evil and deceitful, and to not have a peaceful sanctuary to come home to, that's a must.
Ugh.
We're fighting all day long. You can't come home to another battle. Fuck that.
I've been married over 26 years. You guys a long time too. I haven't done any modern dating, obviously. But I look out there, all those videos you see on Instagram and YouTube of all the stuff that's going on in the dating world today. Talking to my children who are 26 and 24, it looks like hell on earth.
Yeah,
it looks unrecognizable to me from when I was young and dating all that. It looks like complete insanity what's going on right now. And
yeah, but she's not there though. That's the whole thing, right? She's not there and he's not there. But that's the thing I always tell people. It's like, go where people are of quality are going to be. That's it. Like, you just gotta like, it's weird that so many people, as many people as are on social media, if you look at the numbers, it's not everybody.
Right.
And, you know, meeting people, and I know people who've met, you know, great people online. There's all these different ways of doing it, but you got to go, you know, at a certain point, you got to leave your house, and it's not virtual. You know, I'm just being real.
Yeah.
Like, people, the internet is not reality.
No.
Even close to it.
It's
This
a
is
funhouse
more
mirror.
real.
It's a fun house.
You know,
I would say this.
Go ahead.
This will make me sound old, but I kind of look down my nose at online dating, like Tinder and all that stuff. Now, I've never done it, but, you know, I get off my lawn. Maybe I sound like that. But to me, to the guys, not to the girls, whatever. I'm not a woman, so I don't really have advice for them. But to the guys, I'm like, what are you, a pussy? Go out of, like Shanta's just saying, go out of your house into real world. Go to the grocery store, go to the library, go to places where people are, and then ask a nice lady if she wants to, like, have some coffee or something. Like, get the hell off your phone, because I think, and I don't know because I didn't live it, epistemological, technical, but I think Twitter and Tinder and all that, I think it's cowardly as a man. I think you're not giving the woman the base respect of, hey, I'm going to properly ask you out on a date, not swiping or whatever nonsense they're doing.
You have to have balls,
right?
You know, you have to have balls to go out. I remember to this day, in great detail, the day that I asked my wife, or when we were, you know, I asked her to be my girlfriend. So you know, when we started dating, I remember that because you have to. You know, when a woman makes you feel like that, when you're in love with somebody or you want to be with them or whatever, there's a point where you gotta, you know, get your balls and ask, because every man doesn't look like fucking Brandon Lee. Every man's jawline doesn't cut light the way his does. So, you know, you're not gonna be beating them off with a stick. You're not gonna come home and there's a set of twins in your bed like, oh, you're home. So, you know, most men, you got to sack up and go do it, man. And what you do. When it works, it's not going to work all the time, but when it does, there's no greater feeling. And to get to know somebody and not just virtually and get all this stock fucking cropped, edited, you know, this huge sepia tone shit.
All this Tinder and Hinge and Bumbles and whatever they're doing, Grinder, none of it's real. It's all the internet. Everything's curated, photoshopped, faked, lied, you know, like, so nah, no thanks.
No, man, I have game for days, period. I've always had game, and I've always gone straight at things and said, hey, look, this is what it's about. And I remember hanging out with my girl back in the day, and she said to me, she's like, I love hanging out with you. You know, it's just like you and Jen, you know, like there's you can hang out, be friends, and there's no sexual tension. And I looked her dead in the eye, and I said, you and I are nothing. I said, I don't see you anything like I see Jen. Just stared at her. She was like, holy shit. And then she's like, well, I think I just want to be friends. We were hanging out. God knows what, I was off my nut, but she kept hanging around. And so I finally leaned in and I kissed her, and she's like, why did you just do that? And I said, you don't get the boyfriend without the boyfriend. Make up your mind. The next day she was like, we're here. Married. Done. Thank you. Peace.
There it is.
Thanks for coming out.
Yep.
Men don't even want to approach women now because TikTok has them believing all women are insane now. I guess, yeah. Social media is stupid. Social media is to socializing and relationships as Cheetos is to nutrition. Yep. You can eat it, but it ain't good for you. Gabe, sometimes that goes.
And look, Minnie's got the comment. I love it.
Dad, grinders for the gays. Oh, I know.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's for the.
Yeah, no,
you're just saying that you got to have a side hustle, Minnie.
If you're a guy and you're looking for another guy, you get off your phone and you head down to that bathhouse.
That's right.
You say hello.
You go to Hot Fruit and you talk to somebody face to face.
Get out there and you start sword fighting. Get out there.
Anyway,
start docking immediately.
Speaking of rapid fire,
get off of that shit and go meet a person in real life.
Yeah, go meet a broad.
Yeah.
Go meet a fucking broad.
Grindr is the official sponsor of Hot Fruit. That is true. That is
true.
Yeah. That shit's gross, man.
Right. It is a perfect name for that app, though. Grindr.
That's so
Grindr.
Oh.
Hey, you want to go somewhere and fucking grind, dude?
Hey, fool, you want to go watch a Raiders game after we're done grinding?
She's like, nah, I'd rather wash my dog's butthole, eh? Then go to a Raider game.
Legal Alien actually has actual advice. go to church. Yes, that's
Church.
higher percentage chance of finding a decent person. Yes.
Yes, that is
Strangely though, not guaranteed, but higher percentage.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's
Not
not guaranteed,
but maybe
better.
today it's probably even better because the numbers that are going. There was a time when, I tell you this, there was a time in the 90s, I remember, early 90s, late 80s, where, people would go and it was popular. It was popular to go to church. It was hip to go, like it was a social scene on a lot of levels, which is fine. But there were people who were there to be seen there, like is true with a lot of places. And I think nowadays, a lot of people that you're seeing who are doing this kind of stuff, look at what is that, the best advice you could ever give to your daughter that Randy Pausch had, God rest him. He said, ignore everything a man says and only look at what he does. And I think that's really true. Like, look at the quality of the person in terms of how they act. And so I think when something isn't popular, you see when people's principles really come out. You were talking about Howard Stern and not liking Howard Stern.
Oh,
yeah, it's because Howard Stern blows with the wind. You know what I mean? He blows with the wind. He changed his opinions on everything. When people look at me, it's like I've been, I have been known to evolve my opinion from time to time, but not on a lot of things. I'm the same. I'm the same person in terms of my principles that I've been by and large since I was a kid. Just certain things are not cool with me, man. It's the way it is. It's like fucking nuts.
No,
said, this woman could take me to the cleaners in this movie. If she wants to take everything, I mean, look, I'm a man. No, sorry.
So upstairs at the fundraiser, Tony Pepperoni's up there, Mr. Serrano, and he's here because he knows Chang is here. He's got a little of super famous actor, the villain with Dennis Rodman and Jean-Claude Van Damme in Double Team.
Yes.
What is
Mickey Rourke? Yes, I said the same thing when I was watching this.
Got a little Mickey Rourke in him, this guy. Yeah, a little bit.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. And so he has a face-off with Chang upstairs. Remember, Chang is the guy on the left here. He's a drug dealer, heroin dealer there in Chicago. And Serrano wants to move in on it per the story at the very beginning. They get into a big argument. Chang pulls out the ceremonial knife, throws it at him and misses. And then the inciting incident, as they say in screenwriting class, happens. That Serrano blasts Chang and kills him. And when he shoots through a window of this upstairs office, guess who sees it? None other than Brandon Lee sees it. And he looks right at Serrano, right in his eyes, right in his face, and then ducks because more bullets are coming. So then a crazy ass shootout starts in this warehouse.
You are crazy. Fuck.
Right.
Man, what took the police so long?
Bullshit.
Fully automatic. Everybody had fully automatic weapons. That's an MP5 right there, or MP5D, I believe. You got the MAC-10 Uzis, and I mean the police showed up, of course. But of course it was after everybody was dead and shit. But what the hell? Yeah. And this is in a nice part of town. This is a nice part of LA, and it's full on war in there. Nobody showed up. It was crazy, and it didn't go on too long. And it had some of these scenes, or some of the parts of this scene were in the trailer that used to come on TV to advertise it, like the part where the guy's coming downstairs and he kicks through there's like a railing and it has all these I don't know, like
spindles
in
on
it. Yeah, and he just kicks through like 10 of them to get this dude before he comes downstairs. He kicks through him and kicks him on his legs, and he falls off the rest of the stairs. And then right there, he does this thing where he pushes down the guy's like this, and he like pops him right there, and the gun goes up in the air, and he grabs it. But some of the moves that he was doing here were reminiscent of his dad.
Yeah.
And what it was also cool to see. I love it when, maybe not all the time, but most of the time, when the action star, it's effortless. Like nobody, no small time thug is giving him a problem. Of course, you got the final showdown. That's fine. But none of these henchmen are a problem for him. He's fucking all these dudes up badly. One of them gives him a little more of a fight than I think he really would have, but he's basically walking through these dudes, beating the shit out of them. The guy, when he was at the top of the stairs, he like beats this dude's ass and then kicks him on top of the dude who's coming up the stairs after him. I mean, he's just fucking these dudes up, and it's great to see. I love it.
Yeah.
And then he gets his motorcycle, drives through, and he ends up getting outside. It's pretty awesome.
Let me tell you, though, Gabe, that's a way you don't. You like. I don't want to survive that. Okay, If I get hit by a motorcycle and then driven through like furniture, like a counter, and hit every beam, I hope I'm dead on the other side because that shit's not going to be.
He fucked him up, and he was trying to get away on his bike, but then Serrano's henchmen were shooting at him, so that's why he had to ride back inside the building to get away from the fully automatic gunfire that was outside in the parking lot. And so one guy was there, and he's like trying his guns jamming, and he fucking boom takes him on the handlebars.
Hey, Tony, the gun don't work no more.
Hey, boss, it's jammed.
And so he
Get him, you idiot.
He drives his fucking Goomba through 28 panes of fucking glass. And fucking like throws him off and shit. And then he jumps through the window. Great motorcycle through the window scene.
Right. Awesome.
Giant, giant window, drives it right through, lands, kind of does a little spin out, and then now the police come. Now that 72 people are dead, 5,000 rounds have been fired. Now the police show up and they're putting the gun on him. Show us your fucking hands. He's like,
that's unrealistic.
What's going on in there? Like, what the
No, that was some unrealistic bullshit because I know that you guys have heard about, preferential. Yeah, by the way, that's a beautiful page.
Well, I want to show something real quick.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Oh,
but
we're talking about awesome motorcycle jumps. Here's a little snippet from Dean Cain, All-American Lawman. Go right now in the link in the chat and get this. If you want someone driving a motorcycle through an exploding tanker truck, we've got you covered.
Bam.
This is 80s and 90s action. Dean Cain, All-American Lawman, the all-new graphic novel. But this motorcycle scene reminded me of that. So, yeah,
guys,
go ahead.
It's some of the best artwork that I've seen in comics in a long time. It is gorgeous stuff. And it is, if some people have that gift of storytelling. So you've got an excellent writer in Gabe and Dean coming together on this story. But, and Gabe's already been proven his stuff was a writer with Truth Justice. But when you see this artwork, I learned from a master, my customato, for lack of a better way of putting it, Brian Stelfreeze with Action. This is some John Woo, absolutely incredible staging action. The stuff that Gabe has shown is amazing. If you're a fan of Dean Cain, if you're a fan of Gabe, if you're a fan of great comic book art, I would say if you've never bought a comic in your life, this is the one to buy. It will show you why comics are great.
You'll love it. You'll love it. Thank you, Sean. That's very kind of you. Brandon says, I'm going to have to order a reader copy since I got a signed copy coming. Oh, wow. Very cool. And for those of you that don't know, yes, I'm writing it, but Dean is collaborating with me on that. And Dean is a hell of a writer. Chuck Dixon, no less than Chuck Dixon himself, said that Dean wrote, in his opinion, the best episodes of Lois and Clark. I don't know if you guys know that, but Dean wrote episodes of that show. So
what does he know about anything? He went to Princeton. Oh, never
he's
mind.
smart. He went to Princeton. He's a smart kid. And Dean went to Princeton. Old man Dean Cain went to Princeton back when you had to be smart to get in, not just a diversity person, because he went back in the 80s, kids. The 80s, for those of you that don't know, was a long effing time ago. Right after the dinosaurs. So.
Immediately following, there were still dinosaur corpses on the ground in the 80s. That's how soon after it was.
Right. So anyway, awesome fight scene. Fun 90s style shootout. Japan Man makes a brief appearance right here, Jericho.
You reckon my Uzi?
Now, Japan Man, I got to ask you a question. In the 80s and 90s, the guns that they used, there was the MP5, the Uzi, the MAC-10, I think the Tech-9 was one too. What was your weapon of choice when you were playing a thug in these movies?
They were all so cool.
Did you have a favorite?
I reckon the Macatenu.
The Macatenu?
Macatan.
Oh, Macatan. Okay, I got you. Now, I'll let you go on this. What advantages did the Mac-10 have over the Uzi?
It was a smaller and more bullets inside here.
Okay. All right. Awesome. All right, Japan Man. We'll talk to you later.
Okay. All in the timing, gentlemen.
Hey, listen. Japan Man, he's a good dude. He's a friend of the show.
He's a great dude.
Hogan forgave him for that thing that happened at Passamania, but it's all good. It's all good. You know, Hogan, Japan Man, Big Baby, they had to sit down and they worked it out. Big Baby moderated. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say somebody had to keep those two from jumping across the table, and who better?
And my brilliant daughter, the champion of San Diego's roast battle, she's a stand-up comic. Minnie, I'll tell you, my daughter. She said she collects all the pictures for these movies, by the way. Says,
what up, Minnie?
She says, I purposely chose that picture of the guy with the gun, hoping Jericho would make a voice for it. Aruma Face trying to get it on the action. To make it tenny.
Make it tenny.
Japan Man, could you imagine if there was like a Mac 11 or a Mac 12?
How about a Macadonado? Take your Mecha 10 to Macadonado.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to harp on this because we've spoken about it a few times. Look at Brandon Lee here. How cool he looks. He's on the bike. He's doing all the kicking and the shooting. How handsome he is. That awesome gritty look on his face. If he wasn't killed by accident from the code, this guy, 10 more of these, at least like hit movies, right?
I think so.
I think he was right there. I do. I think he was right about to explode into superstardom. I think so.
Imagine some kind of Blade movie where he's partnered with some other character, and it was Brandon Lee. You know, and just so many action movies, and who just not just action. He had the looks and the chops to do other things. Maybe it'd be a rom-com Brandon Lee. Maybe he'd take, what's his name? Gerard Butler's place in the early 2000s. Like he could do anything, but the action movies, this dude, and I would have liked to see him like in his early 40s, where he has way more years of experience, not only in his martial arts, but in his acting, like to see him like 45-year-old Brandon Lee, just, still has a lot of youth, but a lot of experience as well. That would have been something.
Amen.
Now the Myers says Brad Pitt, Mr. Handsome himself, was his good buddy in the early 90s too, so he had the right friends too. I am 1,000% biased because Dean Cain, Superman, is a good friend of mine, but Dean Cain is also white and Asian. He's Japanese and white, and this gentleman here is Chinese and white. And I was telling Jared before the show, they could have been like brothers in a movie, in some martial arts action movie in the 90s. You know what? I don't want to go deep into this because this is not a good subject, but with AI and all that, I think these evil giant corporations are going to bring him and others back to life and make movies. Mm-hmm. I think they'll have enough money to get the laws passed and whatever, and like just, make a mockery of these people by just having them act quote unquote movies. Like, didn't they have Tupac like as a hologram of Coachella, right? Like rapping.
Sure did.
So I think we are literally just single-digit years away from having action movies, all genre of movies with John Wayne again, with whoever, fill in the actor that died. I think they're gonna do it. I think they'll get away with it. And I think it sucks. I think it's distasteful.
Leave it, but they're banking on people who are too young to know anything but what they're telling them. So. Those people weren't around. They were born in '94 when he died. So
look at this. Look what a rumor said. Yes, they're going to use Linus Cave. That's why Robin Williams had that band in his will. Oh, he had foresight. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. I feel so bad for the generation that's going to get this fake version of people that we really got to see.
Yep.
The Crow was from partially with early forms of AI. Yeah, they had to put his face in a couple shots.
Yeah.
And it isn't great, but it was 1994, so what do you want?
So that really sucks, man. Brandon Lee had so much left in the tank. Man, he would have made some good ass movies.
Yeah, he would have.
Man.
I think
and that's why you talk about this as the best movie. I knew you were going to go there, so I got to, say this. Here's one thing. We got to talk about the fact that the only reason that's a conversation is because of Powers Booth, because in The Crow, you've got Ernie Hudson, and you can't overstate his quality in that flick. Yeah. And I think Brandon vibed with some great actors. Powers Booth, like I'm willing to say that they're equal, those two movies, but man, he could play off of actors like Powers Booth and Ernie Hudson. These guys have got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's something special, man. I mean, Bruce never starred in a movie opposite of actors who were of that caliber. Never. And so I think it would have been, they were decent, but I don't think he would have held his own nearly as well as his son did. And with all due respect
No
to
way.
Bruce. Yeah.
No way. Yeah, I'm totally. His son was a better version of him, and I think Bruce Lee himself would probably be the first one to say that.
Yeah.
But his
That's
son,
That's one of the great things about fatherhood, or I guess just being a parent in general, is you want your kids to be better than you. That overjoys you. They're the only people in the world that you are like thrilled at the idea of them being way better than you. You know,
you'll do everything in your power to make that happen. And imagine if his father was still alive and we got to see they would have to do a Bruce Lee, Brandon Lee. That would be the greatest action movie ever made if they did that right, because the skill level on set would just be immeasurable. I mean, oh my goodness,
be beautiful.
There'd be so much cool shit.
Speaking of wanting your kids to do better than them, my wife, should I say, this is one of the worst things I've ever heard. She told me some story she saw on the news about a stepdad who married his stepdaughter once she turned 18. He left the mom, his wife, and married her daughter. And I was like, that isn't even like that. Literally, the word wicked, that's all I can think of when I heard that. That's actually
it just came up a little bit.
Beyond disgusting.
But you know what? Before you guys go, we're going to need to give you a vasectomy and you a hysterectomy, because you guys can't be making.
And we're going to need to give Shant a cyanide capsule. He's fucking
you can't. You people can't reproduce. I'm sorry. Humanity can't take that.
Yeah, so they're Jerry. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I fucking did it. As soon as he turned 18, man, I married her. We're in love. Fuck you, mama. I love him. I love him since the day I met him when I was 11 years old.
Oh, stop.
Fuck you, mama.
When I hear stuff like that, I'm just like, that's not true. But you know inside, you know it's true, but you're like, nah, that's not true.
I'm not saying that there should be a band of vigilantes roaming the country dispensing justice in situations like this. That's not what I'm saying. But if they did exist, I think we'd all put their names in the hat, right?
Yep. I'm there. I'm ready.
I don't know. That was one of the worst news stories I've ever heard.
Some people got to go, man.
Yeah.
Some people got to go.
That and the guy who hid in the women's porta potties for a few days so you get
look, that guy.
Seal it. Seal that porta potty. Put it in a trebuchet. All right.
And drop it from a plane.
You open the porta potty and fill it with cement, like it never happened. Like it
seal him in the bottom.
Happened.
Seal him in the bottom, and then put him in a trebuchet and fling him 1,000 feet in the air, 1,000 yards away. Because that dude is a special kind of disgusting.
Right. +5 Fist of the North Star right there. Holy crap. What if Mark Dacascos, the host of Iron Chef America, Dean Cain, and Brandon Lee in a film? That would be righteous.
Damn.
Dude. 3 great 90s martial artists. Remember how great Mark Dacascos is in Only the Strong.
Yeah.
You know, he's fantastic in that.
You know what? If Dean Cain, Mark Dacascos, and Brandon Lee were in a movie, you know what the title of that movie would be? It would be Wet. That's what it would be.
That's right.
The movie would
it'd be titled For the Ladies.
Right.
Called Wet.
Bring a towel, ladies.
That's what they treat it like the beach. Bring a towel.
Yeah,
it would be.
Speaking of that, every time you send a super chat, I'm in a bootylicious mood tonight. So here you go.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your.
That would be the first movie ever boycotted by all men.
And hold on, one more. Thank you.
You're welcome, ladies.
Yeah, it would be all guys outside of that movie picketing.
Now, guys,
removed from the theaters.
We are 2 hours into the show, and we are 10 minutes into the movie.
You know how we do.
Yeah, so
if you're here, you know, all right.
You know when you
hear it.
I told my wife, "Hey, this action movie is an hour and a half long. I don't think we'll go that late tonight."
So see you tomorrow.
I told my wife.
Tomorrow,
well, actually, I said I've updated my will. I got a show tonight. That's what I said. So, yeah.
Brandon Lee, the MCU. As long as they don't overdo the damn corny jokes.
Oh man.
Oh God.
It would be great in the right hands. That would be awesome if the Marvel universe was in the right hands to have somebody like him. Dude, come on.
24 hours. No, Captain Who. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream. No.
Dude, we can still bring it home. We can still pull back the controls of this airplane.
We can turn this ship around.
Sweet summer child. No, we can't.
Oh, hold on.
There, think about what you think about.
Now, I know he just got married recently. We gave him all that great husband advice, but look at this.
Yeah.
A boy has been doing work.
Yeah.
Right.
I know I'm late, but I have
Yeah.
my wife is pregnant. Any advice would be much appreciated. First of all, God bless. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
This is the greatest thing to ever happen in your life. There's nothing more important than your family, your wife, and your kids. This is the ultimate gift from God. Money, success, whatever, pales in comparison to your wife.
Yep.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
And we'll be back to the show
advice-wise,
in 2 hours.
we'll keep it short because we are really behind. Sean, Jericho, you got like 30, 40-second advice, just very basic advice.
Think about what you think about. Here's what you need to think about. All right, man. Congratulations. There are no amount of words that we can tell you to prepare you, and I mean that in the best way possible. You just have to experience it. Love. You love your wife. You love your parents. You love your family and friends. This is something else. Spend time with your wife. Go on walks. Watch movies. Whatever. Spend quality time with your wife. You have to build a foundation that can support the baby, because when the baby gets here, the baby don't give a damn what time you went to bed, what you got planned for tomorrow. The baby's gonna baby. So it's going to take a lot of attention, a lot of time, a lot of energy, and you want your relationship to survive that. So when you can return to each other, it's going to be weird. It's going to be a little weird because, you haven't really connected in a while, but you want to build a foundation that can withstand that. But man, there's no words. This is the greatest thing that's ever going to happen to you. You will never feel this way about another human being in your life.
Right.
Prepare to repeat yourself. That's all I got.
That's right. That's right, man. Yeah, and I'd say this. I told my daughter the other day, she was talking about, another comic book project I have that those of you guys who are channel members and have seen me on a couple of streams know about. And then, of course, Nosfero, which is coming together. And my daughter was talking to me, and I said to her, of all the stuff I've made, of all the artwork I've made and all the stuff that you see, you and your brother are the best things I've ever made. Period.
Yeah.
Full stop.
And it's not even close. Like one thing's going to piss you off is when you hear somebody say, "I'm a dog mom." No, you're not. You're a dog owner.
Every time I hear that, I picture the German suplex, just taking them over right into the mat.
Yeah, it's not even.
You're not
close,
a fucking
man.
dog mom. No, you're not. You're not. You're not a parent. Fuck off. I have a dog too. He's not my son.
And he's great. He's a great guy.
Right, you met my dog. He was awesome.
I talked with him for a few minutes.
It was funny. I walked by the room, Jericho standing, and Gene, that's my dog. He was just standing there. What was he? He was just staring at you, or licking your feet, or he was doing something.
No, he wasn't licking my feet. But
he likes to lick feet.
He was washing his paws in the swimming pool, and Jericho freaked out.
I was like, "Look, man, come here, Gene." No, we were
this
just
ain't my house, but damn it.
I would say he was a strong silent type. I was trying to bring him out of his show. It didn't work. But dogs are great, man. They're awesome, but they're no comparison to your child. 2 more things. Yeah. Congratulations to your wife. And what was the other one? I don't know, man. Congratulations to you both. It'll come to me later. It's a beautiful thing. Awesome. Enjoy.
Yep.
I'll say this.
Best job.
It's the ultimate opportunity to be the best version of you that you can be. You're going to have to sacrifice. You're going to have to love like no other, forgive, but you're going to have to lead.
Yep.
You are the man. Cars have one steering wheel, right? You're driving. Your wife's in the passenger seat. Maybe she looks at the map, whatever. But you're driving. Be a leader. And being a leader means the most important thing for a man in leadership is emotional regulation. It means you can have any emotion you want, but you don't fucking listen to it if it's telling you to do something rash, impulsive, evil, whatever. You just, okay, I have my feelings. I observe. I have them. But I always choose to do what's right. My grandpa told me, never get into a situation if you can't picture how you would get out of it. Think before you act and always do what's right. And this is forever. You are a father forever.
Yep. Okay? And it's great.
Stay married. Fight for your marriage. It's not going to be pleasant every day, but it'll be like anything else, what you make of it. It'll be beautiful if you make it beautiful. So.
Yep. And those nights where you haven't had a lot of sleep, the baby's crying, it's up. Just remember, you have everything you need inside of you. You just never needed it yet. You have no reason to tap into that parent DNA. Now you're a parent. You have it. You'll be fine. You will get through it. It's 2 against 1 for now.
Right. Okay. And last bit. Yes, that's a great thing you said, Jericho, that you have it inside you. I look at it this way. Look at it like a squirrel. Squirrel is an idiot. They raise their children. A bee. How big could a bee's brain be? Smaller than a grain of sand. They raise theirs. They feed them. They build a honeycomb. They make honey. They feed the little baby bees. They're morons, right? You can do it. Don't be like, I don't know. No, it's in you, Jericho. It is already in you. You know, you're ready for it. So it's a thrill and it's a blessing. All right, back to the show.
Back to the first 10 minutes of rapid fire.
Right. So motorcycle goes flying out the window. The cops show up. But Brandon Lee, he gets arrested because they don't know who's who, the cops.
Yeah.
So they haul him down. And since it's big drug dealers and a big shootout, it ain't just the normal police. It's the FBI. And
I think they take him to the station and the FBI show up there because when those guys walk in, those guys, and then again, love these images from the 80s and 90s. There's a guy standing in the hallway in the police station smoking, just standing there smoking right in the middle of everything. And then so the FBI agent, the black guy there, that's Screwface. Me don't know no Screwface.
That's him?
From Mark for Death. That's Basil Wallace.
Shit.
That's him.
All-time hero in movies. I said I want to grow up and be like Screwface.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, he told me that when I first met him. He says, I want to grow up and be like Screwface.
Screwface.
What was it? Hold on. What was that accent I just did?
I don't know.
What in the hell was that?
It's a new one.
That was terrible. That was brutal.
Yeah. When I was a kid, when I was in kindergarten, you know, one of the teachers, Mrs. Jenkins, gave me like a D on something, and I was like, I want Jenkins dead. I want a family, yeah. And if you don't kill her, then I will kill her. And then I will kill you. That's all I said.
That was
it was
perfect.
misinterpreted.
He was an intense child, Jerk. It was a very intense
that's scary. That would be the scariest thing possible to hear that coming from a child.
Right.
I
want Jenkins dead. I want the family dead. And if you can't kill her, I'm gonna kill her.
I told her. I said to her, you know, she's like, please. And I said, everybody want to go heaven. Nobody want to die.
And nobody want dead. It's your turn.
You know?
What do you say?
It's like,
you can tell us everybody must dead. It's your turn. Yeah. And that motherfucker on the left, he's the asshole captain for Bobby Duvall in Falling Down as well.
Right.
They probably showed up. He's like, hey, what's up, Mr. Chan? Hey, what's up? We were on the movie together. A lot of these dudes are in a lot of these movies, like the big Italian fucking Goomba that we mentioned before, and the Chinese dude who's a surfer dude or some shit that I'll never watch. But they're basically telling him, I won't. He's basically telling him he's an artist, right? So that comes back. It's a callback to that. He sketches a picture of Serrano pointing the shotgun at him, what he saw. And he's like, look in the damn books. He's like, he's not in the books. How do you know? And then that guy goes, hey, look. And he goes to grab it, and then Brandon Lee grabs his hand and fucking slams it down on the table because he like snatched the artwork out of his hand, the picture. And then the other guy shows up and says, look, that's Serrano. And so he's like, man, if I'm not under arrest, I'm out of here. He's like, no, you're not. This is some federal shit. He's a mob boss and drug trafficking and all. He's like, you ain't going nowhere. You're going to spend the weekend in Chicago. They're like first class, you know, nice hotel and shit. And then comes another iconic scene that you saw a lot in the 80s and the 90s is next scene cut to an airplane touching down. It hits the runway. That reminds me of Crocodile Dundee. That's another movie that happened. But a bunch of movies you see, you know, and it's usually, you know, hey, we're going to wherever, and then the plane touches down, and then they come down the street, and you can tell the camera's like on top of a building or something, and it's panning, it's following the car that Jake's riding in down the street, and then you see all these blocky, square, early 90s cars. I'm like, oh, give me all that. Give me the blocky cars. Give me the airplane touching down. Give me the, you know, the aloof Jake who's like, yeah, cool. I'm hanging out with you guys for 8 hours, you know, totally blowing off the serious situation he's in. And then this is, what's his character's name?
Powers Booth. And he is Mace Ryan or Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan Mace.
Good name.
Mace Ryan. What a fucking name that is. Name's
Right.
Ryan.
Yep.
Mace Ryan. And he's
isn't
the
in Hard to Kill? Isn't Steven Seagal like Mason
Storm?
Yeah,
Mason
so,
Storm. That's another one. You say that to a girl 3 times, she's pregnant.
right.
And so Powers Booth is the obsessive cop. Tao. I've been chasing Tao for 10 years. Everything's Tao. He's obsessed with this dude. I mean, rightfully so. He's a piece of shit, drug dealer and all that. But you can tell he's pretty obsessed about him. And another cool thing, they're in an old bowling alley. That's where their police.
It's such a cool place.
What the fuck?
It is.
The guys are like playing bowling and
special,
shit.
the
Yeah.
special police task force headed up by Mace Ryan. I think that's his name.
Yeah.
And he's got like really high level cops. He's got the intelligence, the pretty lady with the curly hair, the intelligence lady, and it's so cool that it's a bowling alley. I don't know why that's cool, but it is
because it shows
cool.
it shows that these guys are special. They're not your average cops. You know, they're not your patrolmen. They're not your regular detectives. Like you said, they're a special task force, so they get special toys, special fucking place to stay and have their shit. And one thing they had again in the 80s and 90s, this fucking movie is perfect. There's always, if they're dealing with a certain ethnic group, there's always a cop on the squad to kind of be the liaison or translate and shit, and that's who this guy is. The Asian dude sitting on the desk next to him. There's a scene coming up where him and Jake are like talking, they're speaking Chinese to each other. So he's kind of like like if they had to go to like Chinatown or some shit, he'd go and like translate or whatever. So you always saw those kind of guys in these fucking movies. But again, hour 35, so we're moving quick. This shit gets interesting fast.
Right.
And they're in Chicago. So Jake's flown in from Chicago or to Chicago. And that's where Powers Booth and his special task force are, that's their home base, Chicago PD. And something else I noticed in the next scene, if you go to the next one, Gabe, in this scene right here, you can't see it right now, but there's an older white lady walking in a dress, walking down the street. I was like, oh, Chicago, when old people could walk around and not be shot. And they must have filmed this, no bullshit, they had to film this in the summer because all he wears is tank tops and no shirts through this whole movie.
Right.
I meant to look that up, but it had to be like shot during summer or something because he's always
before Chicago went full Chirac. So
yes, really. You can see in the movie this older white lady is walking down the street behind him like do like nothing. I was like, you can't do that shit now. So they're at the safe house. This is where they are, in the safe house. And that guy back there, he was in the room with these guys when they brought Jake in after the shooting.
Right. So the feds want Jake Lowe, that's Brandon Lee, to come stay at a safe house and then testify in court that, yes, I saw Tony Pepperoni grease Chang. I saw him shoot him at that fundraiser thing with the kid from 21 Jump Street, the other guy. So that's why he's in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to stay in the safe house for 8 hours till they pass him on.
This is Chicago and Carl Winslow still walk the beat. Yeah.
That's right, man.
Oh, breaking my heart with that, dude.
Did I do that yet?
Keeping it safe, man.
That's right. From Steve Urkel.
What
It's a
happened?
rare condition.
That was
It's a
such
rare condition.
wholesome television.
Yeah.
It was just
was a
that
big
kind of
deal.
comedy. It's just silly. It's not dirty. It's just being silly. You
Yeah,
know?
it's a rare condition this day and age to read any good news on the newspaper page. It's love and
Don't sing it because I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go, man. We're doing a Brandon Lee movie. I'm barely hanging on.
so it's a loving condition of a rare design, and some people say it's even harder to find. But there must be some magic clue inside these gentle walls.
Dear God,
It was real love bursting out of every seam, and the day goes by. Anyway, guys, forget it.
It's wise words, man. You know?
sometimes
Dude,
it's
imagine being me and being in love with, and I know these things don't mix, but being in love with Die Hard at a young age, and then all of a sudden you find out that Al Powell has a family that he comes home to, and I get to spend my evenings with them, man. It was the best freaking show. It kills me, man.
And it was a spinoff from Perfect Strangers.
Right.
I know.
Harriet was the elevator lady or whatever. She worked in the
Harriet was
building
awesome.
where what's his name? Boris Pinchot.
Larry Appleton.
Yeah, and Balky Bartokomous.
Alki Bartokomous.
You
Yeah,
can't be
that's what it is.
serious. You cannot be serious.
And that's the building she worked in. So then this was a spinoff, and she like came home one day and they let her go or some shit, and that was like the first episode of Family Matters were the day she got fired from that job. But she found another one or some shit. But yeah, what a great wholesome show you could sit down and watch with the whole family. But this movie is not.
Real quick, Zippy the Unicorn, who's a hilarious improv comic. I've seen him here on YouTube for years. Kind of known him for a long time. Just somebody to say congratulations on Big Man Comics and the Dean Cain Extravaganza. Guys, the link is in the description. If you haven't backed it, go get Dean Cain, All-American Lawman right now. It's an amazing comic book from Superman himself, me, and a talented illustrator named Akeon. For information, I think Dean needs a hard-boiled unicorn sidekick. Dean and I were talking about that. Also, I'm available to do the audiobook narration. I will call you. Don't call me, I'll call you. And,
I'll call you.
That's a great one.
Zippy. Thank you.
Zippy the Unicorn.
So he goes inside and he there's like, yeah, come on in, Jake. And he's looking around like, oh, nice place, quipping. And then he says, he goes in the fridge and he's looking around. They're like, he's all, what are you doing, Jake? I'm hungry. We can order out for some Chinese if you like. Like they laugh and shit. A lot of and Serrano, what did he say in that scene? He's like, hey, some little chink kid saw me whack Chang. And when Chang is he's like, hurry up. He's like, give me your shipping manifest. And he's like, oh, so good boy. Like he's making fun of him so bad for me.
Who would ever do a voice like Japan Man or something like that?
Yeah, what an asshole. And he's like, oh, so good boy. And then, a lot of, he's not a fan of the Asian people in this movie.
No.
So these guys are being assholes.
Look, we already know. I'm not, I'm not judging us. We already know that this show is probably going to go 19 hours. And that's, I'm saying that with optimism. But there's a video, Gabe, that I've sent you that you got to upload to add to the mix. But more importantly, I just sent you a new overlay that couldn't be more on time. And I think it needs to be added with the Hulkster.
How did you send it to me? Email?
It's in the email. I think I sent it to you on the Grinder.
It's on the Grind app,
email.
Yeah. That's where you go to grind.
So check your email and you'll see a new overlay that's essential at this point.
How very interesting. How very interesting.
Oh, this is going to be fucking crazy.
It's
going to be like some Breakfast at Tiffany shit, right?
It's going to be good. It's up there.
Not exactly, but kind of.
Not exactly.
Kind of classier. Definitely classier.
Isn't that interesting? Let's see this.
Uh-huh.
Where did it go? It's taking a minute. Oh, there it is.
We keep it real here, folks. We keep it real.
It won't let me do it because it's a PNG. I think it needs to be a JPEG.
It does a PNG because the last one I sent you was. It might be too big though. Maybe it's the scale.
Story of my life.
Let's see. Yeah, let me check how big this PNG is. This isn't dead air. We're looking at a file, all right? We want to know.
You're looking at a file.
It's 600 kilobytes, 664 kilobytes. It's not too big.
That's a lot of kilobytes.
I get a lot of kilobytes. Gigabytes. My watch has 17 gigabytes of memory. I was dude, I wasn't a dork growing up, but I did a few dorky things occasionally. And my dad got me this watch at Walmart that had a calculator on it. And I thought it was cool, but I was like, 12.
The best thing ever.
Yeah, except the part was like beep, beep, beep. Every time I pushed the button, it was this loud, stupid beep.
Everybody knows the best watch in the world were those Transformer watches back in the day.
Dude, a Timex takes a lick and it keeps on ticking.
Hey, that's what she said.
Oh. These two guys are fucking crooked FBI agents.
Crooked as fuck.
They shot the other guy, the guy who was like, he was like, hey, I'm gonna see if the game's on. And then they shot him because he goes, he's in the kitchen and he's like, and this is another scene that there was in the previews. He's in the kitchen looking at cabinets and he goes, Pop-Tarts? Looks in the fridge. Oh, yeah. He's all, great. More Pop-Tarts. And then
hold on. What is your go-to Pop-Tart flavor minus strawberry?
Yeah, what other flavors?
Strawberry.
Okay, if you like that cinnamon one, you're going to have to talk. The cinnamon one's gross.
I didn't know they made other flavors other than strawberry.
Strawberry is the one. My wife does like the brown sugar one, but I mean, that's pretty obvious, don't you think?
Yeah, I get it.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, here he is.
Okay.
Japan Man, what did you think of the fight choreography in this scene?
It was okay.
All right.
I did a thinking after every day on a Saturday, I go to my favorite restaurant.
Oh, what is your favorite restaurant? What's it called?
Mika Donado.
What do you like to get there when you go to McDonald's?
A Bigger Macker and a fry. I take it outside and eat it at the playland in the kids.
Oh, you eat it in the play place?
Yeah.
Oh, have you ever been to Pasta Mania?
I kind of break away from a Mika Donado.
Oh. What if Pasta Mania started selling like a Big Mac, like an Italian style Big Mac?
Okay.
All right, I'll let the Hulkster know. Thank you for dropping by, Japan Man. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Sayonara.
So it's just us two, Gabe. Just us, man.
It's just us three, me, you, and Japan Man.
No longer 4 of us. It's just the 3 of us.
Oh shit, Mikamania, brother.
Brother. And it all started from an older Japanese lady. This is all her fault. It's all her fault. I told you guys this before. I was working at Trader Joe's. I was serving up some miso soup, and she tried it. And she goes, "Ew, this is a good." So at that moment, I was inspired.
Oh, yeah, yes, it is.
Okay.
Oh man. I wonder if Japan Man is not so good at driving. So
That's fucked up.
I'd like to ask him.
I'm gonna tell him
Well, next time I see him, I'm gonna ask him: does he risk it and go through the drive-through, or does he use common sense and just walk in, and go to the counter? So,
I don't know, man. You'll have to ask him. I don't know.
We'll find out, but we got to get to this fight scene.
Yeah.
Well, he's under the care of the FBI, who turn out to be a bunch of dirty rat traitors paid off by the mob to kill our boy, our very handsome guy, by the way, Brandon Lane.
How can you shoot that guy?
I think I need to take my shirt off to fight these guys.
But he's all sweaty and shit.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. This had to be like in the summer or something. And
it could be some of Arnold's patented goat scrotum baby oil.
It could be, but that's tough to get your hands on. You don't just waste that. And but the guys, they have these giant fucking like stereo knob fucking suppressors on their guns.
And they make that movie gun sound.
Yeah, that doesn't.
No gun on earth has ever made that sound.
But as a kid, I believed that so much, and then I grew up and I was like, "Oh man, it doesn't." So he says he's in the kitchen. These guys are in the living room, and so he says, "Hey, who else is testifying against Serrano?" And they go, "Nobody, Jake, especially you." And so they shoot the agent in the living room. And then Jake like peeks around the corner and sees, he's like, "Oh shit." And so he goes around the corner and he literally says, he stands there and he goes, "Oh shit." And then they start, "Come on, Jake, come out." And they shooting at him and shit. And so he's trying to find something and he opens the drawer and has a silverware. And so he throws the silverware in the dude's face and fucking grabs him and like throws him, does this like weird arm hold and fucking tosses his ass in the living room. So the guy loses his gun and he makes the mistake of standing up and going toe to toe with Brandon Lee. And in this scene, you can see he's like, he's fucking with him. He's like, he knows he's faster. He's not, again, that confidence. Right. He knows he's faster. He knows he's going to fuck this dude up. So he kind of like, fakes him out, fucking punches him. The dude turns around and then he kicks him in his fucking balls from the back so hard. He blows this dude's scrotum apart, right? So then he runs back because there's 2 of them. So he runs back to the kitchen. This guy's about to come through the door and he fucking boots the door first. Boots the guy, door slams the guy right in the face. And then he fucks that dude up, kicks him in the balls, goes back. The guy's like, "You broke my nose." And he goes back to try to go through the door and he kicks the door again. Boom! Fucking shatters the dude's nose. So he starts running down the hall, and the other guy kicked in the balls. He's out of the fight. He can't even get up. He's like trying to drag himself up against the cabinet. He's like, he couldn't even. He tells
him, "Hey, name your first retard, Jake." When he runs.
He goes, "I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to live."
He says, "Hey, put your hand right here, because I'm about to kick your balls up through your fucking mouth right now." He just
Shit.
wham. So
Yeah.
all he has left to face is this cop whose nose he fucking obliterated. So he runs down the hall. He goes in the bedroom and he swings up on into the closet again, showing his athleticism.
Right.
He swings up to the top of the closet. Then, and this is a question I have for you guys because I'm sure both of you probably know the answer to this. But he finds him in the room and he figures, oh, he's in the closet. So then the camera's inside the closet and you boom, pew, pew. Every time he shoots, there's a hole that goes in the door and a ray of light comes through. I mean, my son, I was watching it with him. He goes, "Oh, that's so cool. The light comes through." So every time he shoots, there's a ray of light that comes through, and Brandon Lee's off to the side, and the bullets miss him. But then you can see that that's a still frame, like that's a still picture of him. Why would they do that? Why not just have the squibs, boom, 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 have the light come through the door, and not have that obvious still picture?
When I saw that scene when he was hiding in the closet, I'll take your word for it. I didn't notice he was holding still because I was so busy looking at the dark closet door, getting holes in it, and I was theorizing, how do you do that? Since it's dark, you don't need to see details. Maybe the holes are already in the door and there's just tape on the door and you pull the tape off of each one. And then
maybe that's why it was a still frame.
Right. But maybe there's a little something sticky covering the hole and then you yank it off real fast and it looks like it's shooting. That was just my theory on how you can do it. I wonder why they would do a freeze frame up there, because what they wouldn't do is shoot real bullets through a door and film that. Why the fuck
Brandon, dude, stay off to the side, man. Don't fucking move.
Yeah, and with him, that ain't funny with him because of
I thought about that too.
They thought when they were making this movie, they thought this is Brandon Lee. Safety is paramount. What kind of assholes would play fast and loose with the life of Brandon Lee?
Right.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, we're good.
Fuck. Good night, Brandon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the very generous donation. And
thanks, man.
Look forward to serving you with awesome ISOM 3. You're going to get ISOM 2 soon. Truth, Justice, America Way. You're going to get that very soon. And what else? Oh, of course, Dean Cain, All-American Lawman. You can get that in the link in the chat right now, guys. It's going to be the best 80s, 90s action movie that you see right now in a graphic novel form. Just amazing. From Dean Cain, myself, and the great Akion. So here we go. So
the guys, again, but if you guys after the show, 9 hours from now, if you remember, rewatch that scene and you'll see it's a total still pic of him just there. Maybe like you said, they were just snatching the pieces of tape off, and coupled with the sound effects, it looks real. But I've always wondered why they did that.
Yeah.
So the guy's chasing him through the house. He's like running out of places to hide. He runs in the bathroom. He kicks that wrought iron thing over the window and breaks the glass, and then he reaches through. There's a patio out there, and he reaches through and grabs one of those long barbecue
barbecue forks.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's shooting holes. He's obviously shooting at the door handle, trying to get in, and what you gonna do? So the guy breaks through, turns around, gives him 10, 12 inches of that fucking fork right through his gut. And the guy's like, ugh. And then again, another ode to his father is, remember the scene in Enter the Dragon where he jumps in the air and he crushes O'Hara? He has this look on his face like he's almost sad that he had to do that. And it's the same thing here when the guy spins around and his back is to the window. Brandon Lee has that look like he's scared and didn't want to have to do this, but then he immediately kicks this motherfucker through that window so he can get out.
Wow.
The guy lands on the patio. He picks up the guy's gun. And then boom, 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 he's down the stairs. He jumps over the fence, and he happened to jump right in front of that intelligence lady who's because she tells Ryan that, hey, my guy at the airport just let me know this kid landed. He's with the feds. He's going to testify against Serrano. And they know, they're like, Chang died, so somebody's making a power move and shit. So he sends her there to try to get access to Jake from the feds. So he jumps over the fence. She's right there. Hey, freeze. Her face looks fucked up right there. She's much prettier than that.
She's much prettier than that look, but yes.
She looks like, you want to give me your gun or what? So,
it was an uncharitable pause.
It was.
Right. Real quick, Captain Hood, can't wait for ISOM 3. Thank you. I haven't gotten to work on it yet, but I think Cliff is like 20 pages into drawing. I think I'll start doing colors in just a few weeks here. I think after Eric July gets most of ISOM 2 shipped, I think that's when they'll start sending me pages of color. And also can't wait to see Yaira in that tight business skirt again. We will bring you gorgeous women in our comics. Guys, I'm not afraid of it. I'm just not afraid to do it at all. So I'm going to do it.
Yep. And so she has him at gunpoint, freeze, give me your gun. And he's trying to tell her, I didn't do anything. They're trying to kill me. So then Chicago PD pulls up. And they're telling her, drop your gun. She's like, I'm a police officer. Drop the gun, lady. Then come running around the corner, the other FBI agent, the one who had his nuts blown apart. He comes right out, FBI, that guy is a witness or whatever. And when they turn around to look at him, he does a slick move where he goes on the ground and kicks the gun out of her hand and then stands up and puts his gun to her. He goes, I didn't do anything. They're trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me. It's going to be all right. Put the gun down. And then he just pushes her and takes off running. And then that FBI agent, he just starts boom, 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 boom. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. There's 3 FBI agents in the house with him. One of them gets shot and killed by the 2 bad guys. One guy, he blows his nuts apart. The other guy gets stabbed in the stomach.
Yeah.
So that's the stab guy.
Is it?
Right?
No, there must have been 4.
Wait, go back. No, there's only 3.
Oh, we'll go back.
No. Okay.
Guy.
So that's the guy,
the broken nose guy.
He finally got up. That's the nuts blown apart guy. So
Oh,
he finally got up because he
he
couldn't
comes out
stand.
and says, he's all, stop right there! Stop! Put the gun down!
Please, please. Yeah, he nuts blown apart guy. He regains his bearings.
You come back here!
Unrealistic.
Yeah. Dude, he kicked this dude's balls up into his chest cavity. But he's fine. He's the one who takes the fork to the gut.
Field goal.
Look at this
Dude,
guy.
great
Captain Miller
wrinkle.
says, that cop looks like he goes to noise complaints at bachelorette parties. So, you got a complaint that you ladies are disturbing the peace. You have the right to remain sexy.
Then brings out his boombox.
Starts taking the show.
So nuts blown apart guy, he's the one who gets the barbecue fork to the gut. He regains his consciousness from getting his face kicked in. And so as soon as Jake starts running, he's boom, boom, boom. The cops are like, hold your fire. Like, what the fuck? So he's trying to kill him. He's working for Serrano. Right. So he's starts shooting him. That's another scene that was in the previews. He's running, like almost jumping these hurdles because they're shooting it like through this like support beam. Or I don't know how to explain it.
I think it's those elevated trains in Chicago. It's like the big steel girders that hold them up or something.
Yeah, and he's like jumping over it like a hurdle, and then he's running away, and then he gets away. But that's another scene from the preview. So this fucker starts talking with Serrano, so you find out he's a piece of shit. So he's a piece of shit. Those 2 agents who killed the other guy, they're a piece of shit. And he's working for the bad guys. You son of a bitch. And he's the one who's like, oh, Jake, you're going to go to Chicago, first class ticket. Testify, you'll be out of here. So he's a piece of shit from the jump. So there's the first one.
I do wonder why. This is like the most inefficient bad guy plan. Why take him all the way from LA to Chicago and kill him? Why not just kill him in LA as feds?
Exactly.
Actually, if I'm gonna criticize the plot, I need to use a nerd voice. Actually, it'd be a waste of resources to fly him all the way to Chicago. They could have easily killed him in South Central Los Angeles.
So easy. In these times of climate crisis, they shouldn't have wasted a flight on that airplane to ship that guy to Chicago.
Yeah, I just realized that the question I was positing was quite nerdy and nitpicky. I retract my question.
But they could have done that, and it would have been cool in LA too.
It would have been a short movie though if they killed him in LA.
It would have been
very, very short.
The plane flight was like 45 minutes of the film. We cut it out, but I mean it's 45 minutes of awkward conversation.
Drag it out. But Chicago is one of those lesser used cities. It's always LA and New York. I'd say San Francisco is probably next, and then Chicago. So it's one of those little used cities for an action movie.
What is the building in San Francisco that's like really tall and has like a bit of a pyramid on the top?
Oh, that's the Pan America building.
So yeah, I went there in 2009, and because of 9/11, you were not allowed to go upstairs. There was this dinky lobby, smaller than a 7-Eleven downstairs, with some pamphlets and like a video, and that was it. you couldn't pay to go up there anymore. It was so disappointing. It's like it could just like going to the fucking library to like learn about it or something. Ugh.
Yeah, it's cool. It has the point, and then you have Coit Tower and all that. There's some pretty good, some pretty iconic structures in California. It's just Transamerica building. Thank you. Oh, you know what? You know what? I last time I went to San Francisco, I saw that because we had a pretty nice hotel, and so we were near it, and I was like, oh, the Transamerica building, of course, San Francisco Transamerica building.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it is, the Transamerica building. But there's a lot of
it was a
iconic
building, but it identified as a railroad station.
Well, all the buildings there identify as something. All the buildings are non-binary, Ku Klux Trans for sure. But there are a lot of iconic buildings in San Francisco. They're just all covered in shit. That's all. That's the only difference. They're covered in human feces. So he's setting up. He's being told by Serrano's men, you get that kid here at this time, and you better fucking do it. You fuck this up again, I'll blow your house up. And he's being tapped. Their phones are being tapped by Ryan and his crew, but they're illegal. And then the Asian guy goes, "Man, if only." Right there, he goes, "Man, if only these taps were legal." Because they're admitting to everything. Yeah, we fucking killed this guy. We shot that guy in his fucking eyeball. We're gonna go deal drugs here. The shipments. They're giving them everything, but it's inadmissible because they're illegal taps. But at least they know where to show up. So that's what he's telling that agent, that double agent. He's like, "Hey man, you better do this right, or we're gonna fucking kill you." And then cut to, if you go back a couple, Gabe, where they're in the restaurant, that's where the phone call comes in, and he tells the guy, and right before he gets up, he's like, "I'm gonna," and these guys are all like fucking spaghetti, fucking pasta, linguine. They're all sucking this shit up. And he's like, "Man, I'm gonna have to fucking insure your stomach with the Lloyds of London." And he tells him, he waves him, he points with a knife, "Hey, go get the phone." And he goes, "Yeah." He tells him, "Oh, the kid got away." "What the fuck you mean he got away? You better do this right. You fuck this up again, I'm gonna blow your house up." And then he's like, "Who's that?" And he tells him, "It's fucking so-and-so. I didn't kill the kid." So they're setting Jake up again. "Meet me here at this time." And this is the FBI agent that he trusts. This is the one that brought him in and told him, "You're just gonna hang out in Chicago, no big deal." So he still trusts him. He doesn't know he's a piece of shit. And so he's gonna meet up with him later that night. And the Italian guys are gonna fucking whack this kid.
"You know where you never have to worry about getting whacked, brother? Hostamania. We don't allow mafiosos in my restaurant. I may be Italian, but I ain't that kind of Italian."
Fuck. I thought, so you know what it is? Hulk Hogan's getting cocky because that semolina, that fucking rigatoni, is
I
dwindling.
have almost sold all 1 million pounds of that rigatoni.
That's right, brother.
275,000 pounds.
Fuck yeah, brother. I'm happy, brother. I'm happier than a pig in shit, brother, because I came from 1.5 million pounds of that rigatoni, brother. Now I'm down under 500,000, brother. And you know what? In our restaurant, you won't get whacked, brother, but somebody might whack you off if you eat enough of this rigatoni, brother. Under the table, brother.
Now, you're an Italian man. Your real name's Terry Bollea. Do you think mafiosos ever frequent your establishment, Mr. Hogan?
They may have come in here and eaten some, brother, but I didn't know about it, brother. If I see you, if you're a mafioso and I see you in here, brother, we're going to have words outside next to that red and yellow Harley, brother.
Now, what if that Big Mama Luke, that guy that works for Tony Pepperoni, what if he got, he wanted to challenge you? Would you choke slam him? Would you come off the top rope? What would you do? How would you handle it?
That's fine, brother. He can challenge me all I want, but I don't have time, brother. I got 275,000 pounds of rigatoni to push out, brother. So I'd make it quick. I'd take my hand, dip it in a boiling pot of that red gravy, brother, and shove it all the way up his ass, brother, to my elbow, brother.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm giving him all 22-inch pythons all inside of his sphincter, brother.
Well, that is, it's tough, but it's fair. And that's what we like about you, Ron.
I stick my hand all the way up his ass, brother, and I manipulate his mouth. Oh, I fucked up. I shouldn't have come in here and mess with the Hulkster, brother.
You turn him into like an Italian Kermit the Frog is what you're saying.
Yeah, I turned him into an Italian meat puppet, brother. What you got to say about that, you fucking goomba?
I think message sent, and I like that you run a tight ship.
Then I pull those 24-inch pythons out, brother. I sanitize that arm because I got to get back in that kitchen, brother.
Why? I mean, you wouldn't want to turn him into a puppet and then be rolling meatballs with those same hands without washing them, right?
Nobody wants corn and peanuts in their meatballs, brother.
By special request only. I do agree with you. Nobody wants that. Okay. Well, thank you for letting us all know that it's a mafia-free zone at Pastamania, Tampa, Florida, Las Vegas, not at Raider Stadium, though, just on the Strip. And you're opening one more Pastamania location. Where is that?
I haven't decided yet, brother. Maybe I'll take it to the Big Apple, brother. I'll open a Pastamania in New York City, brother.
Wow. One can only dream. All right, man. Well, have a great night. Thank you for being our only but our best sponsor. Have a great night, Hulkster. Well, is it okay if we call you back if we need you for anything?
That's fine, brother. Just know this is the only restaurant that'll fill your belly and empty your balls, brother.
Oh, I love it. All right. Have a great night. Pastamania, Tampa, Vegas, coming soon to the Big Apple.
He's expanding, man. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, no, he's building an empire, man. He's just awesome, you know. So
I'd love to see it.
I think
we have a hand in his success.
Yeah, I didn't want to say while he was here, but I feel like the whole meat puppet thing, that's harsh, man. You know. So
well, he made it clear that he doesn't want mafioso, correct?
Right. Hey, I'm not stepping out of line of Pastamania. No, thank you.
Hey.
So,
but it sounds like if you put a dent in that rigatoni, you get a reward. He said he'll get under that table. Somebody will get under that table and stroke you off. So that's cool.
Is that a reward when you're out to dinner in public?
I mean, they got those big tables, you know, the big, the red. What's that pattern in the Italian restaurant? The square, the red and white.
The gingham, the red gingham.
Yeah, the gingham pattern, you know, tablecloths. Nobody can see anything. As long as your face isn't all contorted and shit when it's getting done, they won't.
Right. Yeah. That'd be a terrible time for the waitress to come up and ask what you'd like for dessert, you know? So
give me a second. I can't think straight. You're gonna have to come back in a minute, girl.
Hey, hold on. I just saw a great one in the chat.
Come in on Tuesday nights for our special stroganoff.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, but you know what? Not only am I thankful for him being our sponsor, and I'm happy for his success. He's a hustler, man. Remember, not too long ago, it was 1.5 million pounds.
Right.
And he's down to 275. So.
That's insane. That's insane,
crazy.
dude. He is moving that rigatoni.
Yeah, you know? He is.
Shant is talking to us from the other side.
I am.
He died on the show and ended up in the chat. My goodness.
Well, he lives on. Shant always lives on.
Not Champagne Jetty. No.
He's gone.
His name was Champagne Jetty. Well.
Hopefully he comes back. Really
Godspeed, good sir. Godspeed.
Hope he gathers himself and he comes back.
We'll get Nosferatu out for you, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't, we'll get together.
I'll learn how to forge your signature and sign all the signed editions for you.
We'll do our best, man.
Yeah, man.
Get you across the finish line.
Right, I'll do what I can. So where were we in this movie? This is such a fucking good 90s action.
Yep. So they're luring Jake, and then Ryan shows up because they were listening, and he says he pulls up, opens the door. Hey, kid. And then apparently he doesn't have a name because everybody refers to him as kid. Hey, fucking kid. Hey, kid. So he says, hey, kid, you want to live? Don't move. So then that's when the crooked FBI agent kind of literally steps out of the shadows and he says, freeze. And with a slick back, he don't look like a fucking FBI agent. It looks like a piece of shit. And so he pulls his gun, freeze. FBI, he's like, I'm a cop. And he's like, who is this guy, Jake? Who is this guy? I'm your friend. He's like, don't go with him, kid. Don't trust him. They're going to kill you. And then all of a sudden somebody, and then they always do this stupid shit. Like a guy steps out and has this fucking red dot on him and shit. And then Ryan is like, watch out, kid. Boom, boom. Hits that guy. And then he falls. His gun goes off because apparently when you get shot, your finger goes like this.
Right. It's the post-mortem finger spasm.
Everybody, it happens.
Everyone's heard of that.
So he falls, he's dead, and then all these guys come out. Boom, boom, boom. Even the big Goomba's there. I bet Serrano sent him to, make sure that, make sure everything goes according to plan.
It's such a great 90s scene. You got the FBI guy setting him up. You got Mace Ryan there to save him. In an alley, there's bad guys coming down the building. Italian guys, FBI guys, just crazy total shootout. And Mace has him jump in the car as he's speeding away. There's a part where he's hidden in like a bunch of trash. You see the cardboard behind him, and these two guys are just walking through all the trash in the alley, shooting shotgun blasts randomly in the trash.
Boom, boom, just blowing shit up.
He lunges at one of the guys and like steals 2 pistols from the guy and wastes the guy with his own guns.
Well, he has one because
he has one. That's right.
The one in his left, again, the guns of the 90s, the Berettas, the MP5s. Everybody has a fucking Beretta.
And
so
he made that face when he kicked the guy out the window and stuff. And one thing they talk about, like in the promotional material for this movie, if you read about it on Wikipedia, or I think some of the ads or the posters are somewhere, they sort of very subtly mention he's a pacifist because of what happened with his dad in China in Tiananmen Square and getting killed, that he hates politics and he hates violence, they say. But they don't really play it up in the movie, or I missed it. But there are these moments where he's like committing violence, but he doesn't want to. But he's doing
he's forced. He's forced into it. I think, again, like that scene where he stabs a guy with the barbecue fork, that look on his face, this look on his face, like he doesn't, I don't want to, I'm scared, but I'm not going to die. You're not going to kill me.
Right.
And that's what his dad did. So this scene right here, the gun in his left hand, the Beretta, is the one that he ran away with from the FBI agents. And so when that guy, he jumps up and grabs that guy's gun and pushes him away, and then boom, 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 both guns. And my son goes, Dad, that's 2 guns. That's cool. I was like, yeah, that's cool as shit, as a kid seeing this part. So he wastes this full, and then even the way he drops the guns, like he's scared, they just fall out of his hands.
Like I don't want these. Like,
he doesn't want to. In the beginning, like again, when I mentioned in the beginning how the way he posed, like his hand being out, it was very peaceful. Like, I don't want any trouble, but I have the capability to beat the shit out of you if I need to.
Right.
And he does that when necessary. So he gets in the car, classic. The bad guys are chasing him. They shoot out the back window like they always do. And then he gets to the end of the alley before it turns his car. So he's kind of like in a T position, gets out the shotgun. And as we all know, no vehicle can withstand a shotgun.
Right. The bad guy's car bumps, gets hit with the shotgun, and it bumps that gray car there and just explodes underneath.
Dude, he's killing.
Thank God in real life cars are not explosive like this.
Not that fucking volatile. But no, he started the flames with the shotgun. He aimed at the hood, and you see him look at the hood, raise the shotgun, and boom, hit the hood. So that causes an explosion. The hood goes flying. You can see the hood's missing. It goes flying off. Flames are shooting out, and then it slams into this car. I think he shoots it 1 or 2 more times, slams into the car, and then flips up. Boom! Fucking, they're out of here, and he drives them to the secret cool, not secret, but the cool bowling alley police station that they have. And so that's the one that he kicked the gun out of her hand, took her hostage for 30 seconds, and pushed her. So she's not looking too happy to see him. And another thing,
come on,
see that?
Oh, welcome back.
Sean, you're
back. Well, just in time for this frame. I just want to say this. She's looking not too happy, but she totally is, man. Listen, read between the lines, okay? There's subtext here. And that's
she's like, I'm mad at you, but I'm gonna suck your dick in 10 minutes.
I'm mad at how powerful you are.
Oh my God, I'm so mad at you. I could have you give me a spanking. I mean, never mind.
I mean, bukkake. I mean, I don't know what I mean. You know what? Look to the right. You see that soda can? Slice. You remember Slice?
Slice.
Yes.
Dude.
Damn it. Slice.
I forgot about that.
What the fuck happened to Slice?
Oh,
when Slice went, everything else went. That's what happened. Slice was the keystone, and then it all fucked up.
Yep. Slice, Zima, all that shit left us. Squeeze-Its, all that shit stayed in the 90s. But man, yeah, he's at the cool bowling alley police task force headquarters, and so he brings him in. Hey, Jake, this is so and so. This is so and so. She walks up, punches him in the stomach. We met. He's like, oh, and she's like, nah. He sits down. She's like, we met, you fucker. And he's like, whoa, what the hell? What the hell's going on here? Ooh. See, I don't mind.
Sprite.
I don't remember.
What's your soda? You see it and you're like, gross. Which one?
That would be Cherry Pepsi or Dr. Pepper.
When I used to eat whatever when I was young, I liked Pepsi better than Coke. Then I dieted correctly starting my early 30s. So you quit eating sugar, and then you taste a Pepsi or a Coke, and you're like, oh, it's like just like a sugar dish with a little bit of water poured in it. So Pepsi is disgusting. I used to love it when I was younger. So
No way. If you-
I don't know if you guys can tell, but from looking at me, but I don't have a least favorite soda.
No, if you drink Dr. Pepper, you smoke meth.
do you like Tab?
That's right.
Oh, Tab. I don't remember what Tab tastes like, but I remember Tab.
I don't even remember. Yeah.
But I remember
Was it for gay people or was that like just a joke? Tab.
I don't know.
That's what I always heard growing up. The Tab was a drink for gay dudes.
I remember
Oh, really?
Slice had an apple flavor, an apple soda.
Ooh, that
That
sounds
was
like that might be
shit.
good.
It was. Damn
Oh.
it, Slice.
See, I hate thinking
there
about
was
old snacks that they got rid of. That my favorite potato chip. I'm not a big potato chip guy, but they were in the '90s. There was jalapeno cheese crunch gators. Remember crunch? They were from Frito-Lay. They had like an alligator mascot, and they were ultra like kettle chips. They were super crunchy,
Mhm.
and they were the jalapeno crunch gators were amazing.
Remember
Do you guys
Bugles?
remember there was that really popular drink, and I forget which one it was, and then when they had to get rid of an ingredient in it, so they changed it to like a new version, and then they said they went back, but they didn't really go back. It's Robitussin.
Ah,
No, that's
Yeah.
that's not a beverage.
that's
That's not
Maybe
a
not
beverage,
here, but you know.
in Tennessee. In Tennessee, that's how they got. I was wrong. They weren't crunch gators. They were crunch taters.
Yeah,
Crunch taters. Mm.
Crunch
I remember
taters.
those.
I love me some crunch taters.
I remember those. Not the
Damn,
same-
take off that green shirt,
those.
girl. That's sorry. Go ahead. Well,
I want a soda so badly now. Oh,
Surge. I don't remember that one.
they never.
Oh, remember
Joe
Crystal
Pepsi.
Pepsi?
Crystal Pepsi. I've never had.
Yeah.
No, I had some
Oh.
once, and it was '92. We were going around in my uncle's RV, and they had some. It wasn't good.
Yeah, the clear Pepsi. Oh
Yeah,
man,
that's
90s,
right.
I love you.
First of all, why is it crocodile? First of all, in Espanol, it's cocodrilo. It's not crocodile.
Hey,
Hey,
that
that's
was
a cocodrilo. It's Mexicano.
the
That's-
slogan for those chips. Hey,
that's Jericho's car alarm. Hey,
hey,
hey.
don't do it. Don't do
Hey,
it, Booker.
are you tired of having fucking boring potato chips with your lunch? Have some crunch taters, vato. The official chips. These the official chips of the Raiders.
Hey, stop eating like a panocha. Eat some fucking crunch taters. They couldn't do that now. They'd be like, it's cultural appropriation. That fucking crocodile. It's insulting them. Shut the fuck up. It's a
Wait, if
fucking
he's a
cartoon
tater-
crocodile.
Wait, he's not a crocodile. He's an alligator because he's tater.
Oh, yeah, later, gator.
Right. So he's not a cocodrilo. It's not. I don't know how to say
That's
alligator in
true.
Spanish.
Gator. Gator. I don't know.
I have no
Gator?
idea.
That's how you say it in Spanish. Gator. You say gator, fool.
Hey, gators.
That's how you say it in Spanish. Gator. fool.
Here he is. These are, órale.
You no speak Spanish.
I blew it, dude.
Fuck, dude.
My
Hey, dude, before you finish my ice cream, put some fucking crunch taters on it, dude. That's my go-to.
That would actually be good. Spicy potato chips in your ice cream. That would actually be good.
Dude, so fucking stoned right now, dude. Fuck. Want some crunch tater ice cream, dude? Fuck yeah.
Oh. I think Ben and Jerry's whoever will not buy their stuff anymore because they hate this country.
Commie
They
piece
had
of
an ice
shit.
cream that had like little balls of potato chip crumbs, and they were covered in chocolate. It was delicious, whatever this ice cream was.
Delish.
See, and they fucked it up and took it away from you because they're dumbasses.
Right.
They took it from you.
They're like, we have to give back the land to indigenous peoples. And then that chief up there in Vermont is like, well,
you
why
could
don't
start
you
with
say that?
Yeah,
Your
you could-
headquarters is right on our land.
your headquarters is right on top of one of our cemeteries. So can we have that one back? Well, it's
Not like that. It's different.
No. Like,
I
I'm
was trying to
progressive
fuck
of convenience.
Right.
Go ahead,
Right.
sorry.
yeah, they had one flavor with little pieces of cut up band-aids in it, but that didn't last too long.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Dude, how disgusting is it when you're at the pool, like the community pool,
Oh.
and that Band-Aid goes
Out of
floating out?
here. Kids,
Fucking out of here.
we're out of here. This water's fucking contaminated. Ew.
It's so gross.
Disgusting.
Mm,
Oh.
So Band-Aid.
mm.
All right.
Mm.
So Mace Ryan and Jake Lowe
Yeah.
They look stoned in this picture. This is like a stoner comedy.
Dude.
Look at the vacant look in Jake's eyes, and then
Yeah.
Mace can't even keep his eyes open. He's so fucking baked right now.
Yep.
Should I pull over, dude? He's all, dude, we're not even driving, dude. Oh.
Dude, I think the car's driving itself, bro.
We're still in the
think we're already
parking
home.
lot. Dude, we're still in the parking lot.
I knew a guy in high school who got stoned out of his tree and microwaved a pizza. I think I told you this for like 40 minutes. Somehow did not burn the house down. Opened the microwave. There's a black hockey puck in there, and he fucking ate it anyway.
He's not, dude. I'm not gonna waste food, dude. Waste not, want not, dude. Fuck.
It's still good.
Fuck.
Man. It still tastes like pizza, like a little bit.
Dude, it's still gonna make a turd, bro. Fuck.
Oh, jeez.
My dad would always say that. Dad, what's your favorite food? Whatever makes a turd. He would always say.
It wasn't a picky fella.
No, not at all. My dad was the cut the mold off a cheese kind of guy, so he didn't give a shit. Yeah, he's great.
What you're saying is he loved America.
Yeah, my dad grew up extremely poor, so wasting food was not an option.
Yep.
At all.
I do not partake of the herb. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. Nothing like no mind altering. I don't do that. But I did tell my son a stoner thing. He told me, dude, that sounded like a stoner Joe Rogan thing. I said, it's a good thing that God made all the animals on earth. The only intelligent ones were us. Because if the other ones could think and talk and build and do, we'd just be a war constantly. Because the dogs would be like, fuck the people. They want to take the spores, but we want it. And then the giraffes are getting in on it, and the bears are getting mad as shit. The fish are trying to protest. We'd be at war constantly with animals. My son is like, definitely. Dad. My son's all, Dad, have you been smoking the hippie lettuce? I'm like, no, it's just a thought I had.
He's all, Dad, piss in this cup right now and seal it and write the date on it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this test.
So anyway, what Gabe's saying is he lies about not being a stoner. Is I think what we've learned.
Obviously.
Just because I have Cheech and Chong on DVD and eat a gallon of ice cream while I watch it does not mean
I'm a stoner.
What was I talking about, dude?
Oh, you are a stoner, dude.
Oh, bro, I blew it.
That was my go-to.
So in this scene, in the one before this one in the car, you're kind of getting some backstory on Jake Lowe. He's talking about, so let me guess. You're a cop and your job is important, but it's not a job, it's a cause, right? The cause is more important than anything because it's basically what his dad did to him. He's like, well, you married? Of course not, you're divorced. So he's basically telling Ryan that, because I know you, I know you're kind. You're all about the cause and you'll do whatever to defend that cause and help that cause and nobody else matters. And Ryan's kind of like, yeah, that's me. I'm you nailed it.
Guilty as charged.
So they're heading over to the agent's house who set him up. And so Jake is understandably not going to be happy.
I thought this was weird when Jake started tickling him when he came in the front door. I thought that was a bizarre choice.
Was weird. Weird choice. Yeah.
But he was mad because he set him up to be killed twice.
Right, but then he goes coochie coochie coo and he starts
that was fine. I mean, a little bit of that shit's fine, but the I got your nose shit was ridiculous.
And that went on for like 8 minutes with the nose thing.
Yep.
Then the FBI guy starts crying about his nose.
And then he goes,
he's like, how do you have it?
He's all, watch this, kid.
How did you get that quarter out of my ear? It doesn't make any sense.
They started laughing and they had popsicles and then they talked for a little bit and they left. But I think what really happened was as soon as he opened that door, Jake Lowe punched him in his face and knocked him to the ground and then picked him up, twisted his arm and threw him into that fucking china cabinet or whatever that thing, the curio cabinet, whatever that shit is.
Right.
Threw him in with glass and all. And it looked like that he did that stunt. Like
it was a good stunt. Yeah,
dude, he slammed it, and here comes his wife. He's like, it's fine. They just want to talk. It's fine.
I could be making this up, but I feel like there's subtext there where his wife comes in and she's alarmed, but not hysterical.
Yes.
So to me, it's like, oh, he's a bad guy. She's used to him having run-ins. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm making that up. They don't say that in the movie, but that's what I take away from this, that her husband is halfway into the third shelf of the curio cabinet, and she's like, oh, another Tuesday. You know, like what's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah, she wasn't like
It's a little
screaming. Like,
calm.
what the hell? She would have been screaming and crying. But he's like, no, honey, it's no. Go get one of the other curio cabinets in the garage. They got them lined up.
Yep.
Get some more knickknacks and repopulate this thing. We're gonna go talk. He's like, oh, they just want to talk, honey. That's all. They just want to talk. And so they take him in the other room and let him know, hey, motherfucker, we know what's up. So now you're gonna set something up for us. You're gonna call Serrano and tell him that you got Jake and you want to make a trade, but he has to be there personally to take the trade.
All right.
So he calls, and Serrano's like, yeah.
Hey, boss, it's that FBI guy. He's calling for you.
Hey, boss, that Fed's on the phone, boss.
And who's this guy with the long white hair? I like this guy. He's a fucking player. This guy.
He's a maniac, dude. He tries to kill Jake later.
Right.
He's like fucking. He's like they always have one of the older dudes he's older, but he's still like still a soldier or like a lieutenant. He's still getting blood on his hands. Yeah. So hey, boss. So he makes sets up the meeting.
Actually, Jericho, you just got called out for hate speech by Captain Aruno. Wow.
Wow.
Because the actor, Jericho, rude.
Yep, it's true.
You're right.
Would you like to apologize, Jericho?
No, but I'll call it the Asian cabinet. How about that?
Oh, okay.
I'll call it even worse.
Oriental.
I'll call it the Oriental cabinet. I was gonna say that.
Now, Japan man. We'll ask our resident Asian, Japan man.
Yeah.
Is it offensive to call it a China cabinet if Brandon Lee is part Chinese?
I don't care. We don't like a Chinese where I'm from here.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to lump you all together because you're both Asian.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. What would you call that cabinet if the actor was Japanese? Just wondering.
I would call it number one Asian cabinet.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll let you get back to your favorite restaurant, okay? But I'm telling you, you got to try Pasta Mania. They have a pretty good, they have their own kind of Big Mac there. It's pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, the wife, I said hello, and the kids, too. Give them my best.
God.
Bye.
Oh, God.
Japan, man. You never know when he's going to show up.
That dude's crazy.
Oh, Legal Alien wanted us to ask if he supersizes it over there. Supersizes it.
It's always a super size. We'd like to see you.
I tell you what I tell my wife. Back up a little bit.
It's a get her wrong.
Oh, fuck.
Right?
Japan, man. He's my new favorite guy.
Okay.
Anyway, the curio cabinet. We don't want to be offensive. It's not a China cabinet.
Dude, fucked him up.
Right.
Slammed him right into that thing, dude.
So I always love these scenes in like a heist movie or a crime movie where they're setting up the plan and they're telling you how it's going to work. So she's got a little map of that Italian restaurant or whatever it is that Serrano and his goons hang out at. She's got gunners on the roof. You can see cars, little Hot Wheels, and they're telling
Who
you.
made that?
I don't know. Some fourth grader made it for like his report. Yeah, some fourth grader like made it for a report on Chicagoland crime or something like that.
And they just took it.
Yeah. If you live in California, a lot of kids end up having to make a mission because we have all the Spanish missions.
Yep, I did.
Out of sugar cubes. That's a very common thing for children to do. At least I've seen a lot of that around here in California.
I did, let's see, in fourth grade, I did the Santa Cruz mission.
There you go.
That's what I did.
What I was obsessed with making in first and second grade was a mud volcano, putting baking soda in the bottom, and then pouring some vinegar in. And I love making how it would bubble out and simulating lava. I was obsessed with doing that for like a whole summer when I was like 6 or 7. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I said it has to be done. I did that shit too, man. That was the best.
My mom got me a chemistry set. I was all about that for a summer.
Yeah. Anyway, the lighting here, she's looking much better than that first picture we saw.
Uh-huh.
And he tells her, so you're going to go in there. We're going to have the crazy, we're going to have you set him up. The FBI guy's going to be wearing a wire. and blah blah blah. We're gonna get evidence on Serrano. We're gonna do, he's gonna think he's getting you and paying FBI guys some money, and then all these FBI and cops and special agents or whatever, not FBI, but just the special task force, they're gonna be there armed to the teeth. They're gonna save you and take out the Italian mafiosi.
Yep, don't even worry about it.
Right.
Yeah, ain't gonna be a problem.
And nothing will go wrong, is what she tells him.
Not at all.
Oh yeah, everything will be fine. Don't worry. What are you worried about?
They tell this guy he's wearing a wire. The shitbird, he's going to go in there and get Serrano to say some stuff on tape. And I am out of my photos for segment 1 of photos. Let me open the second one. It's intermission, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on.
That's right.
I'm opening.
We're now a third of the way through the
It's in your mission. What?
That is set 1 of 27 of the photos I have for this movie.
There you go.
Kidding. All right. So here's FBI guy and Jake Lowe walking across the street. A Fed and a Chinese boy walk across the street.
Across the street.
Sounds like the beginning of the world's worst joke. They head in.
Here we go.
Oh, we get the super like smarmy Italian talk, and he's patting him on the cheek and you and blah blah blah, and you get that awesome tension. Is like, do they know he's wearing a wire? Do they know it's a setup? And they pretty much don't know it at first. They're going along with the plan of trading Jake for the money to the FBI guy. They're getting everything on tape, and he fucking hates Jake. He hates all the trouble Jake has caused for him, and he gets brutal. Gives him a good couple whacks. I never said, did you guys catch this? When he's yelling at Jake at one point, he just bites his own finger. And then
because that's what I mean when I say that he's like he's Italian, but he's trying to play an Italian mobster, like biting fucking model, like he's biting his finger, like he's so fucking angry.
I thought he was biting his finger to pull the glove off, and then he doesn't pull it off. He's just biting his finger like a maniac.
Yeah, he was a little over the top.
Yeah,
I think, but we've seen worse.
We pay good money for them feds.
Yeah, we pay good money for them feds, yeah. But we've heard worse Italian American accents on this show,
like
bird.
Oh.
Yeah, he's too Italian.
Right.
And you're not. And again, this guy went to the Stone Cold School of Snipers because he has like. And number one, the sniper's not gonna fucking sit there and hold the rifle up. It's gonna be on a bipod or something. It's gonna be resting on something so he gets that a really clean, clear shot. So it's not shaking around or it's not moving.
Actually, he'd use a bipod. You have to do Slurpee voice when you give those technical things.
He's not going to have the barrel sticking out of the window like that. That's ludicrous. That's not going to happen. But then he says a weird thing here. Or not so much what he says is weird. It's the girl's reaction to what he said. He says, she's checking in, shoot her on the roof, check in, everybody check in. And he goes, Serrano has a religion. Just give me the word and I'll send him to meet his maker. And she goes, wait, no, hold, do not shoot. Hold your fire. Like he was about to go fucking boom and just shoot him. It was funny. She was like, hold your fire. Do not shoot. He was just saying.
Yeah, you haven't seen the prequel where he just takes everything as a go ahead. He just
as soon as I get up here.
No, damn it, Rodriguez. That's the fourth witness you killed this week.
Are you in position? Bang, bang, bang.
So maybe I missed the prequel. Maybe I didn't watch that. But the way she reacted was like, yeah, he's not saying I'm taking the shot.
That dude's a fucking maniac.
He was saying, let me know when I can take the shot. He was like, no, hold your fire.
I take my orders from a higher power. You're like me. Bang.
You're like me. You get it.
Dude, he has somebody else in his fucking ear talking to him.
Yeah.
Hey,
somebody way beyond you.
These two mooks right here. So he's gonna kill Jake. It's not good.
No, he's gonna fucking shoot him. But first, he has to deal with that fucker. And the magic word, or the word to make them come running in is, or the phrase is, nice doing business with you. And so he tells him, hey, I want you to do this. Promise no cops. Da da da. And You do it free for nothing. It says a favor. Oh, okay, Tony, because he wants to get the fuck out of there. He's like, hey, how come you do it for free? And he's like, well, I don't know. He's like, anytime a man doesn't want money, it's because he wants something else. He's sweating like a pig. Nice doing business with you. No, nice doing business with you. Yeah, nice doing business with you too. And he fucking, oh no, first he hugs him and he pats him on the back real hard and it fucks up the microphone.
Right, so the special agent cops, they can't hear the phrase that pays.
Yeah, they can't hear it. Yep. So he's like, nice doing business with you, but he already fucked his microphone up. So then he fucking he empties like the whole magazine into him. Like,
yeah, it's pretty wild. He just wasted. What kind of gun is that he has there?
That's a Uzi.
It's a
or some kind of barrel, like some different barrel on it or something, but it looks like a Uzi.
Yeah, he just wow.
And he fucking blasts him, and then he goes, stand him up straight, stand him up straight. And he tells him to pick Jake up off the floor. I'm like, well, why wouldn't you just shoot him on the floor? But anyway, tells him to stand him up straight, and he does. And he walks him over to the other side of the room. He's like, tell him to take his shot. Tell him to take his shot. Because he knows there's snipers out there. He's all, I cannot take the shot. I don't have the shot. And then so he goes over. He's going to shoot Jake. And then bam, 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 bam. The cops who are outside start shooting because they figure these fuckers aren't coming out. And the bad guys look outside and the cops are like walking around. He's like, hey, we got cops out here. And they just start shooting.
Right.
They start shooting the cops.
Wild shootout.
Yeah, the cops are shooting in the building. The bad guys are shooting outside, shooting toward the outside of the building. And when the shooting starts, Jake fucking punches this fool in the face, and he falls, and that's how his nose got all bloody. And then Jake jumps down to the first floor over like a railing or something, and starts kicking the shit out of whoever wants some on the first floor. And another scene where he not only shows his confidence in his abilities, but he's like making noise, like, you know, being animated, like wah and all that kind of shit. He throws a stick to a guy, and when guy goes to grab it, he like makes a face like haha, and then he fucking like starts beating his ass. So he's playing with these dudes. He's playing with them. He knows how good he is, and he's just kicking the shit out of them.
I think that guy right there is biting his own tongue. That looks terrible.
Yeah, it's like he's fucking clamping down on his tongue. That's what he does when he gets nervous. He bites through his tongue. And
these guys are fucked up. They're not right.
They're sick in the head, man. So the guy who has him with the shotgun to his throat in the next picture, there's another guy across the room who's going to shoot him. So he flips backwards behind that dude.
It's a badass move.
Yeah. So that guy takes the shot to the chest that he was going to get. And what an asshole to shoot a guy when your friend's holding with a shotgun. That spreads a little bit. He's probably going to shoot his fucking buddy too. But he flipped behind him, and then he gets shot, and then he fucking takes the shotgun. When he flips, he grabs the shotgun from the guy and then shoots the guy that shot at him. It's a really cool stunt that he did, man. He's just fucking these dudes up left and right, and they're spraying the car. The cops are sitting behind the cars. They're spraying him. A guy breaks out a fucking double 25 millimeter.
I think it's the old guy with the white mullet, the old badass.
Yes.
He's the one that breaks out the. Is that 25?
No. That's the double 25 millimeter. That's somebody else, because that guy you're referring to, he gets shot because he picks up a 45 because Jake like hits a bunch of them and they fall, and then he jumps over the railing. So that guy's laying on the ground. He grabs a 45 and he's a fucking kid, and he's going to shoot him, and then the sniper shoots him.
Oh, that's right.
He's dead on the second floor. That's another old guy. I guess they had multiple old guys. But the old guy downstairs, he takes the cover off of this double 25 millimeter and just fucking starts spraying. Shoots a female cop because she's standing up in the open for some reason.
She was a diversity hire. She didn't really
well, she was going to pull her tits out to distract him. And he was like, fuck those tits.
Hey, joke's on you. I'm a complete gay lord.
Hey, I'm a queer. Fucking.
I'll see you with hot fruit.
Should have had a dick. Boom. Fucking shoots her. And
that's going to be a ringtone. Somebody's gonna have.
If only you had a prick. Yeah, it didn't end well for her. She got shot up, and so he's slowly taking out all the guys inside the room. He shoots a few of them in the back. He's beating the shit out of some of them, and he squares off against that big Goomba. Hey, you want me to kill him, boss? So he's like, kill that fucking kid. And so he squares off with Brandon Lee, and he does the classic, picks him up, slams him on the bar, runs him down the length of the bar through all the glasses and shit. And then Jake, he does a cool move where he's hitting the guy and it's not doing anything. He punches him 3 or 4 times. He just spits a bunch of blood out of his mouth, and that's when he grabs him. So he's like, all right, that's not going to work. So then he goes to like knees and kicks to the legs and shit. He changes his tactics, and he flips. He grabs him and flips over him, and he's standing like under this thing, under this. Like,
well, it's where the bar where all the alcohol is. There's like an overhang thing over it.
Yeah,
where I think it's like the second floor, or at least a little bit of a landing.
And somebody shot one of the support beams with a shotgun, so it kind of splintered it, so it weakened it. So what he does is he kicks him, but he kicks him in his far shoulder, so it carries him a certain direction. Like he doesn't just kick him willy-nilly. He kicks him in a place where the momentum's going to carry him further under this overhang, and then he just runs and like football tackles that weakened beam, and it collapses on the fucking Goomba. But it was cool because I never noticed that when I was younger, but watching it last night, I was like, that was a specific spot that he wanted to kick him in to make him do what he wanted him to do. And so he fucks that dude up, and then so he shoots the other guys, grabs some guy's Uzi, or grabs the guy's arm, shoots him, uses his hand to shoot everybody, then fucks him up, and then it's just him and Serrano. And you see here,
you guys remember, you've seen this way more than me. I've only seen this movie twice. He tells him something here that Serrano already told him.
He tells him the same thing that he told the agent. He goes, he offers him, he goes, hey, you could take that briefcase full of money, what I gave him. And there you go. And he goes, I don't want it. And he goes, it's 25 grand. What the fuck's wrong? Oh, okay. All right, kid. I'll give you all the money you want. You didn't hear nothing. You didn't see nothing. I'll give you all the money you want. And he goes, well, Tony, when somebody doesn't want money, it means he wants something else. You're sweating like a pig. And then he goes, and he tightens his tie up and chokes him a little bit. And he goes, not the face. And he fucking boom, gives him 2 straight punches to the face, and then bam, hits him with the elbow, and you see the blood from his face on his fucking elbow. That was pretty cool. And then he drags him outside. Dude's leaking from his
Look at him. He fucked him up.
Yeah.
Enrico, this is Rapid Fire from 1992.
Brandon Lee.
Late great Brandon Lee, son of Bruce Lee, gone away too soon. If you haven't seen it, Enrico, you'll love it. It's classic 90s action. It's so good. It's an hour and a half.
Everything.
Fight. It's awesome.
Everything. And so he takes him outside, fucking throws him on the ground right in front of Ryan. And fucking Serrano goes, hey, can you give me a hand? And he goes, fuck you, piece of shit. And he's like, get him out of here. He's like, get this piece of shit out of here. So he goes up to him and what does he tell him? He's like basically giving him shit. He's like, oh, nice plan, Lieutenant. You're supposed to get me out of there, basically. He's like, hey, fucking, what do you want me to do? I'm fucking out here, they fucking shooting. And he goes, your little war. He says something about, what you're doing, your war. He's like, at what cost? What's the cost of this war? And he goes, whatever it takes. Basically saying, fuck you. I don't care that I risked your life. You're
right, because he finds out that the whole meet and greet and whatever with Serrano was unnecessary for some reason.
Yeah, because he's holding a tape recorder.
Oh, because he had it all on tape. Yeah, the confession.
Yeah.
So Jake Lowe, Brandon Lee, just decks Mace Riley.
Yeah.
He just floors him with a right hook.
He's also, you didn't even need to do this. You had the tape already. He's all, I needed you, kid. And that's where he says, whatever it takes. And then he just bam, drops him. And then the Asian guy goes to him and he fucking knocks his hand away and points at him like, hey, motherfucker, you'll get it too if you keep fucking around. And he just walks off. And so she's after him, Jake, hold on, wait. And he's walking. He's like, I think I've had enough of police protection.
Jake, it's a 90s movie and we haven't boned yet to like a guitar and the saxophone instrument.
Jake, we gotta fuck. He's like, all right.
How did you guys know what I was screaming at the TV? Never mind. Let's just continue.
Jake, you gotta fuck her, Jake. So
I was like, I bought this Blu-ray for nothing. Nothing.
Didn't even.
Jake, we have to have a tasteful love scene.
By the way, listen, I'm all for certain types of scenes, okay? But that has to be one of the most hardcore sax scenes I've ever seen. Emphasis on saxophone. When that saxophone came on, my freaking hair, my hat blew off. That was seriously, dude. Keep it clean.
Yeah, it sax a little, and help me find my way? Like, it was a good song. Like, that song could have been on the charts. And so they're fucking. She's kissing his six pack.
Find my way. Yeah.
And all that. And she, the love song, because there's always the ballad, that they're making love to. And it's intercut between them having sex and Ryan going to bust Tao because he heard that the drugs are at his laundromat service. So it goes to the raid, back to them, and to the raid and shit. And you get a little bit of titty, which is cool. And then at the laundromat, they're not finding anything. It's a bust. Tao is right there chilling. He's not even worried. They're they're grabbing sheets and slamming them down. Fuck, we can't find it. So the bust was all for naught. There's no drugs as far as they know.
But they cut back, though, to the apartment, and there's a bust.
Well, but when it wasn't like a drug bust, it was a nut bust. That's different.
Gotcha.
That's different.
Gotcha.
It is a good scene. It's funny that it's during the sex scene and then Mace, Ryan, and the crew trying to bust the laundromat drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
It is actually really well done from a storytelling standpoint to have that music montage and you're kind of moving the story forward with this hit from Hardline. Come on.
Yeah, there it is.
Glow jams.
You wouldn't want to lay your lady down to that one? Hold on, I found the chorus. Hold on. Right?
Yeah,
He's so much better. Here it comes.
You can't find my way. That's what it is.
Damn right.
Come on.
I'm at the skating rink, and it's happening.
Just Stan Bush singing it. No, but there's a new movie from a German director called The Last Kumite. They just finished filming it about 2 months ago, and it is an 80s, 90s Kumite, like Bloodsport. My friend, he's a friend of mine actually now, the Viking Samurai. He's got a great YouTube channel that's all about these kind of movies. He's in that movie, Viking Samurai. And Stan Bush has done 2 songs for that movie. I cannot wait to see that movie.
He did great in the original Bloodsport. Those songs were good. Some songs were better than some parts of the damn movie. And just like those in this movie, this song that they were making love to could have been on the charts. Like, they were really good songs. But yeah, it's intercut.
What would be the worst kind of music to get frisky with your woman with?
Probably like polka music or something like that. That's not gonna keep the blood downstairs, if you know what I mean.
I don't listen to the music when I'm working. No.
Silence.
He's just listening to like a book on tape about auto repair of a 97 Honda Civic.
Yeah, baby,
No.
Hold on, baby. Let's get into the carburetor. This is the carburetor.
Now,
Hold on.
as an owner of a Honda Civic,
I try to stay focused and picture my favorite headshots from action movies.
Babe, turn it to the part with the carburetor.
Yeah, good stuff. It's beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
Good shit. And it no drugs are found, so Ryan's all pissed off.
He's like humiliated, and Tao's just laughing at him like, haha, the information you had that all the heroin was going to be at my laundromat was bullshit.
And he's standing on an upper level, like on a catwalk, and he's looking down at Ryan like, haha, you fucking idiot. So they transfer Tony Serrano to the jail, and he jokes with the guard who's walking him to a cell. They stop at the door, and he goes, after you. He's like, no, after you, Mr. Serrano. And so who do they send? Fucking Fu Manchu surfer dude.
Right. It's Al Long, and he's holding it's so awesome. He's holding up a ninja star, and Serrano's pleading for his life against a ninja star.
And he even twirls it. He twirls it between his fingers. Like, yeah, you piece of shit. So he throws you can see the star in his neck.
Yeah.
Fucking couple of knives in the chest.
Hey, that knife is the ceremonial knife.
Yeah, but how did he get
on the left, the white one?
That's because Chang threw it at Serrano.
Right.
So he would have had to recover it from the crime scene. Maybe he did. Maybe he did to like show like, this is for Chang or whatever. Right. Here, motherfucker, I'm gonna stick this in your chest. And so Serrano's out of the picture. He's no more.
I think if you had to be stabbed to death, the coolest way would be with a ninja star, I guess.
To the neck, to the fucking jugular.
He died here?
Yeah, he's gone.
I thought he might be okay. I mean, I didn't watch to the end, but I mean,
His eyes are open. He might still be alive.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he almost looks alive.
Except for all the blood coming out of his neck.
One in the
That's
neck,
also true.
2 in the nips, 1 in the neck.
And
Look, I'm
as
not
a
a
kid,
doctor.
what was cooler than the fucking Ninja Star, man?
Nothing
That
was
was the
cooler.
shit.
I remember being 7 years old. My grandfather owned a tortilla factory when I was growing up. He owned it from 1954 to 1994, 50 years, a Mexican restaurant tortilla factory. And I would ride with him around Colorado and southern Wyoming to deliver tortillas all over when I was little. And he would stop at this pawn shop in Cheyenne, Wyoming. They had Ninja Stars. They had all kinds of shit. I remember they had Ninja Stars behind the counter. And I always wanted them, and I was not allowed to buy them. So
Yeah, that shit sucks.
I guess,
Yeah, we
I
had a lot
guess
of
my
Ninja
grandpa
Stars.
saved me from being a super nerd.
Dude, we had a lot of Ninja Stars. We had that one. What was it called? There was like this one called the Dragon, and it had these these 3 sort of points when it got to the end of it, and like a bunch of jackasses, we we rolled it at each other, and it freaking cut our hands, like perforated.
Oh my gosh.
Fucking idiots, dude! I should be dead.
Ninja, please.
Yeah, it was that way.
And then, John, that's racisms.
Yes, it is.
Hey, Grandpa, can you buy me a shuriken? Can you buy me some shurikens?
Actually, they're called shurikens, not Ninja Stars. Speaking of doing dumb stuff with knives when you're young, we saw Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, starring
Don't do it.
Kevin
Kevin
Costner
Costner when we were in 6th or 7th grade.
and Christian
My-
Slater, dude.
My best buddy, the guy that Dean Cain had in the headlock in that photo.
Yep.
You remember when the guy swore the oath in the movie and sliced his hand?
Yes.
Yep.
He took a large kitchen knife
No, don't.
and he went to slice his hand to do the oath, but he thought he could do it and not cut himself if he held a potato in his
No.
hand.
Oh my
Well,
goodness!
it's,
No.
It's just that, I'm not a professional chef, but I think knives are made to go through potatoes.
It did. It went right through it and sliced his hand open. So,
But maybe the potatoes
but
saved it
here's
from
the
being
thing.
worse.
Here's the thing. To this day, it's kept that oath.
That's
Well,
right.
that's good.
So it worked.
He's a trooper.
And I think the potato probably saved him from doing more damage.
All right. No, he promised his mother to finish his dinner every night.
That's right.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a big deal oath, but he kept his oath.
He kept it. He promised.
keep
He
it.
promised right in that moment to bleed all over the floor. And he kept his promise.
Oh, here we go.
right.
A real Japanese would have killed him with a katana.
I don't think he could sneak one of those in his prison guard uniform.
Now, wait a minute. I know somebody who could. Japan Man, could you sneak a katana into the prison?
Of course, here. I would have keistered her.
Oh, my goodness. You get keister an entire?
Yeah, right in your asshole.
Not mine. I'm not bringing it in there.
Oh, I'm not putting my asshole.
Now, if you had to kill Tony Serrano, affectionately known as Tony Pepperoni, if you had to kill him, would it be with a shuriken or would it be with a katana? What would be more honorable?
Well,
What would
look at
not-
my.
Sorry, let me finish. What would not dishonor? What would not dishonor your memory?
You'll cut me off here.
I apologize.
Look at my picture, a katana.
Forgiveness, please.
You asshole.
So what would it be? What would be your weapon of choice? Would it be the katana? Or
A
the shuriken?
katana.
That's the samurai way to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Did you learn the samurai way from your father, or just picked it up from movies, or where'd you learn it?
I taught to my father.
You taught your father the samurai
Yeah.
way.
I go to mountain 6 months old. I train her.
Oh wow, that's impressive. is
I breastfed myself.
All right, I'll let you go on this. I got one last question. That ninja star to the throat and then the 2 daggers to the chest. What would you give that on a scale, if you're doing a samurai rating, like 1 to 10? How good did Al Long do?
He did a real good. I give him a 9.
A 9?
A 9.
Is that like a 9.2 or just a 9?
Just a 9.
Okay, 9.2. Okay, all right. Cool. All right, man. Well, I'll let you get back to your Big Mac and have a great night. Thank you Thank you for giving us the insight on how to assassinate an Italian mafioso on the south side of Chicago. Wow, Japan man. Is there anything that guy doesn't know?
Dude, he breastfed himself, he said. That's fucking... That's crazy.
No, Champagne Jetty, please no.
Gone again.
Oh, he did a Mitch McConnell. When Mitch McConnell started being Mitch McConnell.
That shit was awkward. What the fuck was that? Dude.
He just sounds like something boiling or bubbling.
Mitch McConnell. Dude, he fucking he stroked out in front of everybody. That shit was weird.
So anyway, Tony Pepperoni gets it in the neck with like a shuriken. Oh.
Yeah, post-coital.
These two lovebirds. He's sitting there trying to figure out how to get out of this.
Mm-hmm. But you know what's weird? They always do this shit. Even like the night before in the love scene, they showed her titties and everything. But the next morning,
I'm back. What I missed? Well, I'm back. Sorry, go ahead.
But it's always weird. Like the next morning, she covers with a sheet and doesn't want to show her titties.
Oh no! Now she's modest. He had her bent over like a farm animal last night, but now she's a lady again.
Unrealistic. Face down. She's not even uncuffed yet, right?
Yeah, man. He was shoving it into the bristle, and now you're like, dude, look at my titties.
Can't keep the Jetty down. That's right. He's back. He's back, baby.
That's right.
John came back for the boobs. Yes, this is true.
Like a dinner bell. Go ahead. Sorry.
Mitch McConnell's back.
That's right. That was some scary shit, dude. That was some scary shit.
Froze up.
What are you drinking there?
Slice.
Slice?
Slice, you found some.
What the fuck?
Where did you find the slice?
I went back.
I made it.
I went back to 1991 and got some.
No, I made it, and I got to tell you, I don't feel so good.
Yeah, you shouldn't have drank that, man.
This scene is a little
was in it.
So the intelligence agent, what's her face here, sleeps with Jake Lowe, the star witness, and then Mace Ryan shows up feeling emasculated, feeling down, feeling angry because he got humiliated at the laundry mat last night by Tao, and he has a whole talk with her in her robe in her room, and Jake Lowe's just like hiding behind the door jamb of the bedroom, just waiting, and he kind of is bearing his soul here, which is kind of bad of Jake to let this guy be vulnerable emotionally, and he doesn't know he's being listened to. He's like, he basically says, I love the kid, but I can never tell him that, I got to act tough or whatever, and it's kind of weird to spy on.
But he can't say anything because then he'll know that they're banging.
What? But to me, in my head, it's like, why would Mace Ryan care? Would he care?
I think he would because he kind of gave her shit earlier. You're in love with him. Like, fucking, he gave her a little bit of shit and she wasn't even, I don't even think she even meant to make it look that way, but he gave her shit for feeling that way about him.
Captain Marissa's fun fact number 69. This wasn't in the script, but when they found the actress in bed, they rolled with it. The more you know.
That's right.
Yeah. Just walked in, they were already in bed. Hey, we'll just.
I like. There's no way, by the way, just to be clear, with that little prep time, that a woman could have anything other than I just got banged.
Yeah.
Look about her. I mean, this
has that what do they call the JBF hair?
Yeah.
Just
like she's still holding her knees together when she comes out there.
She's like, "Hey, I'm good."
She's like, "Follow me to the bathroom. I want this on the floor."
You know what's striking to me watching older movies? How fucking just naturally thin everyone was.
Yeah,
like all the people walking on the street, all the civilians, all the background actors, were just tubs of shit waddling down the street everywhere. Because I look at Mace Ryan in the scene, you get some pretty good looks at him, and he is in shape. He is thin.
Yeah.
And he's at that age, like 45, whatever here. People can get pretty fat pretty easily, and he's just not. I don't know.
That's Sam Ryan.
What?
That's Sam Ryan.
He's all, listen, I'm a detective, Mace Ryan. Why does it smell like nuts and ass in here?
Yeah. Why does it smell like Badussy in here?
Oh.
What's Badussy?
Oh.
Booty, dick, and pussy.
She couldn't not handle Dragon Junior.
Oh,
It smells like a sexy in here. Dude, they just got done fucking.
Right.
Oh, beautiful. God bless.
They just got done.
That's literally what that Mace Ryan is saying right here. So
What's exactly saying?
So what the hell is that? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Doesn't matter. I'm dying.
So it doesn't matter. I won't be here much longer.
I won't be here much longer. It's how I wanted to go. Oh.
Oh, and that's a runner. We forgot the runner throughout the movie. So there's this one pin that he can't get where, he knocks all 9 of the pins down, all other 9 of the pins. And there's that one pin, he just can't get it. And so he keeps trying, can't get it. Second time they show it, couldn't get it. So the third time after Jake knocks him out, the blown raid at Tommy Tao's place, he bowls again, can't get it, so then he just pulls his gun out, fucking boom, shoots.
I'm sorry, Jericho. The chat is out of control. I'm not even bringing those up. I'm not bringing them up. The chat's out of control. It's on fire. But you're right. It's a good scene, Jericho. There's that one.
It's a beautiful scene.
He cannot get the fucking pin, so he fucking shoots it.
And everybody, and you see in the background, people are laughing.
Yep, they're
like,
well done.
Crazy fucking Ryan.
Crazy
discharges his firearm and stuff.
Shooting at the back of the building again.
Pretty funny.
These two with their guilty looks on their face, shitty.
I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know.
Who, me? We didn't do nothing.
I mean, what do you think
like,
out there, guys?
She's like, yep, I got it.
All. She's like, I did shit I've never done before. That is what that expression
I got it.
He took me to China. He took me to Chinatown.
He put it everywhere.
Jericho takes it from subtlety to explicit. He's just
like, no, let's bring this out in the light, shall we?
Yeah. He was a flight attendant giving directions. I think at one point, because he's just like, in case you assholes don't know.
Even a room of She's like, damn, not Chinatown. Oh yeah, Chinatown for sure. We go to Chinatown. They get the little hot pot. Anyway, you've descended into madness here. He puts a wire on Jake. He puts a disguise on him. He's going to send him into the laundromat like the next night.
Yeah, like
dressed up as like a no visa having like illegal immigrant worker at this laundry, this laundry place that Tao owns as a front for his drug smuggling. So he's going to send him in there. He tells him some stuff to say to keep his cover, like if you get asked, this guy, and this guy, and speak a little Chinese if you have to. And he looks really dorky here. It's funny. And this guy's yelling at him like, "Oh, get to work." But his job is to sneak around here, try and find that sweet heroin.
And he tells him, and he doesn't speak English to him. That's another cool part. This is another thing. You go back to his dad, Chinese connection. He dresses like the phone repairman to get inside and get information. So he's dressing up like one of the workers there to get inside and get information. And he's only speaking Chinese. The guy's like, "Hey, what the hell's your problem? Get out of here." He's like, in Chinese. He's like, "Oh, so-and-so gave me the job. Get the hell out of here." And he drops to his knees like, "Oh, thank you, big brother. Thank you. He's all, "Speak English. Get the fuck out of here." So he's kind of hiding in plain sight. This guy is like fucking, and he doesn't speak English.
He's the new guy working. Everyone's just fucking yelling at him.
Yeah, you stupid piece of shit over there.
Get another cart, this guy.
You fucking dumb. No, you drop cart here. Go over there and get more, stupid. It's like, damn, dude. Fucking. I've been here for 5 minutes, you asshole. So yeah, dude, and that's so cool that he speaks Chinese, to show that he's such a fucking fob that I don't even speak English. So that makes him kind of overlook him. It makes him overlook him even more. Like he doesn't want to see this guy again because he don't even speak English. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Like, get out of here. so it kind of gives him more free reign to look for the heron. And so he's sneaking around and shit, and he finds the heroin. It's in powder form going into these tanks, but then it's made into steam and put into the sheets. So I don't know how they would get the drugs from them on the other end, but basically the drugs in the sheets. So when those cops are all pissed, throwing the sheets down like, fuck, we can't find it, they actually had their hands on it. So there's this place that hoists the bags up and takes them, to another part. So he, of course, with the fucking washboard abs and the dick root, he just grabs that shit, puts his knees up to his chest, and just fucking rides that thing to wherever the fuck it's going. And it drops
he grabs
him
it
off.
with his pinky and then just gets carried up.
And Mace Ryan and Curly Fry haircut, they were surveilling secretly outside, and they were on the radio with Jake, but they get snatched up. The bad guys find them and bring them into the office here, Tao's office.
Yeah, but tragically, though, the sniper has already killed everybody because he didn't even ask for a go, no go. The movie ends. It's really awkward. Even Jake, they're all dead.
Very unorthodox ending to a movie, man. That was very memorable. And of course, instead of putting bullets in their heads and throwing them in the fucking dumpster, they tie him up so Tao can come in, talk some shit, tell him his plan, and all that shit. So Jake sees this and he rides those bags, like basically gets momentum and goes through the window because he's about to kill him. And of course, he has the gun on him for 20 minutes. I'm going to do this. Fuck you. You couldn't catch me, blah, blah, blah. And he comes through the window, bam, knocks over Tao, who had the gun. Now it's a guy jumps on him through the window. Now it's a fight. And Brandon Lee is about to fuck a lot of people up right now.
Right.
Yeah, but let's just say this, though. They did explain it well. Like, in all seriousness, they explain well because he talks about how he is a mob boss. You know what I mean? And he says very clearly, I think killing cops is, terrible for business.
Yeah.
So he's like he's not one of these, he's not biting his hand or his finger. He's not one of these lunatics. Do you know what I mean? And I thought he made a good case. He's like, I hate that you've put me in this position, and he even says, you've been a good adversary. This guy has some sense of honor. So I thought there were two lines in this that really took this above average for me. One of them was that line where he explains why he's not killing the cops. But the other line was when Powers Booth says, maybe I'll get to meet your dad someday. Instead of saying the most obvious line, my dad is dead, he goes, yeah, maybe you will.
Yeah, maybe you will.
It was, and as an audience member, it gave you some credit for having half a brain. Good.
And then he tells him, when he tells him, yo, you are a good adversary, you're getting sloppy. And he goes, fuck you. He's like, I'm a cop, you're a piece of shit. We're not adversaries. Like, I don't see us as equals. I don't see this is some kind of honorable match that we've been engaged in over 10 years. He's like, let's get this straight. You're a scumbag piece of shit drug dealer, and I'm a cop who's supposed to catch you. And that pisses off Tao because he does see it. Like we said in the beginning, this is all based off of honor, and respect. And that's why, he grabbed the stick and fucked two of his own guys up. So that pissed him off when he told him that. He's like, basically, like Serrano did, he's spitting right in front of him and saying, fuck what you think. So that didn't make him very happy. So that's when he pulled the gun out and was going to blast him.
Yeah, he's going to blast her. And then Jake Lowe comes flying through the glass, takes out some dudes, saves her. He beats up some guys. There's a shootout. And they get out of this little office. They're still upstairs. And Mace Ryan gets shot right around the liver, which
like
is
40 times.
That's what I thought.
It was like,
he's going to be, it's a movie. So, of course, he doesn't die instantly.
That's the effing liver is all I thought when he got shot. I was like, bye, friend.
Yep.
Fuck.
Well, there was this rapper who he was arrested and thrown in like a paddy wagon after he had been shot 13 times. And the cops questioned him for like an hour before they took him to the hospital. So you get lit up. What's his name? 50 Cent. Didn't he get shot 9 times?
Wow.
But most of them were in the legs. I was like, who the fuck was shooting at this dude? He had one go like through his cheek and it took out some of his teeth, like one side and out the other. But I think 4 or 5 of the shots were like in his legs. Like, what the fuck was shooting?
Good Lord.
Captain Bruno says she gets blasted again. She's for the streets, bro.
Dude, blasted on. She gets blasted on, not in. He's just like, take that, war.
Michael Coulter, yep. John, yep. Beignets are good. Of course, I like. I saw you guys talking about the Cafe Du Monde in New Orleans. I went there with my wife to the actual Cafe Du Monde and got real beignets and real chicory coffee, and it was delicious.
Delish.
Delicious.
Do they put like 4 pounds of powdered sugar on that shit though?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Well,
anyway, there's awesome fighting up here, and he's got to go after the bad guys. And Mace is there bleeding out, and he's telling the kid, "Go, get her or get out of here and stuff, and don't, I'll be fine or whatever." He does that hero shit, and
dude, is he turning into a fucking vampire? Look at his teeth.
Yeah, he ain't looking good.
Go back, some fucking bottom teeth. He's about to fucking.
Oh, that must be like an artifact from the motion. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's like he's turning into a fucking werewolf. But he's telling her, "Hey, go get the fuck out of here. Go get towel. Don't worry about me." And so, he comes around a corner and there's like these 4 henchmen, and this dude, he's playing around with some nunchucks, and he fucking he looks around and he grabs like a towel and throws it at his hand so it fucks up his motions, and then he starts whooping his ass. And one of the other dudes that gets their ass whooped is James Liu. He's another Big Trouble in Little China. He's all these movies when you need an Asian dude to kick ass or get his ass kicked. James Liu is in there. If you look a picture of him, if you look up James Liu, you'll be like, oh, yeah, that dude. He's just as famous for being one of those guys in those movies as him.
Right.
James
and this
Liu
is Al Long. They go, this is Al Long, dude. He's like, I was surfing one day. I can't believe he sounds like that.
Fucking gnarly, dude. Actually,
he's like,
my full name's Al Longboard, dude. But I just do Al Long. So they don't know him as surfer.
Yeah, well, longboards, as I've heard in interviews, were his go-to.
Yeah. That's my go-to.
I mean,
dude, a second for that to register.
For the love of God, please do not watch that interview. I'm begging you both. I wish I hadn't. I'm going
to heed your warning. I hear the pain in your guys' voice. I will heed your warning. That's a great pick too.
In some office somewhere, Tao is getting a bunch of money out of a safe because he's making a run for it. He's filled the briefcase with $1 bajillion, and he's on the run. The factory's on fire. There's shootouts going on, all kinds of stuff. His henchmen
Look at those old hundreds.
Yep.
Those are old school hundreds right there. Oh man, those are the good old days.
Hey, you know how many Raider tickets you can buy with that, Vato?
Fucking all of them, man. With like one of those, get like one of those $100 bills. You got all of them, man. Nobody wants to see that shit.
And I didn't put it on the screen, but I saw Diesel say there was a Possamania opening up at Raider Stadium like this week. He just keeps that lie going. He just keeps it going.
And it's sad. You hate to see it. You hate to see somebody who won't accept that their team is dog shit. Oh well, let him do it. Let him have his moment.
Right.
But
he's a little bit like in Gladiator, though, right? Don't you think? He's kind of like, it's like people should know when they're conquered. Would I? I mean, that's where Diesel lives, man. That's where he lives.
And let him. He's not hurting anybody. We all know people who are a little delusional about their teams. Let him have it. He's not hurting anybody. But these guys,
he's harmless.
These 4 dudes, one of them, James Liu, he fucks them up in various ways. Pretty cool, too. There's like this clothes rack that's empty, and he flips it over and pulls it, and it, like, sweeps the dude off his feet. Like, there's some really cool fight choreography here. And then Al Longboard comes in, and this is the first time that Brandon Lee is having trouble. This dude is badass.
Right.
And he's whooping his ass. And before this movie, I didn't know that Al Long had it like that. Because he's just doing these little bit parts. And there's a part in Big Trouble in Little China where he shows off his skills, where he takes a knife and just like cuts a dude like from his neck down to his nuts really quick. So that was pretty cool. But other than that, you don't really see him in an extended fight scene. But this dude got skills. Yeah, dude, and remember he was the torture dude in Lethal Weapon 1 where he's hanging up Mel Gibson, electrocuting him with the sponges and shit. This dude's done everything. But this is the first time you see him actually fight, be like the other guy, the bad guy, the doppelganger to the good guy in a fight. And man, he whoops Brandon Lee's ass for a minute. Like there's nothing he can do. He's too fast. He's too strong. There's one where they both fall on the ground and he jumps up and like gives him an uppercut while he's in the air, like some crazy shit.
It's good stuff. And there's one where he does like this awesome spin kick, and Brandon Lee like runs up the fence and jumps down the fence behind
but
him.
he goes to sweep his legs, he jumps up, and then he kicks again when he's up on the table, and that's when he jumps on the fence and goes around. Like this dude, it's just go with this fight. And then he grabs those shears or whatever the fuck those are on the ground. That's a great picture.
I thought it was shears, but look at the handle. It's not shears. It's just a double knife. That's all it is.
Double-bladed knife. Fuck, man.
Man.
What a great thing to make. And a great shot, too.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a two-bladed. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I was going to say, first of all, I doff my cap to our incredible Mini for these screenshots. And let me just say this, too, man. This movie gets cooler every watch. That's what I'll say about it. There's so much cool stuff they packed into it. They knew this. They were trying to launch the career of Brandon Lee as a starring role, as the headliner of a movie, and they spared no expense, and they really went for it. So hell of a movie.
And it worked. They nailed it. It landed. Worked. It was great. And then there's a scene. If you go back one, Gabe, this is after he's had his ass kicked a little bit, and he keeps putting his hand out there, and the guy keeps knocking his hand away. And he's trying to like draw him in, thinking that he's beat. He puts his hand, he slaps his hand down, he puts it back up, and then he gets in close enough, and that's when Brandon hits him, does a combo and shit. But then that's when they went to the ground, and he jumps up, and like it's hard to explain, but like if you're in a push-up position and you push yourself up in the air enough to spin around and throw an uppercut, they fucked him up.
Right.
And then,
I'm glad the chat is always so helpful. This is actually a mantra double-bladed katana. Stupid nerds.
Super silly guys. But yeah, he takes it and he's like flipping the knife around and shit, doing some crazy knife work. I'd love to look up this guy's like credentials, how long this dude must be the shit. Because he's twirling that knife around and shit, and then he sticks Brandon Lee in the leg, so now he's really fucking hurting. But then Brandon Lee gets him and he spins around, sticks the knife in his gut. He likes stabbing people in the gut.
Yeah, just like the barbecue fork. He got the guy in the same spot.
And that's it for old Al Long. And that's
pretty
much.
If you have to choose, right? I'd rather not have the barbecue. I mean, if I'm gonna go,
give me that double blade knife. Anytime.
Yeah, give me that knife.
He turned Al into Al so long. Oh, that was a dad joke. That was a dad joke.
You're funny. So, yeah, Al's out of here. And king of the dying with your eyes closed.
Yep, beautiful.
He's done that in a few movies, so he's good at that. But yeah, that dude.
None of the miser says his credentials. Die hard, man. Die hard.
Yeah, that's right.
He probably had it in his contract that he couldn't shave his mustache, or if he did, like he went on vacation and wanted to shave, that shit had to be back ready to go because that's his trademark. And his long hair, balding in the middle. Fuck this dude, man. I hope he lives forever because when he dies,
he does. Dude, Die Hard. Here's the thing that I loved about him in Die Hard is when they're getting ready and you've got that great, 'twas the night before Christmas and all through the house, and he's waiting there with the gun and he sees candy. Do you guys remember that in the this little mart that they have at the bottom of the store? Reaches in and he gets out a chocolate bar and he's eating it as he's getting ready to grace these SWAT guys coming in, and it was so badass because I literally just all right, now I'm gonna take these guys out. Yeah. He's the shit, man. Love this dude.
Great.
I'd love to have him on. Love to have this dude on our show.
I'll ask Todd if Todd knows him because Todd's in the whole stuntman double realm. I'll ask him. I'll text. Man. Here's a little double impact for you guys. Here's me flexing right now. I'm going to text Todd Senafonte and ask him if he knows Al Long. Right now on the air, I'll ask him.
Dude, he's only 70.
Dude, he's amazing.
You know the great Al, and it's Leong, right? It's that kind of long, Leong.
Loom.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like Leong to me. That's right, everyone. I'm texting Van Damme Stuntman right now.
That's right.
Do you know the great Al Leong, the stuntman? Sorry.
Went to Hollywood High School.
Don't never apologize for asking that question because that's an important question. Guys, we're here to ask serious questions. you understand? And yes, Urban Faye, you're absolutely right. Gabe is famous. That's why my
I'm
first nickname.
the perfect kind of famous. I'm Comic-Con famous, but I can still go to the grocery store.
What was one of my first nicknames for you, Gabe?
You called me Hollywood.
Damn right I did.
I was talking to Dean about that when he was here for Comic-Con because he was at my booth and we didn't announce it, because people would get excited and he would get mobbed and this and that. And he was just hanging out at the booth, and then we were doing the evening event at the pizza place. That was a lot of fun. But I was talking to Dean about that, and he says obviously it's cool being famous like that, but it's also like kind of a thing. I remember finding a YouTube video of Dean Cain at we have a grocery store in California called Ralph's, just a regular grocery store, and it's like from 2006, and Dean's there in normal like t-shirt and sunglasses, jean, just loading a cart into the back of an SUV, and TMZ is asking him about some scandal that some football player was in because Dean was on the Buffalo Bills once in the 90s. And you can see how uncomfortable he is. Like, I don't know. I think he's a good kid, I hope he gets it right. And he doesn't want to say anything. And it's like sunset. It's probably been a long day. Why are you harassing me about someone I don't know in a Bonds or Ralph's parking lot? And I don't know, that kind of fame, I don't know. That sounds like a double-edged sword, man.
Well, I think Dean said it in a way that I think we can all understand at least as dads, which he said his son sometimes just wants to be with his dad.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes your son just wants your full attention.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's God bless him, man. Dean Cain is not only an outstanding actor, not only an outstanding guy, but the highest of all marks. He's an outstanding father.
Right.
And that's what it's all about for that guy. So
God
bless you.
It's funny you say that because I've never really thought it out loud to myself, but I don't think I would be friends with a guy that was a deadbeat dad or a piece of shit husband or whatever. I think I'd be like,
it's hard to reconcile.
I don't need a friend like that in my life. That's like, hey, let's go cheat on our wives or whatever.
I always say I don't want to be friends with some guy who was like, a star college football player, went to Princeton. One of those guys that just makes everybody look worse. You know what I mean? I'm like, God,
that I don't need.
People away. What's next? You gonna play Superman? Like how? Oh shit.
I did.
I was telling my wife, man, if I had met Dean like 20-something years ago when I was single, and we were friends back then, and you're rolling with him,
yeah,
and he's like 30, and you're like whatever 20-something, and all those 9s and 10s are throwing themselves at him. And he's throwing 9s back, and you just catch him. You're just there like Rodman getting rebounds,
I feel like, rolling with Dean would sort of be Dean and then a baby Bjorn with me in it, in the front, just trying to, get a little. That's all I'm saying.
Facing outward, though.
But yeah, facing outward like this.
I'd be in the corner just fucking. And they're like, Jericho, what's wrong? I'm sick of vagina. I had too much, man. I had too much.
Legally Alien has to go to bed because he has an appointment in the AM. Good luck with the doctor, friend. And good night, my beautiful bearded brothers. Thank you. We were just to the end. But anyway, have a good night, buddy. Thank you for being here.
All goes well.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is his last real adversary. I mean, he chases after Tommy Tong, and
he runs off the roof of the building and runs outside on the elevated train platforms they have there in Chicago.
Yes.
He's running, and he's hiding behind a Pepsi machine. And it's about the 4th time they've featured Pepsi in this movie, I noticed. So maybe it was a product placement thing.
Yep.
See, there it is. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Who the fuck are you? Because he doesn't know. He don't know shit about this guy. Serrano and them knew because he was going to testify, but Tao doesn't know shit.
Can we just say great actor too? Like, I don't feel like we've spent enough time on this guy. This guy played the general in Lady Killers, one of the best Coen brothers movies ever. He also was in The Arrival, I believe. And so as the, I guess he was he a general in that? But this guy has had an incredibly long career, does comedy, does action, does adventure. And I always say people spend a lot of time looking at actors in terms of the superstardom, and then some people are famous and they're not. But there's something to be said for these incredible actors who have long careers and are dialed in on their craft. And this dude is a fucking legend, man.
Yeah.
Fucking legend.
Rush Hour. He was also in Rush Hour.
Yeah, Rush Hour. Shit, he's in everything.
Yeah, this
Genius.
dude's fucking everything. But he tells Jake, he's like, "Who the fuck are you, dude? I don't even know you." And he's, he don't say nothing. He just starts, kind of walking around in a circle trying to get a good angle on this guy. And they fight. Yep. He gets a knife out of his hand, and then they fall on the tracks. Deadly. And he falls, and he like catches himself, and you can hear the train track buzzing with electricity like right by his face.
Right.
And for some reason, there's two big metal shepherd's hooks fucking laying on the track, so they get going with those. And remember, in the beginning, he's good with the fighting staff because he fucks those two dudes up.
Right.
And he gets the best of Jake. And this is kind of one of those. They do this in the movies because they know if it was like toe to toe, he would fuck him up. So they kind of balance it out for the bad guy for the last fight scene. Man, either he fucks him up, dude. He hits him in the stomach. These are like solid metal, like holes.
Those things would weigh like
fucking leg wound. Fuck.
But those things would weigh like 40 pounds. I don't know how you spin them around.
I saw fucking steel. Hits him in his knife wound to his fresh knife wound. Hits him in the stomach. He goes, ugh. Then takes the end of it and hits him in the back of the head with it.
No, sir.
He's fucking dead.
No.
And then he falls, turns over, and he takes the hook part and like jabs him and hits him, like jabs him in the forehead. Fucking no.
Yeah.
Dude, he'd be fucking slobbering right now. He'd be so fucking retarded. And then he's holding him there, and the train's coming to the last second, and then he somehow moves out of the way and like tucks himself under the little platform there.
And this guy, is how he dies a death, man.
It's a good
he hands him, he gets his hand on that. He takes that other pole to try to hit him, and Tommy catches it. And so that railing that's fucking electrified, that's charged, when the train goes by, both those poles are touching. He just fucking.
He makes a complete circuit by touching the two poles to the
and what is so great is that's not his end. That is not the end.
No. He's only halfway through. He's only 50% of the journey. And they're like this fucking train.
Wait. No, this isn't from the movie. This is from when he was at Pasta Mania.
Yeah, he bought this 5th pound of rigatoni. And one of the
rigatoni with a happy ending.
Yeah, one of the waitresses is under the table with a handful of marinara, just hooking this dude up. You want some customer service? Hooking him up. So he's getting barbecued from the inside out right here.
But he lives somehow, spins, and he dodges the first train. You see the train, the lines you see in front of him, the red, white, and blue, and the gray, and all that. That's a train flying by.
Yeah.
So he's sitting there getting zapped to shit. Doesn't die, spins and turns around, and a train going the other way just like pops him like a water balloon.
Splatters him, dude.
There was a guy that lived next to my grandparents in Colorado, an old man named Mr. Puffle. That was really his name. It's a nice old man. I didn't know him very well, and I would go visit every summer, and he was very old. He was in his 80s. And then one summer I went, and they told me Mr. Puffle, there were train tracks 3 blocks from my grandparents' house, or 2 blocks, and no, 1 block. Jeez, it's 5th Avenue 6. There's a train track a block away, and going in the opposite, there's 2 directions, right? 2 train tracks. And Mr. Puffle was walking his dog, and he's old, and his hearing wasn't good. And there was a train coming from the right or the left, and he like got out of the way real quick, and he got hit by a train coming the other way.
Oh,
fucking A.
Dude, he got Tommy Tao, dude.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Well, when Tommy Tao got hit in this scene, he was a fine mist.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all that happened. That was it.
Went to Electric Avenue.
Welcome to Electric Avenue.
Take it higher. Yeah, you gotta love that.
When your grandparents told you that, did you say, "Dude, he got towed"?
I did not say that.
It didn't go there. Yeah, oddly, it was. He didn't feel it was the right time at all. Too soon, perhaps.
But Tommy Tao gets fucking cooked, and then bring on the cherry on top of this movie. Bring on the action movie 80s, 90s trope of these movies right now. Give me all the cops who were somewhere fucking around during all the gunfire. They're all showing up. I need cop cars. I need an ambulance. I need a fire truck.
And the music starts, and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and then I need somebody. She even gets wrapped in one of those fucking green wool blankets, even though she doesn't need it. And then he
This
comes
is
back.
awesome.
We have this. I have these out of order. Sorry, I'll move off this. Go ahead though.
No, I think you got it right.
No, they're in
I think you got
order.
it right.
He
They're
comes
in order.
back.
Yeah, it's just
Oh, does he go back?
they
in?
pull her away.
Yeah, he goes back.
And then he goes back. You have them in the right order. Yeah,
Oh.
then he goes back. Yeah.
He goes in the building. It's on. He's like, "Where's Ryan? He never came out. He never came out." So he goes in there, and the flames and smoke. Ryan. He keeps calling him, and he's flashing back to his dad. You know,
When he,
Ryan.
when he
That's
couldn't save his father in Tiananmen Square, this is
That's
the
right.
coda. This is that nice denouement at the end of the movie. Like, not a denouement, but this is kind of like a fulfillment of that regret that he's had, that thing that made him the pacifist. Politics are stupid. I'm not getting involved. And finally, he redeems himself, like Darth Vader saving Luke in Return of the Jedi, and then them undoing it 25 years later when Emperor Palpatine comes back in 2017, thus negating Darth Vader's sacrifice in 1983, ruining the original trilogy. Idiots, fucking idiots.
Fuck Kathleen Kennedy. Fuck Kathleen Kennedy.
Can I just talk about that for 30 more seconds? Darth Vader, main character, okay? He's evil, bad guy, but he destroys the Emperor in 1983's Return of the Jedi and redeems himself. He dies from it, right? Luke's like, no, they're still good in you, Father. I can see it. And he dies and he goes to Jedi heaven or whatever. Then like 20-something years later, some SJWs say, you know what? What if the sacrifice Darth Vader made was meaningless and the bad guy he killed just fucking came back? And then they're such bad writers that Poe Dameron, the X-Wing pilot, literally says to the other rebels, Palpatine has returned somehow. That's how they were explaining in the movies.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that because you
How is
find
it
out
worse than
the
that?
new savior, Rey, is the granddaughter of Palpatine.
Ugh.
So you find out that the hero of the new Star Wars is actually Palpatine's fucking heirs. And at the end of the movie, she's like, someone goes, "What's your name?" She goes, "Rey Skywalker." So she not only steals the Skywalker legacy, she steals the fucking name.
Anyway,
Wars is dead.
back to rapid fire. Oh, it's just so awful. So awful.
But this is beautiful.
They'll be
This
like
right here-
they made rapid fire, like 2, like nowadays, and they just undid the dad sacrifice or whatever. Like it didn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Leave
the
it.
dad comes back
Leave
and he's
it.
a heroin dealer.
Ugh.
That's what it would be.
Oh,
Fucking
right. Yeah, Mace Ryan comes back running an international drug ring or something.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Ugh.
So he goes back in there and saves him through the fire and the smoke, carries him out. She's, oh my God, you're alive. And he lays him on the gurney, shot the shit. And he says, first thing he says, Tao, where's Tao? And then Jake says he's with his ancestors or something. I had to rewind it a bunch of times to turn it up. But basically saying, he's one with his ancestors. That's what he tells him. He's fucking out of here.
He's one with his ancestors.
He's in a lot of places.
Yeah, he's on the east side of the tracks, the west side, under the train. He's in the lights. He's in a bit of some of us in the lights.
Where's Tao? Tao's everywhere.
Tao's all over the place. He's probably crossing 19th Street right now, the prick.
I got a little fucking Tao right here.
He's fucking here. He's everywhere.
A lot of him's on the windshield wipers.
Yeah.
Since
on the train conductor's uniform.
Right. Tao's on the E train headed towards Cicero on the south side.
Damn.
Since Star Wars really was the original movie trilogy that I saw as a 4 or 5 year old, it really informed my ideas of heroics, Han Solo, all that. This line right here: Darth Vader sacrifices himself to save Luke, gets electrocuted by the Emperor. He's dying, and he's like, "Leave me," and he's like, "No, they're still good in you. I can feel it." But as Darth Vader dies, his final words are, Luke says, "I can still save you."
Yeah.
Darth Vader says, "You already have. You were right. You were right about me. Tell your sister you were right." He dies a hero's death, and these fucking feminists undo it 25 years later.
But what they can't undo, what they can't take away is that was one of my first times in a movie, like a Star Wars movie, a fantasy movie, understanding the concept of there's a saving of your physical body, then there's a saving of your soul.
Right.
That was a freaking powerful thing for a popcorn flick in the 80s. We just made them better. We just made movies better when we had actual writers. Fuck.
Remember, the Force is female.
Yeah, it is now. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead.
I like this. Brian says, coming up in Rapid Fire 2.
Yep, that's right.
Too fast, too rapid, too fire, or whatever. It's like got one of those Fast and Furious.
Dude, they know how to open their distended anus and shit all over something. They know how to do it very well.
Sure do. So here you go. Ambulance. Boom.
Yeah, ambulance, blanket, fire department. I need everybody there. I need the helicopter to pull out like that and go up in the sky. Case closed.
It's a great one of the.
Can't find his way.
What
a great voice.
One of the great action movies, criminally underrated and unknown.
That's right.
I don't know why.
Brandon Lee.
You know, everyone here knows. Everyone knows it, okay? My favorite action star is Jean-Claude Van Damme. This is better than most of Van Damme's. You know, just the quality and stuff. I love Van Damme just because I love him because he was the first one I saw as a kid. But this is actually a quality action movie. I think it's fantastic.
I think it might have to be Bruce Lee for me. No, well, not biggest action star, but I saw him when I was a little kid. I saw Bruce Lee way before Van Damme. But man, best action star. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could pick one because there's just so many.
There's two. My two favorites that I went out of my way because I am a true nerd. I collect action figures and statues and all of that shit. The two guys I had to have that would be on my Mount Rushmore, and both of them crushed it with a comic adaptation and crushed it in the action genre and were great actors is Brandon Lee and Wesley Snipes. Those are two of my biggest.
Imagine them in a movie together.
I wish we had that.
Like in 98 when Blade came out, or 99 when they're both, 30 something, still young as shit.
My top two, a lot of people would think it's Van Damme and Seagal, but my top two is Van Damme and Japan Man.
Yep. Agreed.
Thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome.
It's so nice of you to say it.
Well, I mean, no one is as vicious as you on screen with that katana, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Where did you learn that, by the way? Like, is that just? I know you said you started training when you were 6, but when you guys film that stuff, it seems so real. You're chopping dudes in half. You're saying all your one-liners. Like, how did you learn to do it like that?
Actually, Gabe, I have started training on top of Mount Kobe when I was a 6-month-old.
Oh, all right. If you were going to film a new action movie and you had to you had to dispense a little justice and dispatch the bad guy in the final scene of the movie. You pull out your katana, you slice him in half or whatever, you save the girl. What is your one-liner to the bad guy when you chop him down?
Turn the wheels of your head.
Japan Man, everybody. Japan Man.
That's right. Applause in the chat. Get some ones, get some hands clapping. Make it happen.
Okay.
Done. We love Japan Man.
Oh, we love Japan Man. Guys, if you love 1980s action as much as me and Sean and Jericho do, click the link in the description.
Bam!
Because I'm making some of the best you're ever going to see. Dean Cain, All-American Lawman. You're going to love this. If you like this channel, I hope you love this channel. But if you just like the channel, you will love this. We have it all. Sexy babes, evil villains. He's the first Chinese leader of a Mexican cartel. Archibald Ming. He's as evil as they come. The great Chris Tanaka is on the case. We have hidden temples. We got bad guys named El Chulo. And it's amazing. You want exploding airplanes, helicopters, car. Look at this chase at the bottom with the truck and the car. Look how fucking great that looks. Our illustrator, Akion, is killing it. I can't wait till to color all this. I think I'm going to color the book. I was thinking of hiring someone, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be me because I love this. So, yeah, we got it all. We got a gorilla chasing them through a temple, damn it. Outer space, motorcycles, gambling against villains at a casino. We've got it all. If you love that stuff, click the link in the description. It's amazing what we have coming. And also, for those of you coming in late, hold on a second. I was showing them before at the beginning of the show. I'm debating whether or not to do a glow-in-the-dark cover. This is a real picture of it in my garage. I can't hold it up because you need to turn off all the lights to do it. And even the glare from the computer doesn't allow it to go. And then we have a foil cover, which I can show you. And I love this thing. I didn't believe in this at first when I heard of the foil covers. I thought it was like a gimmick or whatever. And I ordered it. Billy Tucci sent these guys my way. I ordered it, and I was blown away at the quality of this thing when I got it. This thing is gorgeous. It's a work of art. So the foil covers you can get now, they're limited to 500. They are selling. The glow in the dark, if enough people ask me, I think I'll do it. I really like the glow in the dark though, so I definitely want to do it. So
yeah, I can't wait for both of these projects, Nosfero, All American Lawman, Beef Law, because it's it's creating like a tradition with me and my son. We read Truth, Justice, American Way. He couldn't wait. Dad,
I got the sweetest, I'll tell the audience here, a voicemail from your son. I won't say his name because I don't know how private you get, but he said,
Junior. Call him Junior.
This is Junior. And I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was just like, and I want to tell you, we just finished Truth, Justice, American Way, and it was so cool. It was like 2-3 weeks ago. I got this voicemail on my phone, and it was just a delight. You know,
yeah, he told me. He's like, Dad, it was really good. I like that. I said, well, you should tell him. And then I could probably find it. But yeah, he just called and recorded a quick little message. But he enjoyed it, man. He would look forward to, our bedtime. You know, kids usually don't look forward to bedtime. Yep. They usually fight that with everything in their being. And he actually, is it here? But he really looked forward to it. He always wanted to read more pages. So that's something that's really cool. Because we have books, but we've read them pretty much, and we get new ones and you read them 3-4 times or whatever. So this is something new, something exciting. And so I'm looking forward to all your guys' stuff coming out.
If you can't tell by looking at this, we're having a blast.
We're having a great freaking time.
I mean, a gorilla chasing Dean Cain and this gal through a temple. Come on.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing too, guys. It's like we share, the creative process with you guys. We talk about what we're up to. You guys join us every week, and thank you and God bless you for doing so. We have a great time. But the thing that's so cool about it is that this shit's real. Like, we're texting back and forth during the week. We're having a great time. And you guys are seeing it, you're seeing it real. When we were talking about when you meet people and is it difficult, to spot like who's real and who's not, you can't live stream as often as we do. You can't spend the kinds of times with your audience and be faking this game. That's why you see a lot of these people who try to come into this space who are full of shit. They can't make it,
Absolutely. That's true. There's a lot of weirdos and fakers and hangers on. A lot of people like to talk about it, but they don't like to be about it. Because being about it, you're alone and you're working for hours and days and weeks and months on end.
Right.
And it isn't all glamorous and live streams and party and confetti and big titties in your face. It's a lot of hard work, Mark Surratt, the great 3-time Super Bowl champion for the Redskins and the Denver Broncos, he says success smells like perspiration. That's what it is. Success is a lot of hard work.
I found the little voicemail that my son sent.
He says his name in it though, Jericho. I don't know if you want to.
Well, I got it. Hold on.
Got to queue up real quick. Captain Haruno says, "Need to wait for payday, but I want this all. Thank you for the support. By the way, is TJ available? Yeah, you can hit me up. TJ is not in my web store right now because I need to make sure everybody I mailed out all the orders before Comic-Con, but I do occasionally I've been getting like 1 or 2 emails a week. Hey, I got an email saying you sent my books, but they never showed up or something. So I think, the mail has lost 5 or 10 packages. But whenever I get an email like that, I immediately pack a new one, ship it out. You know what I mean? So I don't even bother people about that. One guy, it looked like UPS had kicked a field goal with the damn Truth Justice comics I sent. I sent him like a 4-pack, and they were all crunched in the corner. So,
dude, I'll tell you, fans are great, man. But it was funny. One time I sent with the last art book, I sent it and it was just hung up in Florida at the post office. Like, it was on its way to delivery, I think, for about 3.5 weeks when we checked the tracking number. So I sent it to her, and it was almost like, like a bowling ball going through the return and like knocking one that was stuck through. And so she got both, and she's like, "Do I have to mail it back?" And I went, No, you don't have to mail back.
Right.
Enjoy too.
That
You
happened to
waited
me.
all this
The
time.
guy,
I know.
like,
It's like,
I'm in San Diego, and a guy all the way in New Jersey is like, "Hey, man, it's been like 2 weeks. I got the email saying my book was coming. I never got it." So I put the tracking number in, and it said, I told him, "It says you got it yesterday, man." I said, "But I'll pack you a new one and send it." So I sent him a new one that day, and then he emails me that night. He's all, "Oh, my wife got it off the step, and like she had it in the living room or whatever. Like, sorry."
Yeah.
He said, "What do you want me to do? Send it back?" I said, just give it to someone." So he said, I think he said he gave it to a friend of his that was a veteran or a cop or something like that. So yeah, mail me a comic back. No, thank you.
Give me my fucking comic back now.
I know. That's not how we run business.
I want a fucking tracking number too.
Right.
But,
But if you want to, Captain Hurdo, you said you want to check out T-Jaw. And for any of you that miss it, email me, Gabe, El-Taid, illustration@gmail.com. Email me there. I'm not putting T-Jaw in my web store right now because I wouldn't want to sell out. And then a month from now, someone says, "Hey, man, I never got my stuff." And then I ran out or something like that.
Yep.
So, because I know people love it. And I know if I put it online in the web store, I know it'd sell out right away because I get asked about it all the time. So just email me, Gabe, El-Taid, illustration@gmail.com.
And here's Junior from the mouth of babes. You know, kids give it to you raw. If they don't like it, they don't like it. But here's what he thinks.
Finished Truth, Justice, and American Way. I loved it.
Oh my God.
There was a little more in the beginning, but we don't want to say his name out.
Best
Yeah, he said,
review
this
you
is
could get.
Junior. Yeah,
Right.
but
So I let my wife hear it, and she thought it was the sweetest thing. So
Yep.
He's pretty cool.
That's why you do it.
put the comic down now.
Put the comic down now. Put it in the mail. Give it back to me.
No, I know
I think we can.
I
Yeah.
know we gotta
can
go.
say
But,
his-
go ahead,
Yeah.
Sean. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we can say his son's name. His son's name is Jamie. I know a lot of you guys have been wondering.
Jamie.
Nightmare scenario.
I bet his parents when they got the script, they're like, "No, just pay us per Jamie. That'll be plenty of money."
Real quick, Jericho. So Arnold is there. I thought he was there. I thought I heard him breathing behind you.
You know what's weird? When we get together and do this show, I got Hulk Hogan hanging around. I got Arnold hanging around. I got fucking Japan Man hanging around. This is a weird collection of people here.
Does it bother your wife that Japan Man leaves his shit all over the living room? Because she was telling my wife it's a disaster.
No, I don't let him in the house. Everybody else is welcome. He's garage bound, and he knows that. So if he's caught in the house, it's all bad for Japan Man.
Well, he just wears that robe, and he doesn't wear anything underneath it, Japan.
No, and there's just McDonald's shit everywhere. It's no good.
Yep.
Well, I wanted to ask Arnold real quick. Is Arnold there?
Yeah, always.
All right. Hey, Arnie, if you mailed someone like a book or a comic or maybe a dumbbell since you do weightlifting, and then you found out they already got the first one, would you make them mail back the second one?
Well, of course I would. Who's my mother made the fucking money? I need it back. If I send you a 50-pound dumbbell, oh, Annie, I'm sorry, I actually found it. I was wrong. Give it back to me now. Come on.
What if they were like, you know what, Arnold, I'm not going to do that. That's expensive. You already send it to me. The customer's always right. What would you do then?
I have to come find you. If you don't care, I don't care.
Oh, damn. All right. Well, hey, listen. Make sure Japan Man stays in the garage and tell the Hulkster we said what's up. Have a good night, Arnie.
Yeah, Scouts honor.
All right, guys, go to bigmancomics.com and buy Dean Cain All-American Lawman. And there's another thing I want to show you guys too. I have these in my garage right behind me, and I pack them up just for you, and I send them out to people all the time. Let me pull this off the screen. It's in case it shows some of my analytics, because I do have my analytics stuff. Hold on. Let's see. You can go to the store and get yourself awesome t-shirts. The Anti-Socialist Social Club. This was very popular at Comic-Con. I had that for sale. Remember, Jericho? Lots of people bought this one from me at Comic-Con. You can get that there. And I learned from Truth, Justice, American Way to make sure I have these all in stock in the sizes you want. Oh, only a 2XL. Do I need 3XL? I think I need to get some 3XL because I've had people ask for them and I don't have them. Let's see.
Well, people ask for them.
Right.
Time to get them.
Right. And then this one too. I love this one. The American.
I love that. I've got it right over there, man. Love that shirt.
Right. So please check those out. We got those awesome shirts. I'm going to have more merch. We got the Dean Cain All-American Lawman campaign going on. Check it all out tonight. Thank you so much for being here. It is going to be Brandon Lee for a little bit. I'm making all of Sean's dreams come true.
Yeah.
He loves Brandon Lee.
Damn right I do.
very unhealthy way.
Let me tell you this too, man, and all seriousness, man. Everybody who takes some time out to celebrate this guy's career, we keep him a legend. We keep him alive, man. That work was what he was passionate about, and these are some great fucking movies. So introduce Brandon Lee to somebody if you haven't watched it. This is a great movie to watch. It's I think for action movies, it's as close to, say for, young, teen kids and stuff like that. It's great. Everything in it is on the level.
Yeah,
Captain Naruto, we're not going to ask Arnold if the From Be Made got 2. We're not going to do that. We'll have to ask him next week. All right. Seriously, make a glow in the dark poster. I just might. We got to do more A/B testing with the audience, see what people like. We got time, baby. We got time for this. Thank you. We'll be back. I think we could do Legacy of Rage. We could do Laser Mission. That's awful. We're going to do another Brandon Lee next week. We'll see you 6 p.m. Pacific right here. Sorry, I've been talking so much. Tomorrow morning, 11:30 a.m., Father-Daughter Dance. I will see you guys there right here on the channel. Talk to you later. Bye.
Boom.